Blinded by science, I'm on the run. Blinded by science, where do I belong? What's in the future? Has it just begun? Blinded by science, I'm on the run.
You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, and you can still be stupid.
Here we go. Oh, it was on that one. Yeah, of course. Look,
Go and make it bigger.
Here we go. Now,
Here we go.
Tommy Groenvold, okay, asked the question: what is the one stuff all life on the planet Earth is dependent on to survive?
With a question mark.
With a question mark, and he typed in caps oxygen.
Yeah.
And he wrote, this also applies to fish and all living stuff in the oceans. So how can there not be oxygen in water? So as soon as I read his comment, I thought to myself, what I thought I typed as a response to him. Have you ever heard the Laughing Policeman song? Well, that instantly came to mind when I read your comment.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, when you really do think about it, you know,
This is the only thing you can do to his comment.
this also applies to fish and all living stuff in the oceans. He's saying that fish breathe oxygen.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Fuck you now. Fuck it.
The guy's demented.
Absolutely. Think about it logically. Okay. Think about this logically. Okay.
The
Now,
guy is demented. You don't need to think that.
Think about it. Just think about it with common sense.
sense.
Now, here's a guy.
Here we go.
Aquarium plants for beginners.
There we go.
Now, we're not going to listen to it. Just watch.
Can you see any oxygen?
Can anybody see any oxygen, okay, coming off from these plants?
Hold on, we're now moving from fish to plants, but even these fish.
Even these fish as well, you know. If we can, let's go on to this one. Yeah, we've been really busy, haven't we? Really,
Round the clock.
round the clock. Been working round the clock to give everyone some up-to-date information and news. You know, haven't we? Sir David Attenborough. interview.
Sir David.
Not that one. Where's the? I'm just looking. Here we go.
There we go.
Now we can watch
Loads
this.
of fish. Loads
Now-
of fish. There we go. See any bubbles?
Can anybody see any bubbles of oxygen or any bubbles of gas
Gas, yeah,
in the water?
in the water. Hold on. We got a magnifying glass. No, can't see anything.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
there's-
because this
Yeah.
kind of raises another question, because now everybody who's watching this video, what we'd like you to do is watch this clip, and it's quite clear. I think you and me can both agree, and even you, we can all agree that there's no bubbles,
no gas bubbles.
gas bubbles in this scene.
There is no
None
there is no
whatsoever.
evidence. There's no evidence in this observable demonstration, real life situation. There is no evidence of oxygen or the presence of oxygen or the presence of carbon dioxide.
The bubbles.
Now everybody cannot dispute that. That is
Now.
a truth that everyone has to agree with.
Yeah.
Because I can't see oxygen here.
Yeah, hold on.
I
hold on.
can't see carbon dioxide.
Yeah. Now, what we'll do in a few minutes when we move on to our main topic, and that is we'll show you a similar situation where you will find bubbles. So you
Absolutely.
have to ask yourself,
Absolutely,
how
of
is it
course.
I'm seeing bubbles in this
one,
situation?
but I can't see it in real time.
In
real
this time. Yes.
Absolutely, it's wonderful. But
So, something for
something for a short while, I'm sure.
Yeah, so anyway.
But anyway, so we've basically come on to plants.
Plants, yeah, basically, because we was watching a video. Well, we moved on to photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis.
Because, like I was saying,
Kodak.
Peter and I know there's a lot of BS in man's world. Man's
Absolutely.
world is all built up
On bullshit.
bullshit, just to create jobs,
Create
give
jobs,
people
create
things
an
to do,
illusion.
create an illusion.
Absolutely, of course.
So, we were thinking, is photosynthesis BS?
Absolutely.
So, we first watched a video, didn't we?
we
Which
first
is
watched the video.
a video by a guy who's the head.
Oh yes, this one. By Brian Eubanks. Now, Brian Eubanks presented a BBC documentary on botany, and this guy is the director of the Oxford University Botanical Gardens. He's been doing it for around 20 years, so he's kind of like knows his stuff. Okay, and in this
He knows his
episode,
stem from his stalks.
he knows his starman from his chloroplasts.
Oh.
But he presents this 3-part documentary,
Series.
and the second part is all about photosynthesis.
Synthesis.
Okay, now he says in this video, in this documentary, he's trying to help people understand that throughout the botanical history that humans have been involved in, a lot of people have been wanting to know how plants grow. How do plants grow? Now, apart from going way back into the history and looking at this old map here
Of the botanical
gardens in the 17th century, and really
18.
was it the 18th century?
1700s.
1700s, and showing everyone this building that was built with small windows, because allegedly, according to, was it Brian Eubanks? Brian.
Oh, it's the for evergreens.
Conservatory for evergreens.
Greens.
It's a conservatory for evergreens,
Greens, yeah.
which means they don't need a lot of light.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but anyway, Brian Eubanks, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now Brian's telling everyone, all the viewers, that they built this building, this conservatory for evergreens, and they didn't have at the time, they didn't realise the link between sunlight and plant growth. That's why these windows were small, and the roof had tiles on them on the top and all this lot. Because it would make sense that if people knew about light and plant growth, they'd have glass. It would all be made out of glass. However, at the time, it could have been that they couldn't produce glass of large sizes. I mean, I don't know. It's possible.
I'd reckon that was.
It's
that
possible,
Was, that
but
was the case.
but Brian, in my understanding, Brian's actually trying to show to people that at the time
They were stupid.
because
they couldn't make the link between sunlight and plant growth.
plant growth, which I would have thought would have been handed down as
It would have been common knowledge. Common knowledge then.
And it would have been handed down because everyone could have seen over a lifetime that the plant would grow towards the sunlight.
And that plants in the shade or plants in where there's very little light
Wouldn't fare
don't
so well.
grow very well at all.
Absolutely, I would have thought people would have.
That's common knowledge.
Absolutely, and you got summertime, springtime, where there's a lot of sunshine. Woof,
Yeah.
woof,
I
kind of
personally-
explosion. So he's saying that they were stupid years ago, and that makes Brian really clever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he connected that link.
absolutely.
But then I personally, when you look at the building, and as you say, evergreens may not need a lot of light,
Evergreens may not need a lot,
but
of
it
light.
could be that they couldn't make glass in very large sizes in those days.
At that time. Yeah,
At that time,
It's-
which
it's
is why the
possible.
windows are small, which is why there's no glass roof.
absolutely. I mean, it's possible. I mean,
Who knows?
Who knows? But anyway,
But can you take this guy's word for it? Because after all he's doing is telling you guys a story.
absolutely, he's storytelling. Now he tells us the story.
Story, yeah.
He
Story.
tells us the story
Of
of
Jan Ingenhouse.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute this and just play it so I can get the right.
Jan Ingenhouse
Jan Ingenhouse
was a Dutch bloke who came to England who wanted to know what made plants grow.
Yes.
So what he did is put loads of leaves and plants in glass jars.
Glass jars, that's what he did.
And what he did is that he put them in light, he put them out of light, and he watched and watched and watched. And then what he realised is that they started making bubbles.
The ones in the light.
The ones in the light started making bubbles. And the bubbles rose to the top.
Absolutely, yeah.
And what he did was that he
There you go,
found...
you see the bubbles
Yeah,
there.
you see the bubbles. And what he found was that he could put a splint in the jar,
There's
a
bubbles.
glowing splint in the jar, and it would relight a glowing splint. So he came to the conclusion, Pete,
He came to the
that these
conclusion.
plants were breathing out oxygen.
Oxygen. Can we just play it from here?
Yeah, go on.
We'll unmute it. We'll just play it from here. Hopefully we won't.
Go on.
House proves that plants exposed to sunlight do indeed give off a gas. Now he wants to find out what that gas is.
The tiny bubbles of gas that have been released by the leaves have accumulated in the top of the jar. And if I take this glowing splint and put in there, it reignites, indicating the presence of oxygen.
Now, we don't need to show any more. Now, when I saw that, I thought to myself,
How can that be?
how can that be? Well, that goes against what I think, because this guy's demonstrated that the plants produced oxygen. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking that plants don't produce oxygen.
Yeah, because
How can this
they?
be?
When we know that.
How can they produce the bubbles when I don't see any bubbles when I'm looking at the guy with the aquarium, like here? I don't see any bubbles being
Yeah.
produced. Wait there, let's have a look at daylight. Now this is daylight. This is daylight, and
Yeah.
I don't see any bubbles.
Yeah,
So I'm thinking, well, what's wrong? Something's wrong here,
yeah.
don't you think, Peter?
Oh, something's not quite. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Doesn't make sense because they're all plants, aren't
Absolutely,
they?
yeah.
They're all filled with chlorophyll, apparently.
Yeah.
All green,
Yeah.
so something's wrong.
Oh, absolutely. So we have to ask ourselves,
What's gone wrong?
and also because you and I both consider there's no oxygen in the air,
Absolutely, of course.
so we have to ask ourselves, well, let's research more. Let's look at this in a bit more detail.
Yeah, we need to do a bit more research.
So, as always, you tend to go and move on to demonstrations in schools
Because
about
absolutely.
photosynthesis. How do teachers
Teach,
demonstrate
photosynthesis.
to children photosynthesis?
Absolutely.
And this
Should we watch
guy
this
here,
one?
this guy here, does quite a common procedure that he's doing.
Quite a common procedure. Now, this is the photosynthesis lab. Okay. Now, we won't play it all because we couldn't be bothered. We'll mute it.
But notice
Could
his
we-
equipment.
Could we not speed it up?
Oh, we could do, yeah. Do it on 2.
Put it on 2.
Yeah.
We'll speed it up because it's
Yeah, hold on. Now, notice his equipment.
the equipment list is
2 cups, syringes,
hole punch, sodium bicarbonate, spinach, and a fluorescent grow light, and also the Ajax washing up liquid.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And when we first saw this, we thought, well, what's he got the sodium bicarbonate and the washing up liquid for?
Absolutely, of course.
Isn't photosynthesis a natural process?
Yeah, it is uncanny why there's the washing up liquid and the tub of sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah. So let's go
Absolutely.
on.
So let's go on. So what the guy does, because we've actually done this, haven't we?
We have
The procedure. Here we go. Apart from telling everyone who he is and looking like Bruce Willis, he's obviously
He
got,
looks like the guy out of EastEnders, doesn't he? Phil Mitchell.
Phil Mitchell.
So,
Yeah, of course. I bet he doesn't sound like Phil Mitchell though, does he?
Yeah.
He's got a very clean lab coat though, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well,
Do you think he washes it with his washing up liquid?
Oh, he might do, yeah.
He might
He
do,
doesn't
mightn't
do
he?
any work, so
Absolutely.
he keeps it clean.
Why have they got the American flag on the flagpole there?
Because he's demented.
His board's clean, isn't it? Don't you think as well? It's just
Because
like
he
his
doesn't
lab
work.
coat.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. See, his classroom's very tidy as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of the education in America is all done online.
Absolutely. Yeah. They don't even need to go to school.
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
all he's going to do is he's going to punch holes into leaves essentially. And what he's going to do is he's going to put the punched holes. I think they're called chads. Are they chads or chards?
Chads. Let's call them chads.
Let's call them chads. He puts them into a plastic syringe. Okay. He fills the plastic syringe up with a little bit of water. Okay. And what he does,
he fills up with the solution, sodium bicarbonate.
Sodium bicarbonate, and then he basically presses down to evacuate all of the air from the chad. Do we call them chads or chards?
Chads.
Chads.
So he puts a very small amount of washing up liquid.
Washing up liquid in the water for some weird reason. I don't know why. Maybe he's going to do some washing up.
Because I've done
Maybe
this.
he wants to wash the leaf.
Yeah, because I've done this
chads.
afternoon, and I only needed the syringe.
Absolutely, yeah.
But anyway,
so he's going to do this, and then he's going to get his chads. Wait there, let's just jump this one. So he's got his syringe. There we go, and he's going to get his chards, leaf chards. He puts 10. I think way too many. He should have just done 4. 4 would have been suffice. And all he's going to do is squeeze the water. Hold the top tightly and squeeze. Press down, so it will. The water, the force of the syringe in the water.
Yeah, here we go.
Will push the air.
It says there, create a vacuum before putting pressure in. The vacuum sucks O2 out, and the pressure pushes H2O in. That's why I'm having the problem here.
No, he's having the problem because he's put too many chads or chards in. He should have only used 4. He would have had no problem at all. But essentially what he's trying to do is evacuate all of the air that's within the plant.
Yeah, the vacuum sucks O2 out. But all he's doing is that he's compressing those leaves within the vacuum, so that the air within those leaves
has been forced out. And yeah, absolutely.
So in other words, he's manually saturating those leaves.
Because what happens is that once they've all been saturated and the air's left, they will drop down to the bottom. They'll sink. So essentially what he does is that once he's done all of them, there you go. So you can see that he's done most of them because they're quite low to the bottom. They've sunk. There's a few more to do. And then what he does is that he pops them into the
beaker,
the glass, the plastic cup, and he basically leaves them out on the side with sunlight on them.
Yeah.
And over a period of time, what will happen is that they will rise. They will rise up. And
that is to demonstrate.
So there you go.
He's going to leave them.
He's going to leave them. There you go.
Leave them on the side, and
in the sunlight.
This is to demonstrate to young children that the leaves are absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing, creating oxygen. And because they're
absorbing the sunlight, they're absorbing the light. These leaf bits absorbing the light. They're doing a biological process, and they're giving off oxygen. The oxygen is inside the leaf. Light is a light gas, and it will start to rise. And that's what they're saying causes what you see.
The leaves to
rise. Okay. There's also another demonstration of a guy. This guy here. Okay, photosynthesis lab walkthrough. He's doing exactly the same thing.
Just go to the mobile phone. But
yeah, I just want to play this bit. Oh, sorry, right there. He's using baking soda.
Seems to be quite a common thing.
He's using baking soda, and he's got these little bits of chads on the bottom there. Okay, and as you can see, they're starting to slowly
rise up.
Okay, the light, he's got the light shining on this beaker, so they're saying that it's the light
that's helping the leaf to generate oxygen.
Absolutely, the leaf is absorbing that light. Photosynthesis going on here, the biological process, which is then changing the light energy into oxygen. Okay, filling up the leaf section, and it's going to rise up. It's going to float up to the surface.
Yeah,
that's what they say. We think that's bullshit.
Absolutely, because we have another explanation.
We have another explanation as to what we see here.
What is going on?
What's going on? and it's quite straightforward.
Forward, yeah.
Very straightforward. So bye, wave goodbye to
Bye,
the
wave
Chad
goodbye.
or Charles. Bye.
Safe
Lift
journey.
off.
Safe journey.
Absolutely, of course. But so there we. It's very simple, isn't it? And
So what's
we
our-
don't
what's
need
our
that one or that.
understanding?
There's the magnet. Our understanding. What is our understanding then, Peter?
Well, our
Should we
understanding.
go back onto this one?
Yeah, our understanding.
Our understanding is that there's no oxygen in the air that plants give off, and plants don't absorb CO2. That's one bit of our information. Given that,
Our
can we
understanding.
explain this?
Our understanding of this is that all plants have air within them.
air
They
with
absorb air with
absolutely,
it provides body to their form,
absolutely, of course.
just like us when
Just
we
like us,
pressurise.
when absolutely breathe in,
Provides-
absolutely we need
Body to ourselves, so our internal organs
substance.
can work.
We need substance.
Plants are no
within,
different.
within us.
It needs packing out, filling out.
Filling out,
Plants and
absolutely.
trees,
Changes a lot. Anyway,
So within plants, you will find air.
air
And what happens with this demonstration, with the syringe,
with the syringe.
is that what he's actually doing is that he's forcing, when he puts them in the syringe, and he creates that vacuum. He's
Pressure.
That pressure. He's forcing the air out from the leaves.
Yeah.
You can tell that because if anyone can do this at home, and that is the colour of the leaf will change, will go darker, and the darker it becomes, you know that, especially evenly,
Absolutely.
you know that you've got a lot of the air out.
Absolutely. So if you think about it, when you look at
So if you get my images up,
so when you look at a plant that is very green, the leaves have a lot of green. They are very, very green, bright green. That would indicate that there's an awful lot of air
Air in
present
them, yeah.
within the
Yeah.
plant.
yeah.
It's a healthy plant.
Yeah, so if you get,
I've got to go this way. Not
No.
that one.
that's the first one. There we go.
There we go. Now, yeah, because we did the same thing.
So this is what I did earlier.
There we go. This is what we did earlier. Now there's our little Chad, whatever you want to call it.
and it's all alone, resting
All
on
alone,
the bottom, bit like
resting
the
on the
Titanic.
bottom.
Oh, sorry, the Olympic.
Absolutely, and there is a light shining. We've got quite a bright, well, not bright, but we've got quite a hot light. What temperature did you record it at?
Well, this was at the start of the process. We put a hot lamp. I've got a photographer's lamp that I shone on this, and it increased the temperature by 10 degrees.
10 degrees. There we
10
go.
degrees.
10 degrees.
So it
it's
reached-
quite warm
it-
with the light on it. Yeah,
It reached about 37 degrees centigrade.
absolutely, of course.
Now, if we move to the next, now, if you look at that test tube, keep calling it a
Syringe.
test tube, the syringe,
Plastic syringe.
there were some air bubbles there.
Yeah, there's one there. There's one there. There's one there.
It's
Look
amazing.
at
There
that
were some
bubble
air
there.
bubbles along the sides
Absolutely,
of the
of course.
thing.
There's one there, one there, one there, one
Yeah.
there, and there's also
But they're rather
there's
small.
one there. They're rather small, aren't they? And
Yeah.
there's one down here
Yeah,
underneath
yeah,
the
yeah.
leaf.
Now let's move on to the next image.
Let's just move on to the next image. Okay, then, Peter.
See, I didn't use any sodium
Super.
bicarbonate, and I didn't use any washing up liquid.
Absolutely, we didn't use any of the stuff that these other people use because
absolutely.
that would be cheating, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Of course, if the leaf gives off oxygen, it will do it, whatever the case.
Naturally.
It'll do it naturally.
But
Now,
look
the
at
first thing that springs to mind as soon as you look at the image compared to the previous one are the size of the bubbles.
they're getting bigger, aren't they?
They're getting bigger. They're getting more noticeable.
And why do you think that is?
That's
Pete?
because the water inside is getting hotter or warmer.
Well, that means the air inside, the air in those bubbles are getting warmer.
That's because the air's expanding because it's getting hotter.
That's the point. Yeah.
And everybody should know that all substances, gases and liquids will
Expands
expand
on heat.
On heat.
Yeah.
So
Oh, right.
this is essentially
Yeah.
what's happening then.
So this
Peter.
was a little while after. But you
I
can
mean,
see
you can see the bubbles. You know, they are. You know,
They're quite big, aren't they?
they're quite big, aren't they? They're
Some
like,
people-
like ball bearings.
Some globies would say.
And there's our favourite one underneath,
Yeah.
hiding underneath the
Yeah.
leaf.
Some people say those bubbles are like planets.
Absolutely, but it's,
Anyway.
you see the thing.
Oh, look, there's Orion's belt there.
Absolutely.
Come on, let's move on to the next image.
Next image. Here we go. Next image, then, Peter.
There we go.
Let's just rotate this around. There we go.
Now this.
Now look at the size of those bubbles.
Now this is where the leaf actually rose up.
Absolutely, yeah. This is where
Now
the leaf.
look at the size
See
of
there?
that bubble.
Look at the bubble
at the
now,
bottom.
It's, it's more noticeable there now. That's been there throughout the whole time, hasn't it?
Yeah, that has, but it's
Been
gotten bigger.
All of the bubbles around here as well have gotten
Yeah.
bigger. Around those grooves.
What does that tell people?
Look at these bubbles here.
What does
Massive.
that tell people, Pete?
Well, that should tell people really that
I know what that would tell me.
the heat is
the
expanding
heat.
the gas that's within the leaf, or
Yeah.
the leaf. Yeah, the leaf, the chard,
Whatever.
and cause it. Because what we think happens in these situations is, or in this demonstration, is that we didn't evacuate all of the air from the leaf.
Yeah, it's very difficult to
It's very
evacuate
difficult
all
to.
the air from
You're
that leaf.
talking all of these cells
Yeah, I know.
that
Yeah.
are fine, intricate matrix
Yeah.
system of, all of this kind
A bit
of
like
stuff.
a bit like the air that's within your veins.
Absolutely, and people think that you can evacuate all of the air from this kind of leaf.
Yeah. But it's the heat that's applied that expands that gas within the leaf,
Within the leaf,
Which
what
then-
the remaining gas.
which then rises to the surface of the leaf and then enables that leaf to rise up to the top.
Absolutely, because you'll
'Cause
find that.
look at the size of those air bubbles on that tube.
Yeah,
Look at the size of them.
they're massive. They're really, really
They're
big.
massive.
Isn't
They're
it-
increasing.
Absolutely, isn't it amazing?
This is what's happening. It's not photosynthesis.
Absolutely, it's not photosynthesis.
It's
at
just a matter of
all.
the heating up the air within the leaf.
The within the leaf, because when you look at demonstrations like this, and the guy's tapping his, doing his syringe thing, trying to get all of the air out of the leaf section or the sample of leaf, you can't do that. Come on, think about it logically.
Nature doesn't do that.
You can't do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He thinks he's going to get all of the air out of it.
Yeah, I know.
But you see, what makes it even worse? What makes this even worse is that they are adding chemicals to the water. Okay.
Well, I never.
Not only do they add, are we aware that they add sodium bicarbonate? Okay, but they also add hydrochloric acid. Now, we
Yeah.
should all be aware.
That if you mix an acid with
Was it this
with
one?
bicarbonate,
Was
No.
it that one? Which one was it then?
if you mix
this one.
one, if you mix an acid with sodium bicarbonate,
Sodium
you'll
bicarbonate.
create carbon dioxide.
You'll create carbon dioxide. Now, the thing, the logic,
which
the-
you and me
the-
have thought that that's the reason why they
the-
use sodium
yeah.
bicarbonate is to make people think
yeah, the illogical
of the
part-
link of
yeah.
carbon dioxide.
The illogical part of this is that they add the sodium bicarbonate because they think that they're adding carbon dioxide
Dioxide.
to the water, which will then be absorbed by the plant
To then give off
to
the
then
oxygen
give off the oxygen
to make it rise.
to make it right. But the thing is, you can only produce the carbon dioxide when it reacts with an acid. When the
Absolutely.
sodium bicarbonate reacts with an acid. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
That makes
When you
sense
think
to me. Because water and sodium bicarbonate doesn't really do anything.
Absolutely. But but we watch this now. This
You
apart
only
from-
need to.
yeah. Apart from being bullshit, I would before we go further
Because
into
we haven't got
this-
much time.
No, before we go further into this, I just want to point out how and let everyone know how stupid people are. Okay, and this video is all about essentially pH in relation to photosynthesis. Okay, now when you look at their their hypothesis. Okay, let's read their hypothesis. It reads, if the oxygen level is tested at the pH of 6, 6.5, 7 and 7.5, then the percent of oxygen release will be 5% more efficient at the pH of 7.
Well, what? How do they know that?
But how do they know that? What to me it looks as if it's half a hypothesis.
Well, then the percent
If
of
the
oxygen.
oxygen level is tested at the pH of 6, 6.57 and 7.5, then the percent of oxygen release will be 5% more efficient at the pH of 7 than what?
Given that
Given
the
what?
blah, blah,
Given
blah,
the
blah, blah.
blah, blah, or than what? It'll
It's
be more
missing
efficient.
some information there.
Which makes it, for people like you, the viewer, and us, to read and understand, makes it very, very difficult. Anyway, but in this demonstration, what they use here is that they have 4 glass jars with equal amounts of water in. They put holes in the tops of the lids, okay, and they use some hydrochloric acid, okay, and they use also some sodium bicarbonate. Now they use these 2 substances in order to regulate the amount of pH that's in the water,
in the solution.
so that they can control the pH. They can make one 6.5, they can make one 7, they can make one 6.
Yeah.
So they can manipulate the pH of the water, well, of the solution, because it's not water, is it?
Yeah, it's a solution.
It's a solution. Now the thing is that when we come through and we look at their results, because they do actually compare they compare the pH and the levels of oxygen produced, and what else was it, and the pH reading. They compare it when the plant is in the shade and in the sunlight. Okay, now in our understanding, it's demonstrations like this, and it's demonstrations like this one here, with the teacher there doing his bit there with the Chads, and it's who else is it? This one here. It's our understanding that all these people are contriving their demonstrations. Contriving the demonstrations in order to get the results
They
want. Okay, this is our understanding.
Yeah.
Now,
Because what I think is
what
that
we need to do is get that video up of the woman, wasn't it? Of course.
right, you have to
And
go on the history.
yeah, of course. Because you'll have to tell me which one. Oh, I know which one it was.
Because one of the things is that they never show you something happening in real life.
Absolutely, of course. Now, you'll love this. You will actually love this. Kabomba. Now, a video demo, the photosynthesis and respiration with kabomba, pondweed. Now,
This is called Science and Plants for Schools.
absolutely, of course. Now, kabomba is an oxygenating plant. Okay, pond plant, pondweed. It will basically, all of its leaves will be submerged under the water. And essentially what they say happens is that it will absorb CO2 and it will release oxygen into the pond.
How that CO2 got in the water.
How on earth that
anyone's
CO2
guess.
got into the water when CO2 can only turn into a liquid at 5 atmospheres under a pressure, okay,
Of
is
5 atmospheres, which is about 5 atmospheres.
5 atmospheres.
45.
One atmosphere would be 14 psi.
So,
wouldn't it?
yeah.
So we're talking of quite a high
45
pressure
PSI.
for that CO2 to be in a
Yeah,
liquid
yeah.
to exist in the pond.
Yeah.
Because if it's a gas, it would rise to the top straight away. So there's just another thing that doesn't make sense. But
there we go.
when you watch videos
Yeah, we
like
better not
this,
play it because it's probably copyright in this video.
we've just got to find a bit of
fair
it.
use policy. It should be available for critique.
So here's the kabomba. Okay, and this is the
If you
demonstration.
just play with the bubbles.
Yeah, I'm just going to play. Now you can see very clearly the bubbles that are coming off there. Okay, now they're telling their students, or a teacher will tell their students.
Here we go. And even this one here, they shine the light on it. This has been sped up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it's been
so.
sped
Yeah,
up.
it's been sped up. The video footage has been
Yeah,
manipulated.
because you're thinking when you watch it, there's giving off loads of bubbles.
Absolutely, but it takes time for the bubbles to appear. That's for sure. But in our understanding, it's quite straightforward that
This is contrived.
this demonstration is contrived. This is what they teach kids
No,
in
this
schools.
I'm sure this
This
is
demonstration.
This is support for teachers.
This is probably a teacher in a video information. Okay, so if you're a teacher, you're a biology teacher, and you want something to do with your class, and you've got to do photosynthesis, it says in your curriculum, we've got to do photosynthesis. They'll go on the channel, they'll watch the video, and to get a bit more background information, and then they'll know what to do.
Yeah. So
So,
what I'd like to just mention to people is that you see all those bubbles coming off.
these bubbles here, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
And
absolutely, yeah. We look at the aquarium,
we look at the aquarium.
and can anyone see the same bubbles?
Can anyone see any bubbles?
These plants here are supposed to be giving off oxygen. So where's the
I
where's the
can't
bubbles?
see any bubbles.
You know, the kabomba before was allegedly said to be giving off oxygen,
But they're all meant to be giving off oxygen.
but there's not one there.
Yeah.
So you tell me.
And there's which ties us in with the fish video that we showed.
Absolutely, which ties us in with the fish.
You want to clear that one off?
This one
Yeah,
here.
just click off.
Oh, I'll leave it on just in case. It's just, you know,
Where's the bubbles?
well, you know, yeah,
if they're
absolutely.
saying that these
Wh-
bubbles,
where's the air?
if they're
Oh,
saying,
sorry, where's the gas?
yeah, if they're saying that these bubbles are coming from the plants because of photosynthesis, where's the gas from
Where's
these
the
fish?
gases? Absolutely. Where's
If
the
they're
respiration?
Breathing in,
Where's the gases
breathing out
exchange?
oxygen.
It's bollocks.
It's bullshit.
It's bullshit.
Fish breathe water.
Fish breathe water. Absolutely. And there's no oxygen
They probably
and hydrogen in water, and there's
Well,
no
there's probably-
oxygen. Plants do not absorb carbon dioxide and breathe out, respire oxygen, which we then.
Well, I would agree that the air we breathe has some water vapor.
Has
in it.
water vapour in it, yeah, of course.
So you could turn it around that the fish, even though they are breathing in water, there could be some pockets of air.
Well, I don't know how they
Possibly.
can. I don't know how they can. If a fish swims, if a fish's habitat is say 50 feet under from the water's surface,
Oh, right, 'cause you've
how
got the pressure.
can that oxygen exist
Oh, right.
there,
Yeah.
or the CO2? I mean, come on, you know, it's just ridiculous. But let's go. I've got to go on here now. I've been on this page here. I found this page here.
Techno Wiki.
TechnoWiki, okay, demonstration of oxygen given off during photosynthesis.
Yeah, because we
Now you'll
want-
love this.
Yeah, because we want to know whether this is a real
We
demonstration.
want to know whether these demonstrations are actually real, whether a plant placed in water, okay, will actually give off oxygen.
Yeah.
Because I've not seen anything
No.
that I can say is genuine.
Well, it doesn't tie in with our understanding that because oxygen, in our understanding, is a processed gas.
Absolutely, of course.
It's from hot air.
Because
So how can
Absolutely.
these plants be giving off oxygen?
Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, we even see when we go back to this BBC documentary, okay, and the guy, if I can get the right bit where he's got his glowing splint, wait there, was it before then? I'm trying to find where he's got his,
Yeah, there.
which bit? No, I'm sure.
Oh, it was after that bit.
After,
wasn't it?
after,
Yeah,
oh, there we go. Yeah, here. When the guy, we can see the bubbles here, okay. And obviously, everyone should know that the glowing splint, relighting a glowing splint, sorry, relighting, a glowing splint,
oxygen test.
will produce will be indicative of oxygen. But the trouble is with this demonstration that Brian Eubanks is carrying out is that we don't know what's in the bottle.
Absolutely.
We know there's plant material in there, obviously we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. But one of the things we don't know is what's in the water,
Absolutely.
because there could be chemicals added to the water
Water.
that are producing the oxygen. It's
We don't
possible.
know. I don't know. Yeah.
Somebody could have done that even before Chris even arrived.
Yeah, because don't forget, this is just for TV.
This is just for television.
To put across, it's just propaganda.
Absolutely, it's just propaganda. That's all it is. They want to show to people that there's oxygen produced by plants.
Absolutely.
And the only way they can do that is by contriving it. Okay.
Well, we now understand.
In our understanding, of course. But
Yeah.
let's have a read of this. Demonstration of oxygen given off during photosynthesis. Photosynthesis demo.
Oh, that picture just looks very similar to the woman's one.
They're
No,
using
yeah.
the same
setup.
Oh, he's the guy from the BBC. He's using the same stuff. This stuff also is
Kabomba.
kabomba. Wait, have I gone past it or not?
Oh, I think you have, yeah.
No, there. Yeah, the stuff in the jar here, the stuff in the jar that he's got here is kabomba. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, because they always use the same.
They're always using the same plant. Yeah, the plant there, I'm sure, is Kabomba.
Oh, it could well be. Yeah.
Could well be. It's got spiny kind of like leaves, spindly leaves. And when we look at the, where's the other one? Yeah, when we look at this one here, when we look at that one here, there, it's got spindly leaves. Yeah. There we can see it's got spindly leaves.
Yeah.
Same kind of plant, because they're all using the same plant. Now,
I wonder why.
let's go back to this one. Demonstration of oxygen given off during photosynthesis. This is a simple classic demonstration, which means it's carried out time and time and time over and over
Come on,
again.
maximise it.
I have. This is a simple classic demonstration, probably for lower school, showing that photosynthesis takes place in green plants exposed to sunlight.
But in our understanding, it's heat.
It's heat, absolutely.
Because the heat expands the air within the plant.
Absolutely. And if you've got sodium bicarbonate in your water, what heat will do is that the heat will cause, well, when you put sodium bicarbonate in water, you'll generate an awful lot of bubbles. You'll see an awful lot of bubbles in your water. So obviously, if you apply heat to that, you'll stimulate that sodium bicarbonate in the water to actually, for all those bubbles to actually rise up to the surface. That's what you're essentially doing. But anyway, a boiling tube full of water is placed over the stalk of a large glass funnel inverted over a few strands of an oxygenating aquatic plant, all underwater, in a suitably sized glass beaker in such a way that no air is introduced into the boiling tube. The easiest way is probably to assemble the apparatus in a washing up bowl of water. Using a 1% solution of sodium hydrogen carbonate, which is sodium bicarbonate, instead of water, produces better results. So they're telling you to manipulate the natural environment, to get better results.
Because where do you find sodium bicarbonate?
Absolutely.
In your water?
Where these plants, these pond plants, there's no. You don't put bicarbonate soap, baking powder in your pond, do you? It's ridiculous. But anyway, the setup is left in sunshine on a windowsill or under a lamp until the next day or lesson. Kabomba.
Now let me read. Kabomba has replaced Elodia as the favoured aquatic plant, as it is a more reliable producer of oxygen and is available from tropical fish suppliers all year round. Sorry to tell, but it is not unknown that in unfavourable weather conditions, how can there be unfavourable weather conditions in a classroom, Pete? I couldn't tell you.
Well, really,
perhaps if the roof gets blown off.
Yeah, but maybe it could be the fact that that's why if you've got unfavourable weather conditions and your sunlight's not great, you'd use the lamp.
Yeah, but sorry to tell, but it is not unknown.
Not unknown. So it's quite common.
It is known.
It is
that in unfavourable weather conditions, for technicians to introduce a few centimetres cubed of oxygen by means of rubber tubing under the funnel from an oxygen cylinder or chemical oxygen generator.
Would you believe
being certain to flush out the air from whatever system first.
Well, would you believe?
Yeah, the gas that is collected in the boiling test tube is tested by lifting the boiling tube up so that water falls out, then keeping it inverted, a glowing splint is inserted which should reignite, demonstrating that the gas is oxygen.
Well, would you believe it? These guys are actually admitting to basically corrupting this demonstration.
Absolutely.
And if they're saying if the demonstration doesn't go according to plan, just get your lab technician, just to pump in some oxygen from an oxygen cylinder or oxygen concentrator into the jar.
Tube. Under the funnel.
Under the funnel, so it will rise to the top. And then when your students come in, unbeknown to them, of course, they'll get their lit glowing splint and they'll put it in. Oh, look, we've got the plants produced oxygen. They wouldn't have realised that Mr. Jones, the lab technician, has been crafty and he crept in, a bit like the R. White secret lemonade drinker, and he's crept in at night time and he's introduced oxygen into the flask, into the boiling tube. Well, would you believe it, eh? Anyway, well, we're back again, annoying people with our views and opinions because
Because a lot of people dislike hearing other people's views and opinions, especially if you're Mr. Brian Cox.
absolutely, if you're this person over here, not only does he think that the Earth's a spinning ball and that they landed on the moon, and he can explain how tides work with the use of pebbles, but this guy also thinks that water's hydrogen and oxygen. H2O.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oops.
Right, so with Brian
Right.
Cox did this demonstration, which we've covered in the previous video.
Yeah, that was this one here.
He did this demonstration where he filled this glass balloon up with hydrogen gas and he got an electric spark, which you can just demonstrate here.
There we go. This bit here, we've slowed it down.
Come on.
We've slowed it down. No volume. Here we go. Are you watching?
Poof, there we
Poof. You see the flames come out of the jar. Absolutely. And then you see the condensation, liquid water form around the top of the
Balloon.
inner walls of the glass balloon. Now, a lot of people think that one way of demonstrating water to be made of hydrogen and oxygen is to simply react hydrogen with oxygen.
Or burn hydrogen in air,
Absolutely.
which is what
Brian has just demonstrated. Now, because the hydrogen-oxygen reaction, as everyone should know by now, in a lot of people's understandings or opinions, will form water, will produce water. Now, if we state that a hydrogen-oxygen reaction will produce water, what does that actually mean? I mean, technically, it's true.
Yeah, but one thing you have to
Technically.
But one thing we have to ask ourselves is, was the water present, or was the water already there
No.
before the
Yeah, yeah.
reaction took place?
But you see, the thing is, we do not have any quibble that
So-
when hydrogen and oxygen are reacted together, water appears.
Water forms. Yeah, but you can,
Water appears. Liquid water appears.
but hold on, you can just strike a match and hold it up to a glass in a glass kind of tube, and water will form.
Absolutely, water will
But
form.
there's no
there.
hydrogen there.
But there's no hydrogen there. But then they'd say that there's hydrogen because there's combustion taking place.
But you're not. It's not.
I'm
hydrogen.
just going to be devil's advocate here.
But it's not hydrogen.
But you see, the thing is, so we can understand why people think that hydrogen oxygen reaction will produce water, because technically it is true. However,
Well, water appears.
water appears. That would be a better way of saying,
But-
rather than produces water.
Yeah, water appears. But one thing that the mainstream does is that they go one step further and say that the water is made of the hydrogen, the burnt hydrogen in the oxygen.
Absolutely.
So the water's made of the hydrogen and
the
oxygen.
Now, and that is the conflict we have. That is something we cannot
Certainly cannot
are
subscribe to.
unconvinced by.
Well,
when
we cannot subscribe to.
no, sorry. The reason why we cannot accept that is because there is no evidence of that.
Absolutely.
We can all agree that when hydrogen and oxygen are reacted, water appears in the form of condensation.
Well, it's like here,
You know, it's just exactly like here. Water has appeared.
around the glass balloon.
We will agree with that.
But we can all agree that if you take a cold beer out from your fridge and put it on your lounge table, water will form.
Liquid water.
Liquid water will form on the outside.
on the outside. Condensation. will
Condensation.
form. Absolutely. Ice cold beer in a warm room, it will start. You'll get liquid water
To form. So we
appear on that beer bottle.
So we have to really be looking at the mechanisms of water, how it can be unseen but be present, how
Absolutely.
it can appear from out of nowhere.
So the big question is, we don't think that hydrogen and oxygen will react and then change to become liquid water. This is our understanding.
Oh, well,
It's-
yeah.
That's the part of it we don't think is
We disagree with.
we disagree with.
So yeah, so you can't. So if you took X amount of hydrogen with Y amount of oxygen and you ignited it, you should have Z amount of water.
Absolutely. Given a 2-to-1 mix,
According,
H2O,
but I've never seen anyone produce it.
nobody's ever done it. It's
Nobody's ever
because nobody can. You see, the thing is, there's so many other explanations that can account for the appearance of this condensation in this glass jar,
Absolutely. And one of them,
other than the hydrogen reacted with the oxygen, changed, and there you go. There's liquid water.
yeah. So
So
one
you-
explanation
Yeah.
is that if you want to replay it,
Yeah. One explanation. There we go.
one explanation
Here we go.
is that when the hydrogen ignited, or when the impurities within the hydrogen ignited, they left the glass balloon, which created a vacuum inside, which then pulled in the water vapor.
The water vapor that's in the air. Absolutely.
And because the glass balloon is cold, and the hydrogen would have produced heat,
A lot of heat
then that water vapor would have condensed
on the inner walls
on
of
the
the
inner
glass
wall of the glass
balloon.
balloon.
Absolutely, and formed liquid water. Now that's one possibility. The other possibility is that water migrated through along with the hydrogen gas. So when we see Brian using his little syringe to fill up, I think
Or his little
is it
There it is.
there where he's using his little glass syringe or his tube,
tube.
which is connected to a pipe. So obviously he's got some hydrogen gas in a cylinder. As the glass balloon's being filled up with hydrogen, water vapor gas is actually filling up along with the hydrogen. It's possible. You know,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know how wet or dry the hydrogen gas is.
But we know
Yeah.
that hydrogen is manufactured through steam reformation
through steam
natural
reforming.
gas.
So there would be water vapor, water gas present, because water can exist as a gas form. We've always got to remember,
And the hydrogen, when the hydrogen is always kept at, is always pressurized.
we've always got to remember that water can exist where it is imperceptible to us. In other words, it can exist in places we wouldn't dream
Absolutely.
it being.
Well, yeah.
You know,
Well, it's like on a sunny day, or just think it's just rained, the pavement's all wet, and then the sun comes out, then all the water just disappears. Where's it
absolutely.
gone?
Where's it gone? Absolutely, the water
And-
disappears, evaporates, disappears, but the water hasn't been destroyed or hasn't done anything other than change states.
Absolutely, because in our understanding, water can never be created nor destroyed. It can only change from one form to another, and that's not hydrogen and oxygen. That's whether it's a solid to liquid to a vapor, steam, vapor, and then to a gas.
Absolutely. So
That's our understanding.
So what we'd like to see, essentially, is some evidence to show that, especially in instances such as where Brian's doing this thing here, or with his little balloon, what we'd like to see is some actual evidence that links the hydrogen and the oxygen to react and change to create the new condensation liquid water that we see on the inner walls of this
Glass balloon.
glass balloon, which is what we see there.
There we go. Yeah.
Where is the evidence that demonstrates that the hydrogen and oxygen in that glass balloon ignited, changed, and created new liquid water? There isn't any. It's only an assumption that the hydrogen and oxygen reacted together and created the new water. It's an assumption.
Absolutely.
There's no evidence at all. I've not seen it.
I haven't either.
So
Seen
it's
lots of-
understandable why we have our opinions because of the lack of evidence to support the view
Well, yeah. Well, it's no different.
water is H2O.
Well, it's no different why a flat earther considers the Earth to be flat.
Absolutely, because there's
Because-
no curvature, for
because-
example.
A flat earther looks at the information that's provided and comes to the conclusion that that's not proof. That doesn't satisfy
Absolutely. So one of the
anything.
one of the things that we looked at recently. No, we should go on to the comment.
His comment, yeah.
Here's a comment. Let me. I think it was. I don't know which one it was really. Can't remember which video was it. Oh, it was this one here.
Yeah.
Sorry. Making a homemade hydrogen storage tank. We had somebody. We often get these people on our channel who come along,
Leave a
and
comment.
leave a comment, and
Oh, yeah, I did all that
think
at
we're
school.
stupid, you know,
Yeah, did all that
or
at school.
think we're just ridiculous having views.
But you have to ask yourself, why do they do these demonstrations at school? It's because, in our understanding, young people
Yeah.
are easily fooled. They're easily
Absolutely.
sold a certain viewpoint
Absolutely. They're what's the word?
because they don't question it.
You can easily persuade them. They're easily convinced.
Yeah, well, they'll toe the line.
They'll tell. Anyway, Mr. Logo 73. Why don't you buy hydrogen and form water by burning it? Exactly here what
Brian Cox has done.
Brian Cox did
has done.
here.
Yeah,
You know,
there you
by
go. So we don't need to do
yeah.
it. Brian
Why don't
Cox
you
has
buy
done it for
hydrogen
us.
and form water by burning? You can condense the water drops and check if it's really water. There are several ways to do
Pick
that
it as well.
The only problem you have is that all your household equipment is not a wait there. I've got to go. It's not a laboratory equipment.
But
Right,
that doesn't matter.
that wouldn't matter at all.
doesn't
Anyway, so I replied, "Thanks for commenting." But
So Brian Cox's video that we've just seen would, because he looks so he's doing it in a laboratory, doesn't
well, you'd think he'd be using kind of laboratory equipment just
Well,
to show everyone on television.
he?
You know.
Absolutely, yeah.
But so we replied, thanks for commenting, but don't you think we've received comments like yours already? And from your response, you've clearly not thought things through very well.
Well, yeah.
If somebody had shown us some actual proof to support the claim water is hydrogen times 2 and oxygen times 1, we would have withdrawn the videos by now.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, because that's something that you and me always promote. And those, people are quite willing to show us some proof.
Absolutely, yeah. If
And we'll take down the videos.
if anyone's
Yeah.
got any conflicting
No, some proof.
proof. Absolutely, we'd be more
Anyway,
than
come
happy
on.
to take down a video. But if somebody had shown us some actual
Yeah,
proof,
yeah,
to
we've
support
done
the claim, also in my what appears to be disproven
Or unproven.
opinion, water is simply water, and it is not comprised of hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
So why don't you buy hydrogen and try form water by burning it? That's why why don't you condense the water drops and check if it's really water? Because I copied him. Then once you've done that, try actually proving the new water formed is of the hydrogen and oxygen that was reacted together and hasn't originated from somewhere else. Why don't you try?
it. Absolutely.
And then he left. So, will you get pure hydrogen, burn it, and analyse the product? Yes or no? Why don't you try?
Brian's done it.
And
There we go.
Mr. Logo 73, I've done it. It's done in any high school chemistry class. We're not disputing the fact that when
Water appears.
when hydrogen and oxygen are reacted, liquid water appears.
Yeah, we're not disputing that.
What we are disputing is the claim
The giant leap of faith.
that the appeared water comes from the hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen and oxygen alone react, change, and there's the new water. That is the claim that we are at conflict with.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Because you mentioned also Yeah, we
And he
don't
said,
need to-
I've put, okay, look, you're not getting it. You do realise water comes in different forms, e.g. solid, liquid and gas. So what test did you carry out to determine that water was not present before the reaction took place? That is, before the hydrogen was ignited in an oxygen environment. I mean, there could have been water vapour already in that glass balloon.
Yeah.
The hydrogen, obviously being light, sits on the top, fills the top, but the heavy water vapour sits on the bottom. It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's
yeah.
possible, and like we've said, Brian carried out the experiment, the demonstration, in a room. Okay, that room is filled with air and water vapor, lots and lots of
Yeah.
water vapor.
He could have carried out that demonstration sometime in the winter time.
Absolutely, of course. So I asked, did you use a vacuum? Were both the hydrogen and oxygen tested to be free from any water?
Were they dry?
Did you see Brian actually test the hydrogen to see whether it was a very dry
Dry
gas,
gas, yeah.
and free from water vapour? Water gas.
Anyway, go on, carry on.
Did you determine that maybe water formed only from the oxygen and the hydrogen provided the catalyst?
As we've mentioned earlier.
As we've mentioned earlier, did you determine the water that appeared as condensation actually contained the same hydrogen and oxygen that were reacted? Now that's what we're asking.
Absolutely.
Did you do any of those?
No.
If not, you're only assuming water to be hydrogen and oxygen from your demo.
Absolutely. Anyway,
And
not interested. Just
not
go
interested.
downstairs. Come on.
So I've asked him to watch our next upload,
Well, there we
because
go.
obviously the guy doesn't seem to understand that there's problems as to where that liquid water came from.
Well, there could be other
There's big
explanations.
problems.
There's other explanations
Absolutely.
that can account for the observation.
Absolutely. And there's no evidence to show that it came, the hydrogen, oxygen reacted together, changed to form that new liquid water. New
Absolute
liquid water was
Yeah,
formed.
New.
It's
been created.
been created. Hydrogen, oxygen. You can just imagine the professor.
So
the
water.
mad professor.
Yeah.
In the chemistry lab.
So the water. Hold on.
Mixing hydrogen, oxygen.
Yeah.
Gonna make some water.
Hold on. So the water's been split. And then it's been brought back together again.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But in our understanding, that can't happen because the water, you can't split water. Water, you can only change its state.
You can only change its state.
That's all you can
Absolutely.
do.
Now,
So anyway,
I do hope
we've got some other videos to show people.
to show people. Absolutely. Now let's have a little watch of this. We did watch this before, and this video we found very revealing. Really don't like. Now the guys, we've seen this before, but the guy's got his he's using sodium bicarbonate, okay, and he's produced his little torch here. He's using sodium bicarbonate.
Right,
Sodium bicarbonate. He's got his bubbler going as well.
No, it's the yellow flame.
Notice the yellow flame, sodium there. Now, we noticed when we were watching this that out of the nib or the cap of his torch, there was water seeping out of his out of the join.
Absolutely. Well, where's the water coming
Well,
from?
absolutely, we've got to ask where the water's coming from. Now, we've got to remember the metal plates he's got in his generator.
Yeah.
Is filled with, the actual vessel is filled with a solution of sodium bicarbonate. So there's water present
There
there.
you go. There's the water coming out now.
There you can see the water clearly oozing out of that.
Now, can we both agree that if he had sealed that up,
Yeah.
So-
Hold on. Yeah. But there's water in the there's water in
generator.
There's water in the generator. Let's get a big. Oh, sorry. Wait there. There's water in the generator there. There's water there. Okay. There's also water in his bubbler. Okay. So there's two places where there's water, and we see water coming out of the nib.
Oh.
Okay, coming out, dripping out of that cap. Don't we? Where's that? It's obvious where the water's coming from. Okay, the hydrogen and any oxygen aren't reacting within the system, are they?
No.
So the water's obviously migrating from those two vessels.
Vessels, yeah.
Okay. So let's get back to what you were going to say.
Well, if that cap,
You can see a big blob of water
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the top there.
Yeah,
Look.
look.
Running down.
If
There's
that-
a drop of it. Look,
if
you
that
can see.
cap was sealed,
Drip, drip.
if that cap was sealed,
If that was sealed,
then it would be, there wouldn't be any leak within the pressurized system. So the water
the water
would actually come out with the flame.
would come out with the flame.
So when Brian Cox burnt it,
Obviously not in the
introduced-
form of liquid,
liquid.
but it would be as probably a gas or vapor
yeah. So,
state
so when Brian Cox,
because of the heat from the flame.
so when Brian Cox introduces the hydrogen gas into his glass balloon, there's water present there.
Well, there could
Because-
well be.
Well, think about it. If he doesn't light the impurities from his that contain within
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
hydrogen gas, if he didn't light it, and he just opened up the valve to let the gas flow through, there'd be water vapor travelling through it with it as well.
Well, maybe, or you
Well,
could
there
get
would
a
be.
build up of liquid water in the
Possibly.
system. But all this demonstrates is
'Cause
that
it won't-
water can migrate, and that
Absolutely.
is something that all of these people who demonstrate oxygen hydrogen reaction. There's a number of videos on YouTube, online, just demonstrating oxygen hydrogen reaction. Bam, there you go. Well, we've produced water.
Absolutely,
A lot of
yeah.
people don't show any water. Some videos will trick you into thinking that
They don't even-
water has been produced.
They don't even measure the amount.
They
of
don't
water.
measure the amount. They don't test to see whether the new water contains the hydrogen and oxygen that was reacted at all.
Absolutely.
There's no evidence whatsoever. But so much to say, but you forget
Yeah, I know.
where you're going.
But the main point of it is that the water is migrating when
Yeah,
the gas
sorry, yeah.
is being produced.
A lot of people who make these videos overlook the fact that water can migrate, and they all you see them all producing their hydrogen using aluminium and sodium hydroxide, for example,
Yeah,
don't they?
yeah, absolutely.
Where there's water, and then they use, what do they use to produce their oxygen? Can you remember? Maybe
Don't
ammonia-
they use bleach and
bleach and something, don't they?
something
But
else?
there's water present
Present
there.
there, yeah.
You know, when you think about it, it's
Start talking to brick walls. Some people.
absolutely. You've really got to.
Anyway,
Yeah, absolutely.
let's go on. Let's go.
I can't understand how anyone can think that water is hydrogen and oxygen.
Absolutely.
You know.
because if Brian Cox, if you go back on Brian Cox's video, I know.
Yeah.
See, when he's feeding the hydrogen gas, because if he's got it from a cylinder, which he's more than likely has, he's obtained it from a cylinder and feeding it into this glass balloon, then the hydrogen gas has been made through the steam reformation of natural gas. So there would be a proportion of water vapor,
There would be a proportion of water vapor.
superheated steam.
Because it's all kept under pressure. You've always got to remember,
Absolutely.
as soon as you've got hydrogen gas being produced through or manufactured through the process of steam reformation, that hydrogen, once produced, will include a certain amount of water as gas. And if it's maintained in its compressed state, which it probably would be, because they have to contain that hydrogen, that water will remain in that same state. So it would be imperceptible to know that there's water present.
So we could actually put. When did we?
So it's
discover-
possible that that water has entered into this glass balloon along with the hydrogen,
Absolutely.
as we've clearly seen that water can migrate.
Absolutely. So
So
the
that's a
video,
possibility.
the video could be renamed to say, when did we discover that hydrogen is a energy carrier
Energy carrier.
that carries water vapor.
that can even carry water vapor. Absolutely. You know, I mean,
Anyway, we got this great video. to
this
watch.
one here,
I was going to look at the one where it was decomposing.
this one,
This one. Now this is great
this is a good one.
because it really,
Can we just play this?
yeah, go on, because it really does support our view, our opinion.
Absolutely. The only thing we're stuck on is why the flame's so clear.
First, I mean, look how small it is.
But it's probably
Anyway.
tiny. Yeah, it's probably tiny.
It's very tiny. But anyway, this guy
Intermission.
here is making an HHO, a mini HHO generator.
Absolutely, yeah.
So he's got one container
Two
for
cylinders,
his where he's going to generate his
HHO.
hydrogen, and he's got his other cylinder,
Which is his bubbler.
which is his bubbler.
Okay, so let's
So
go.
let's move it forward.
Let's move it forward. He's going to pull the parts together. I'm not going to go up.
He
Have a little
uses he's using some rather crude stainless steel threaded rods, some knots. He's using some looks like stainless steel
I'd say that
plates,
Yeah,
brackets.
I couldn't.
flat
yeah.
flat brackets.
Thought you said flak jacket for a minute, possibly.
So he's going to use these
Interlock them
interlock them.
like so. Look at that pretty pattern.
There we go.
There
Pretty
we go.
pattern.
Joining them together because he's got to increase the surface area so that as much of the plate metal is exposed to the water. Okay,
Because it is our understanding.
so he's made this.
There we go. Doesn't
Okay.
it look lovely?
Doesn't it look gorgeous? Absolutely. Yeah.
Come on.
And then he fixes it to the top,
Top. There we go.
and then he puts it in.
Yeah, come on, just move it forward.
The top. I'm going to. So I don't want to go too fast. And then he fills both of the vessels up with water. I would imagine he's using deionized or distilled water, probably.
I don't know.
I would have
don't know.
thought. But the interesting thing to
Watch here.
watch here or take note of, and that is
He doesn't put anything in the water.
he doesn't use an electrolyte.
Lights.
A lot of other people use electrolytes.
And
So bear that in mind.
because now you can understand from watching this video why people use electrolytes.
Absolutely, of course. Absolutely. So he's got it wired up. Wait there.
There we go.
And
Why
he's
is
got
that?
it running at, I think he runs it about 10 volts.
10 volts is
10
good.
volts, there you go.
There we go.
And after a while, you can see bubbles and lots of effervescing
There we go.
and
Now,
bubbles rising up to the surface.
now
Very-
some people say that's hydrogen.
they're splitting the water.
Hydrogen off at the cathode, oxygen off at the anode.
Now, absolutely. So you're getting hydrogen.
Yeah.
So as soon as enough gas is produced, it will start being bubbled through. There we go.
Bubbling through.
Bubbling through the bubbler.
It's got very, very
and
small.
it's starting, and it will come out.
Yeah, you can see this actually.
You can see the heat haze.
Well, you can see that looks like smoke.
No, that's the bubbler.
Oh, right.
That's the bubbler. It's a very tiny flame. You might find this flame is tiny,
yeah.
absolutely tiny.
not really
That's why you
producing.
can't see it.
He's not really producing a lot of gas, is he?
Well, it's a needle.
Yeah.
You know, you need a magnifying
Look.
lens to see it. But absolutely, look at the state of that water.
Look at that.
Look at that. It's absolutely disgusting, isn't it?
What's going on there?
I don't know.
All right.
What do you think the water could be decomposing the
What, those metal?
those metal plates?
Well, the metal plates and the rods and the nuts.
So he's getting some, he's getting a hot.
Yeah, he's producing. Yeah,
He's
he must be producing a flame.
He's producing a flame,
Yeah, because he's
So-
actually
but I think it's just so tiny you can't see it.
So tiny.
Yeah, I'd say it's just so
Well,
tiny.
I'm more concerned about those metal plates because
I mean, they're looking like that water. I wouldn't want to drink that water. Do
Right.
you?
right. Anyway, so if you just there you go, just pause it there.
There you go. Look at
There you
that.
go.
Look at
Now,
the state of those two.
This is a great example,
Yep.
example of our understanding of water decomposing metal with the help
of electricity. Absolutely.
Because this is what you're seeing here,
Absolutely. That's all you're seeing.
in our opinion.
And what's happening, in our opinion, is
And-
the metal plates, or all of the metal that's submerged in the water, is releasing the gas products.
Releasing the pressure that was used to make them.
Yeah, because we regard hydrogen to be a pressure, so
yeah.
hydrogen pressure. And the other thing to note as well, and that is a lot of the impurities are actually migrating from one vessel to another.
Yeah, because you can see.
You can see on the generator, the gas generator, is on the right, and on the left is the bubbler. But look how many impurities are in the bubbler.
Well, that's going to what he's actually doing. When you actually, this is quite
So
interesting.
the hydrogen, so the gases are actually carrying a lot of the impurities as well.
Yeah, but what's interesting now? This is just an observation of mine. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Pete.
Oh yes, of course.
But what I reckon I'm seeing here, Pete, is on the right.
yeah.
You're seeing all the carbon form in the right-hand container.
Oh, because there's a lot
And
of
on
carbon
in stainless steel.
In stainless steel,
and
or
on the
steel.
left-hand side, it's going to the iron ore colour.
Oh, it's going to the iron ore colour. Yes.
So
'cause
what
it
you're doing,
becomes
you're kind of
orangey.
splitting-
Oh, you could be splitting
that's just an observation.
because the carbon is always heavier than the iron,
Yeah,
isn't it? The carbon's always
Always
heavier,
heavier,
so
yeah.
the carbon will drop down, and the iron ore will go to the surface, won't it?
just an
That's it.
observation. you know.
But it's you
Anyway,
know,
we got another one. We got another one for people.
we've got another one, yeah. You know, which was it? This one? Oh, this
There
one
was
here,
this
wasn't it? Yeah, an oxyhydrogen torch.
There we go.
There we go. Let's play it from
another guy who's going on the basis that he's producing hydrogen gas.
There you go. Oh, do we need to go all the way? Oh, play it from the beginning. There you go. So yeah, here we go. We won't play all of it. So he's adding water.
But this
Obviously.
time, this guy uses an electrolyte.
This guy uses an electrolyte, and it's going to be this time. Dum 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 dum
There we go,
dum.
sodium.
Well, you got it. It's sodium bicarbonate,
Mm.
and there we go. And he's putting quite a fair amount in, you know.
Mm.
Oh well, yeah, quite a
How
fair
can,
amount.
how can that be oxyhydrogen when sodium bicarbonate would give off? Would it give off carbon dioxide?
Oh, when it reacts with other things, it
Normally does,
produces
doesn't it?
carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no acid present there, is there?
Oh right, yeah.
Oh, of course. There's no acid
There's
present,
no acid
so there
present.
can't be CO2 given off.
Yeah.
It'd probably give off oxygen, I would think.
Oh right, yeah.
Oxygen, yeah. Anyway, so
That's why it gives off oxygen when you give it to a plant,
Oh, very good.
because there's no acid present.
Because there's no acid present. So what we needed to have done with our photosynthesis is actually put an acid in the water as well,
Absolutely, or made it.
because then the
slightly
plant would have given off CO2.
Oh right, oh,
Maybe.
ooh.
Worth a thought.
Anyway, come on.
But anyway, that's so. There's his. He's using a. Is that
Syringe,
there's
yeah,
his
just fast
syringe
forward.
needle? There we go. So there
There's
we go.
his setup. There you go.
There's-
He's got it working.
Got it working.
So if you just go back on the show, yeah,
On the
just
bubble.
pause it there.
Pause it.
See, similar setup. Got stainless steel plates, which are being decomposed, and the pressure that was used to make the stainless steel is being released.
And it's also likely that the sodium bicarbonate was it?
Sodium bicarbonate. Yeah.
Sodium bicarbonate. Even the pressure that was used to make the sodium bicarbonate will be released because the water will decompose the sodium bicarbonate with the help of the electricity, of course. You know, so there we go. And he's trying out his flame here. There we go. It's a nice orangey
Yellow flame.
which
Sodium.
is sodium. Very good. Look at that. They're all very tiny, aren't they? You know, these. There we go. He's going to use it on this piece of foil.
Whatever.
Is that aluminium foil? Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Could be. But there you go. We've got a nice light there. There you go.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
There we
baby.
go.
Yeah.
But anyway, come on.
Roasted.
No, that's it. That's all we need.
So yeah, absolutely. You know.
but
there.
in his flame, in our understanding, there will be water will migrate.
Yeah. Now, this is
But one of the things with him is that he uses quite a large bubbler.
he uses quite a large
Large
bubbler.
bubbler.
Oh, sorry, let's go back. See,
There.
oh yeah, he uses quite a large bubbler. Obviously, the more water you have as a bubbler, or the taller it is, really,
But then
rather
really,
than wide, the taller. See,
hold on. But going back to the super powerful flame,
Yeah, yeah.
because we mentioned that it would be good if he had a condenser and he
Now-
condensed.
Now, this is
the
a
gas.
tip. We're moving on to a tip for anyone who's interested in making their own HHO generators, and that is one of the problems. For example, this
Go on,
guy.
hurry up, because I think we need to.
Yeah,
wrap
one of
up.
the problems this guy did when he made his setup is that his bubbler is too small. That is one problem. Okay, I think that his bubbler is way too
Just
small.
small, yeah.
And one of the ways that a lot of people who buy or who make HHO generators fail to, or HHO torches fail to realise that you're producing a wet gas. That gas needs to be dried for it to be more efficient. So it would be an idea, if anyone's interested in making their own kind of stuff, if you want a better flame, okay, if you want a better flame, a hotter flame that does not have water vapour in it, or has a less a reduction of water vapour present, install a condenser or some kind of desiccant in the gas line before the torch, okay, to absorb that moisture. Okay, you'll find you'll get better performance. This is something that a lot of HHO generators torches do not have. If you go online, you search for them, I know you can buy them, they're commercially available, but none of them will have
A condenser or
a
method in
condenser
which to
or
make.
method to make the gas to burn a dry gas. And that is a key thing, because you'll find that you'll get a much better.
But then the trouble is with
Flame.
commercial.
And if you're welding jewellery, for example, and you're going to get water vapour, that will foul your weld.
Yeah. But one thing with
So you've got to ensure your gas that you're burning is dry. Or your gases.
one thing with commercial HHO generators is that they use a booster, which is
Methyl
a fuel
booster,
methyl
a hydrogen booster.
ketone, which is contained within the water.
Yeah, but then you put your condenser or
No,
your
because it's the water. It's saturated into the water. The fuel is saturated into the water. So you're relying.
Oh, sorry, right, yeah. Yeah, but I think it would be a very good. Anyway, I think it would reduce the amount of water that's put in. It's only an
next
idea, bit
So
of a
there we
tip, But when you really do think about it, let's go back to Brian for the
hold
very
on.
last time.
One can only, in our opinion, state categorically that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen when they put forward an opinion or an explanation, when that is the only explanation to
Absolutely.
account for that observation.
And obviously, when somebody can actually show you X amount of hydrogen reacted with X amount of oxygen will give you X amount of water. Remember, H2O. Now, if somebody can do that
Yeah,
and show you, demonstrate
Well,
it, just
we're
like somebody who says to you, the Earth's a spinning ball, okay? But they can't demonstrate it. Okay,
Yeah.
there's no curve. They can't demonstrate any curvature anywhere.
Yeah, well, we'd love to see that.
We'd love to see that. We'd love to see this as well.
Yeah. So isn't this a still from the video that we watched on our last video upload? Yeah.
Yeah, this was the video of the teacher in the school with Ashton.
And she was doing a reaction between zinc and hydrochloric acid to demonstrate that it produces what mainstream would call hydrogen gas. And would, in her understanding, would react with the oxygen when she ignites the hydrogen to produce water.
Yeah, and I'm sure Ashton was pretty much convinced on it. She was sold on it. really.
Well, I didn't know whether she
Well,
was
it's possible.
really
Well,
that bothered, to be
well,
honest.
Yeah, she may have not been interested at all, really. But why we've got the image up on the whole reason for our video is because we're going to have a little look at this demonstration in more detail.
Absolutely.
So while we get started, we're going to ask you guys out there to see if you can spot any place in the environment or the setting where they're carrying out this demonstration where water could be, where water can exist.
Just in whatever form.
In whatever form you like. I mean, obviously there's no ice around, is there?
No.
No, so there's no solid water around, but
Is there water in other forms?
is there water? Yeah, where could water be hiding? Absolutely, this is what we've got to be asking.
In our understanding, whereas water everywhere.
Yeah,
You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, and you can still be stupid.
yeah. Well, we're back again, annoying people with our views and opinions
Because a lot of people dislike to hear other people's views and opinions,
absolutely, of course.
especially when they go against what they've been taught
Absolutely, of course, yeah. Or what they really truly think is true
to be the case.
to be the case.
Yes.
And yet, but there you go. Anyway, now we got only a short video for everyone because we're mainly going to focus on our video that we watched the other day that we introduced earlier.
Yeah, because we've actually carried out a similar demonstration.
So we can compare, just to show to everyone that there is an alternative explanation
for what?
for the observation.
For the observation,
Absolutely, of course. So the best thing to do is let's have a little recap on the video
On the
itself.
video, on the video itself.
On the video itself.
And let's hope that you've been watching, you've been thinking about where that water is.
Absolutely, of course, where that water could
Yeah.
come from or could be or
And
whatever.
as we watch the video, we'll give you a couple of clues.
Absolutely. So this is it. ZNHCL, Carlos Savage, uploaded 2013. It's had 141 thumbs up and 8 thumbs down. Okay.
That wasn't us two. We didn't thumb it down.
I don't thumb down videos. But anyway, watch in the description. It reads, watch as hydrogen gas is produced by reacting the active metal zinc with hydrochloric acid. Then notice what happens as the hydrogen gas combines with the oxygen in the air to produce water vapor.
Wow.
So what they're saying is that the hydrogen combines with the oxygen to form water when that water wasn't already present.
Yeah, basically.
Essentially, well, that's what they're saying.
Which would then make them think that water is comprised of hydrogen, 2 parts hydrogen to 1 part oxygen.
Absolutely. So let's watch the video again. Some of you guys may have already watched this on our previous upload, but we're going to recap. Here we go.
Is demonstrate what happens when you add hydrochloric acid to zinc. So Ashton, thank you for coming up to help us today. Let's give Ashton a round of applause for being brave. Great. All right. So first we're going to put some zinc in here. This is just like what they call mesh zinc. It means it's like little granules of zinc. Just a little bit. It's also called an active metal because it reacts readily, especially with hydrochloric acid. So you're probably wondering what your job is in all this, right? All you have to do is hold the test tube up here, because what we're going to do, let me see if I can get some of this water out. We're going to pretend it's really dry. Okay. All we're going to do is add some hydrochloric acid to the zinc, and then Ashton is going to help catch one of the products of this reaction. Okay, so all you have to do is hold that test tube over the top here, because what do you see down here? Bubbles. Okay, so what kind of gas do you think is being produced in this reaction? Remember, it's zinc with hydrochloric acid. What kind of gas do you think might be produced here? Zinc with hydrochloric acid. It's a very lightweight gas. Atomic number 1.
No, helium.
Hydrogen gas.
Oh.
Hydrogen gas. Yeah. Now to be hydrogen gas, you have to have 2 atoms of hydrogen coming together to make a gas molecule. So we got a lot of hydrogen gas, hopefully trapped in here. And we kind of had it slightly vented to let out some of the old air that's in there because, you know, it was not an empty test tube, it had air in it. But hydrogen is less dense, so it should float up to the top, right? Do you know what another property is of hydrogen that we know and love? What else do we know about hydrogen? You just hold that real steady right there. You got that? I'm going to move mine away. Hydrogen is also flammable. Are you ready? Are you ready?
No.
Let's see if she really caught some hydrogen. Alright, let's give another round of applause for Ashton for being brave. Now, Ashton, before you run off, what do you see inside the test tube that's stuck to the inner walls of this test tube? Yeah, water. She sees water all on the inside that's condensed. Because what did we make in that last reaction? Water. Alright, let's give her one more round of applause.
Oh, I missed that bit.
Oh yeah,
I missed the bit where she looked round. I've got to play that before.
Yeah.
She does wait there. She does was it the L'Oreal girl look right
Oh
there. I love it. I think it's brilliant. Yeah, she does it especially for the camera.
Absolutely.
But now, how many of you, hopefully, have actually got some possibilities of where water could be? Now, some people would probably think that there's no water anywhere. But there can't be because the hydrogen and oxygen created new water.
Oh right, yeah.
So, you see, it's our contention that water is already present. And the hydrogen-oxygen reaction did not produce water.
No.
It made water appear simply because there was water already there
present before the reaction took place.
And the heat that was produced enabled the water to condense onto a colder surface, being the inner walls of the glass test tube. So, where can we go from here?
Well, I think we should show people our demonstration.
Should we show everyone our demonstration?
Because then that will give time for people to think more about where water was present.
Absolutely, of course.
During that demonstration.
Demonstration. Oh, I think so.
Because I've written down 4 possible sources of water.
Yeah, one of the things, before we just leave this video, one of the things I would like to point out, and that is Ashton does a very, very good job of holding the test tube against her test tube. And she makes quite a good seal because she holds it quite tight.
Yeah.
You know, she holds it so that they're in contact.
Yeah.
Which she does very well. That's one thing I noticed. And
she's doing as she's told.
She's doing as she's told, absolutely. But so in order for her to pass her chemistry exam, she's going to have to write down that hydrogen and oxygen produces water.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
But I have identified 4 possible sources of water.
Right, okay, 4. Oh, you've written them down as well.
Yeah,
Look, 4. Now, can you beat 4? Here we go. Now, so this is what we did. So we got the same as what they used, apart from we had zinc metal powder. And we didn't use zinc mesh.
Yeah.
Or granules of zinc.
And the reason why they use mesh is because it wouldn't react so strongly.
Or in one go.
Yeah.
You get a more of a controlled reaction. That would be better, especially in classroom settings. Last thing they want to be doing is having explosions and things in schools. So we've popped in a little bit of hydrochloric acid into the test tube.
Oh, doesn't that?
There you go. There's this hydrochloric acid.
Doesn't that contain water? Doesn't that contain water?
Well, that does contain water, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hydrochloric acid, because it's hydrogen chloride in water.
Absolutely.
That's hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we've got one place where there's water.
Yeah.
So there we go. And this is a dry test tube. We're showing everyone just through light how dry it is. because we want to know where this water's coming from, how
Absolutely.
it appears, of course.
Absolutely. Because I can remember distinctly
Yeah.
when we watched the start of that video with that teacher, she actually shook the test tube.
But she
that
did actually
passed to
Yeah.
Ashton.
So, which gives us the indication that there were remnants of water already inside the test tube.
Yeah.
So there's two possible
Two
places
places.
where water can be. Or is that three?
No,
No,
it's
two.
two.
Right,
Two.
two. So the test tube we've done is we've
dry.
shown is dry.
Dry.
There's no moisture in it whatsoever. So in goes the zinc powder. There we go. And as you can see,
Oh.
straight away we get some instant response really from
Sorry.
the hydrochloric acid.
I've got 5
Oh, we got 5
sources.
There you go. Look at this. So there we go. So we're holding it again, and there we go. We're doing it again. There we
Oh,
go. All
look at
that.
that.
Now that
See
was
that?
poof, a bit like a volcano, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Volcanic eruption.
But don't worry, we've got some zinc metal plate coming. So
Absolutely,
we're going
cool.
to do it with the zinc metal.
Absolutely, of course. But we'll get the same results anyway, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go, look at
bit,
that.
bit less of a response there, but as you can see, it's effervescing well.
Yeah.
A lot of heat. It's an exothermic
yeah.
reaction. So if there's water in the hydrochloric acid and it's hot,
Yeah.
it's obviously going to turn to steam, isn't it? Or vapour.
Oh, right, yes.
It will evaporate.
Yeah.
Of course. So it will evaporate and rise up. Upwards,
Yeah,
won't it?
yeah.
Of course.
So isn't that
Yeah.
a source of water?
What? Evaporated water.
Yeah.
Evaporated water.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it will
Yeah.
condense
Yeah.
and change back to
Oh.
liquid water.
So that's 3.
So that's
Three.
3. Well, yeah, but it's come from the hydrochloric acid, though, hasn't it? Because the water's in the hydrochloric acid.
No,
So
but
there
I'm
we go.
still. It's a different form, though.
Oh, it's in a
You've got
different
liquid
form, of course.
water in the acid, whereas the vapor is a different
It's
form.
absolutely because of the heat generated in the reaction. You can see the vapour rising up. There we go. You can see it rising up, and it's entering into the test tube that I'm holding above. That's inverted. When we get in focus,
Good.
wait there, nearly there. There you go. You can see it there. You can see the
Yeah.
vapour coming out of
Yeah.
the test tube, and if you look very closely, you'll notice. Well, I
Yeah,
missed
I
that
think
one.
I do.
I'm sure you
Well,
do.
you actually hold the test tube up to the camera.
Yeah, well, I hold the test tube up to the camera because before the hydrogen is actually ignited.
Mm.
So there we go. So that's that one. I think. Do you add some more? I can't remember.
I
I,
think
don't
I-
think so. No, that's it, isn't it? So what we do now, I'm sure.
No, I think I had some more.
Oh, you add some more, yeah, of course.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. This is a little bit of a better. Let's just skimmy
through it, yeah.
skimmy through this. There you go.
Here
You've
we
got a close up, so you can see the vapour rising up. But you can also see. Look, there we go. Look
Yeah.
straight away. Can you see that on the inverted test tube there is
Water.
water that has condensed on the inner walls of that test tube? You can see drops of water. Okay, there's a fine mist of condensed liquid water. Okay. Right.
And you
now
can still
think
see
back
you
on
can still see the vapor rising up.
the
inside.
vapor. So this is a simulation of what they were doing in the classroom.
Yeah.
You know, test tube over the other one in contact. Okay. And there we go. I will just skim you through
Yeah,
that.
it's
'cause
difficult
that's
to get it in focus.
absolutely, yeah. So what we're going to do now, you can see we're using a torch to show there.
Yeah,
You
the
can
liquid
clearly
water,
see
yeah.
liquid water there that's condensed on the inner walls of that
Test tube.
test tube. Okay, you can see the vapor coming out as
yeah.
well, which would contain water. Okay, tiny fine droplets of water. Okay, because of the heat.
Absolutely.
Okay, and there we go. And what time was the pot? then,
740.
Peter?
740.
7:40. So we don't need to carry it on. We can probably.
Well, you hold the test
Yeah,
tube up
you can
close.
see the droplets of water in
Yeah,
there.
no.
Absolutely.
But we hold the test tube up close to the camera, don't we?
Yeah.
Before we ignite it.
Yeah. It's quite good when you're actually being observant and you're watching what's going on.
Yeah, but it's important because this is what you've got to do.
Absolutely, of course.
You know,
This is what you've
'cause
got to do.
She never showed us her test tube, did she? She didn't hold it right up close
A
before
bit
she ignited.
slapdash as well, using a wet test tube.
And
as
even
well.
using a wet test tube
bit
is,
slapdash.
come on, is a bit of a cop out, isn't it? Come on.
Absolutely, it is a cop out. Yeah.
You
You've got to
know.
ensure that it's dry so that you know where water is and where it's not,
No, yeah.
and
yeah.
when it does appear.
Yeah, because you put your finger underneath it.
So yeah, so I'm going to bring the test tube nearer, closer to the lens of the camera, so that everyone can see basically, and we compare it with a clean, dry
well,
test tube.
Well, a dry
test tube. And I mean, you can clearly see how much condensation
yeah.
there is on the inner walls of that test tube. Okay,
Yeah.
so you know it's clear evidence to support the view that water has migrated from the bottom test tube into the top test tube, and this is even way before the hydrogen has been reacted. Here we go. Here's a clean. Here's a dry.
test
It's
tube.
not clean, but it's dry, and you can clearly see the difference between the two test tubes. Okay,
yeah.
one has liquid water condensed on the inner walls, and the other one hasn't. Okay, so and I think we're about
740.
740. We're about to ignite.
Get the squeaky
Just
pop.
get the squeaky pop so we can test that we've got the hydrogen. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. There we go. There you go. Ready? There we go. That's it. It's fine. Got squeaky pop. Doesn't matter. There you go. Absolutely, it doesn't matter. So there we go. And we're going to show everyone the finished test tube. You know. So this is exactly the same as what the teacher would show Ashton. Well, there you go, Ashton.
Yeah.
What do you see in the test tube?
Yeah, there's water.
There's water there, isn't there?
Well, another thing also people have to remember, going back to our little guessing game, where's the water? And that is I offered a flame from a burning wooden splint up to the test tube.
Up to the test tube.
Now, I know, you know, and we hope that you know, that wood contains water,
So it contains moisture. Absolutely. There's
And when
moisture
you
in wood.
burn the wood, the moisture is released.
Absolutely, the moisture is released. But it's so it's pretty much clear cut from our point of view, really. I mean, you know, it's pretty much clear cut.
Pretty much clear.
So
cut,
we
yeah.
don't need to play that anymore, do
And
we?
there's just the
And this is the test tube, which
still
clearly
reacting.
it's still reacting, but you can clearly see moisture on the inner walls of that test tube going
yeah.
all the way up, even to the very top. You know,
Yeah.
it is pretty much saturated
Saturated, yeah.
in a film of liquid water,
Water.
that's condensed on the inner walls of that test tube.
Yeah.
So, you know, so when we go back to the video and we watch the L'Oreal girl doing her bit with Ashton, I mean, there's a number of places where water is, even before the
Well,
hydrogen, oxygen.
Let's play it through.
Let's play it through. Okay, let's play
Here
it
we
through.
go.
So here we go. We won't play the sound because we don't need to. But clearly, straight away, there's moisture in the air.
There's moisture in the room.
There's moisture in the room straight away. You know,
One.
number one. There's moisture in the room. Number one. So let's just skimmy this through a little
Yeah,
bit.
you want to show the bit where she passes the test tube to, or before she passes the test tube to
There we go.
Ashton.
Here we go. There's the test
Hold on.
tube.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Moist water.
Water. There's water in the test
Test
tube that she's shaking out. Okay. Number two.
Two.
Okay. Here we go. Now number three.
Three.
She's adding hydrochloric acid,
Which contains water.
which contains water because it's a dilute solution. Hydrochloric acid.
Three places.
Three places. There we go. So there we go.
She's
It's
putting-
the
So
reactions to
you're
going
getting
on.
the vapour inside the test
You're getting
tube.
the vapour inside the test tubes.
So 4.
So there's the vapour, but it's the water that's leaving the hydrochloric acid because of the heat.
Yeah.
Heating up, and it's
Yeah.
basically evaporating and rising up the test tube along with the hydrogen.
But like I said, it's a different form.
It's
a different
different
state.
form. It's not liquid water.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's not liquid water in the room, is there?
Well, no, that's
It's gaseous.
Gaseous. Vapour.
Vapour.
Moisture.
Moisture, absolutely, of course. So we got that there, and
we got one more, I think.
we've got one more, haven't we? Yeah, of course. Let's just skim you
Wonder
this
if
through.
anyone can get the last one.
Can anybody get the last one? Okay, but I bet a lot of people are thinking
Yeah, a lot of people are. They think, oh, how can they get? No, they've got that. And that, and that.
they've got all now here we
Yeah.
go.
Oh.
Here's your last place where there's
Water
water.
present, absolutely.
Absolutely, because
There's water in that fuel.
there's water in the fuel as well. Water is contained in the LPG because they use liquid petroleum gas in order-
Saturated in water.
as your fuel to light those
Oh, right, yeah,
piezoelectric gas cooker things. But so she's showing Ashton water in the test tube. But hey, come on, is it down to the hydrogen-oxygen reaction?
Well, the
There you go. Oh, I missed that bit.
we've also got to think: is there actually oxygen in the air?
Absolutely, of course. There you go. There you go.
We
Look at
don't
that.
think so. We think there's no oxygen
We don't think there's any oxygen in the air.
because oxygen is a processed gas.
Absolutely, oxygen comes from the air, obviously.
You have to
But-
process the air
To process the air,
to make the
to
oxygen.
get your oxygen. But when it comes down to this, essentially, the hydrogen-oxygen reaction, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, does not indicate that they combine to produce water, so that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. This is a bit of a skewed understanding.
It's a contrivance.
It's a contrivance, in my opinion, our opinion.
Yeah.
Because there's other places where there's water. We've demonstrated that you can get water migration from a zinc hydrochloric acid reaction.
Yeah.
Obviously, the hydrochloric acid was different.
But we've seen the water vapor that's released.
We've seen the water vapor that's released. There's water vapor in her hydrogen chloride, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So if people really think that there's oxygen, hydrogen that make up water, well,
Sorry.
it's definitely a position.
You may as well think the Earth's a spinning ball.
You may as well think the Earth's a spinning ball.
sorry.
Absolutely.
You do, don't you?
Absolutely, of course, and it's certainly a position that we wouldn't subscribe to.
No.
But let us know what you think.
Absolutely.
Do you really think that there is any hope for water to be hydrogen and oxygen?
Maybe even you found 6 sources of water from watching that video.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe you really like her smile and want her to model for you in
Absolutely.
your next photo shoot.
Yeah, for your new shampoo.
Absolutely, for your new chemistry, magazine.
Oh right, yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely.
There we go. Yeah, all there you go, isn't it? Of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thanks ever so much, and always remember till next time, if something doesn't make sense, like water being comprised of hydrogen and oxygen,
2 parts hydrogen.
2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, when nobody can actually prove it to you or satisfactorily demonstrate it to you.
Yeah. That where no other explanation
Can be offered.
Can be offered.
Absolutely, of course. Lovely.
Yeah.
It's all nonsense, isn't it? Of course.
Absolutely.
Thanks ever so much, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, this is Miss Krugeris. Today we are doing a lab investigation from Chapter 19. Yesterday we talked about the composition of the atmosphere. We said that it has nitrogen, oxygen, some argon, and then many other elements as gases. Today we want to figure out how much is oxygen. Our textbook told us that 21% of the atmosphere is oxygen, but we're going to test and see if that's true. So we will do this Chapter 19.
So they're going to test to see if it's true that there's 21% oxygen in the air.
Or is there they're going to test that whether it's true that oxygen is in the air?
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we don't. We think this is rubbish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we think this is absolute rubbish because there is no oxygen in the air at all.
Absolutely. So what exactly are they testing?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I think what it is, it's one of these little scientific demonstrations that is contrived to convince people
Of a certain claim.
of a certain claim that science puts forward. But obviously, their claim is not true because there's no oxygen in the air.
Well, let's see if it's true or not, shall we?
Yeah.
You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, and you can still be stupid.
Absolutely.
Oxygen is a manufactured gas.
Manufactured gas. So
And
it cannot exist naturally. Oxygen gas does not exist naturally.
And we could liken oxygen gas to be concentrated air.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think, if you go on the understanding that oxygen is concentrated air, okay,
How can
because you have an oxygen concentrator, okay.
How can one concentrate the air and think that it's in the air?
How can one then think that oxygen is in the air when it hasn't been concentrated? Yeah, do you understand where we're coming from?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if the air was concentrated, if the oxygen, if there was oxygen, which is concentrated air, is in the air.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of your matches would glow brighter. You know,
well, yeah.
all this kind of stuff. But it's not. We don't see that.
Or it might be like a glowing splint.
But then somebody would say, "Oh no, that's the nitrogen. That's the nitrogen that's in the air."
But you can't prove it. You've
But
got to
there's no
it.
proof.
You've got
Absolutely,
to
there's no
prove it.
proof that there's nitrogen in the air. There's no proof there's CO2 in the air naturally,
Absolutely. Unless man puts it in there.
unless of course man manufactures CO2 gas and lets it out and releases it into the atmosphere. Then there is CO2 in the air.
But anyway, let's have a look, because in this video we're going to try and keep it
Short as
reasonably
possible.
short, but we're going to show people a video of why people think that they can demonstrate that there's oxygen in the air. We're going to we've come across a gem of a video,
Absolutely, which
absolute
debunks.
gem of a video, that the more or less the guy in the video is doing what we do, and that's debunking mainstream science.
Mainstream science demonstrations, really.
And we've done some demonstrations ourselves.
Well, we've carried out very similar demonstrations. Absolutely, of course. So, because it's our view that there's no oxygen in the air. Air, in our understanding, as far as from our experience, all we can say about air is that air shares a very close affinity with water, and water can exist as a gas. So it's likely that air and water gas are very closely bonded, linked. Maybe they're of the same. Maybe they're of the same. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? I don't know.
But when it rains, the pavements are all wet, the roads are all wet, the sun comes out, the water evaporates, and it all disappears.
It all evaporates, so it turns from a liquid to a vapor because it's evaporating, and then to a gas, water gas,
because we can no longer see it.
because we can no longer see it. Absolutely, of
But it
course.
surrounds us.
Absolutely, of course.
Because in our understanding, it's what we actually breathe in. It's that water gas that we need
We need
to pressurise our
to
bodies,
pressurise our bodies.
to cleanse our
And
bodies.
fish, likewise, respire because they don't breathe, because a lot of fish don't have lungs. So it's really silly for human beings to apply the behaviour of breathing to fish when they don't have lungs. And
yeah.
we have lungs.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But fish absorb liquid water
Yeah.
to pressurise their bodies in the medium that they're in, which
Yeah.
is water.
Well, otherwise their bodies would cave in because of the pressure of the water
Absolutely.
acting
I mean,
on their bodies.
absolutely. If the fish didn't breathe in water, the fish would literally just be squished, and all of the all of that gaseous oxygen would just leave the body because of the pressure of the water acting on the fish. The fish must, simply by virtue of being able to move freely in its environment, absorb water.
Absorb the environment.
Absorb the environment that it's in.
it,
Absolutely, of course. So whenever we hear all these people talking about oxygen, talking about fish breathing oxygen, humans breathing oxygen, there's oxygen in the air, a lot of it is rubbish. All of it is rubbish.
And we'll show you some demonstrations.
In our opinion, of course.
We'll show everyone some demonstrations to drive that nail home.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah. So let's get started very quickly, and we'll continue on from where we left off from the intro video, which is percent oxygen lab. Okay, Catherine Krygiris, okay, calculating the percent oxygen in the air by burning a candle in a closed system and measuring the volume of water that is suctioned into the system when all of the oxygen is burned. Earth Science 9th grade. Excuse me.
There we go.
Now, this is 9th grade school education.
Now, I'd imagine that a lot of kids who undertake this lesson, when they get older and they're confronted by someone who says, oh, there's no oxygen in the air, then they'll remember these lessons and they'll say, but I did, what are you talking about? Of course there's oxygen in the air. We did this at school. It was only in 9th grade. We even measured the amount of oxygen in the air.
Yeah, sure, but people don't realise they're being conditioned and indoctrinated
Absolutely, into a way of thinking.
which is far from reality. You know, but you can see the tools she's got at hand. She's got a test tube, an agar dish, a candle, bit of blue tack pans, some matches, measuring cylinders, blah blah blah. And what she's going to do is that she's going to she's put the candle on the blue tack and set it on the petri dish, and she's going to stick the test tube over the top, the boiling tube over the top. She's going to fill the petri dish with water, okay, which I think she's done, and she's going to light the candle. So let's get to the bit where, so she's lit the candle, there's water in the petri dish, she's got the boiling tube, and come on then.
Come on, there we go.
There you go. Over it goes. Now the flame goes out. It's extinguished, and the water level rises up in the inside the tube. Now, the mainstream narrative would say that what's happening here is that there's oxygen in the air. Okay, 21% oxygen in the air, and the candle is lit. The boiling tube goes over. The flame consumes the oxygen until it's all exhausted, thereby the flame going out, and because of that loss of oxygen in the air, a vacuum is created which draws the water up. Now that is essentially what the mainstream narrative is. So if you as a kid attending this class or any class doing this, this is what they want you to think.
And they use the graduated cylinders to confirm that approximately a fifth has been displaced. A fifth of the air, has been displaced by water. To give people the impression, the idea that there's a 20% oxygen in the air.
Yeah, a fifth, absolutely, of course. And there's other videos as well. We've got this one here. Now we're gonna listen to this for the first bit. Percentages of oxygen in the atmosphere. This is Science Bang. Okay, so we'll have a little listen to this. Here we go, and we'll interject as and when. Okay.
Experiment. We're going to look at air and what makes up air. Well, we know at least part of the air is made up of oxygen, because that's what we breathe, that's what we need to survive, and we are here, we're living, so it must contain oxygen. So in this experiment we're going to look at how much of the air is oxygen, and to figure that out we need to know one fact, and that is, what does flame need to survive?
Well, flame.
What does a flame need to survive?
Well, if he's talking about what
a lit flame that's lit, I would say it's air.
Yeah. Or I think he's referring to the fire triangle.
Oh yeah, basically. Yeah.
Fuel, heat, and now here's the tricky one for a lot of people. But really, it's air.
Absolutely.
Because if we think that if we consider oxygen to be concentrated air, then obviously air forms the basis of oxygen. So therefore, you need air. So your fire triangle should be heat, fuel, and air, not oxygen.
But someone would say, but with oxygen gas, you can actually, it will sustain a flame.
Well, you can ignite. We've done that.
Yeah,
Haven't
it can relight a glowing splint.
we? You can ignite in oxygen as well. You can have an ignition.
But that's because the oxygen is concentrated
Air. Absolutely. So you need air. Without air, there is no oxygen.
And one thing that is important to note as well, and that is air cannot relight a glowing splint, or it can't make a flame glow brighter
Air can't do that.
because it's not concentrated.
It's not concentrated. So
Yeah.
it makes you think, how can it be in the air? Oxygen. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, I think you're getting there.
yeah.
But anyway, so let's carry on.
Well, it needs heat, it needs fuel, and it needs oxygen. They're the three things you need for a fire or a flame: heat, fuel, and oxygen. Now, a little tea light is going to provide us with the fuel. A match is going to provide us with the heat, and the air is going to provide us with the oxygen.
Okay, well, that is totally, in our opinion, wrong.
Well, the thing is that if he was right, then he would get, his calculations would be right, and he would see a 20% difference in
Sure.
this
Yeah,
demonstration.
but anyway, we don't need to play any more of the
No,
audio. But let's see
because what he does
is
is similar to the teacher at the beginning.
yeah, but very similar. Yeah, he's got
There you
he's got his tea light there, floating on the water there.
There it is.
And
Move it forward.
yeah, just move it forward. There you go. And he's going to pop his He's going to pop his glass jar over the top.
Here we go.
Okay. So again, what's happening is that the the flame is consuming the oxygen in the air that's within the jar, and that is causing a loss of the airspace, and that obviously will draw the water up. Okay, that's essentially what they're saying, and he ends up doing a few calculations.
Yeah,
and
well,
at the end he gets to 21.05%.
But in this, how he does it is he puts a stick at the side of the glass and measures
The height
of the glass
of the glass
jar
and the height of the water.
and the height of the water
So
level.
he's not measuring the volume as such. And one thing he's also got to bear in mind, and that is a gas. You can't compare the volume of water to the volume of a gas, simply because water is a liquid. Water in these demonstrations is denser, whereas the gas is a lot,
It's less dense.
is less dense. So you can't do it. It's a nonsensical demonstration. It's literal rubbish. It's literal waste of time rubbish.
But
Anyway,
there's plenty more videos like this.
there's loads of them.
But let's show everyone our gem of a video.
Oh yeah, we've got to show you this gem of a video, because we watched this and as soon as we watched this, we thought we've got to do a video on this, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Because this is classic material.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So measuring oxygen in the air. Now we know that we're aware that there's a spelling mistake, but they're asking the question: measuring oxygen in the air with a question mark. There you go, measuring oxygen in the air. There you go. Fun with hands-on science and maths. This
Just
was
there you
uploaded by Prune Science Activity Centre. Yeah, this old experiment has a lot of misconceptions about it regarding the physical phenomenon that is at play here. In this video, we'll learn the real scientific reason behind the candle and rising water experiment and debunk some popular myths about it. You could use myths. You could interchange the word myths and lies. You could interchange them, can't you? Because the myth is a lie, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
All the Greek mythological creatures were all lies, weren't they?
Well, it's a myth that all compasses point north.
Absolutely, of course.
But that is a
North,
li-
as in
yeah.
magnetic
Yeah,
north.
but that is a
Wherever
lie.
magnetic north is.
But that is a lie.
That is a lie. Absolutely, of course.
Unless all the magnets were in the same place, and the field lines actually pointed north.
Yeah, but they don't, do
Then
they?
it wouldn't be a lie.
Yeah, but the magnetic field lines don't always
anyway.
point north. No, absolutely. So now what we'll do with this one is that we'll have a little...
Now this is Dr.
This is Dr. Birendranath Das Kolkata students of NCL school Pune or Pune in India, I would imagine, or maybe Pakistan. I don't know. So he's got some dye, coloured water, dyed water there, and he's got a glass. And he's going to light the candle, and obviously he's going to put the glass over the top. Here you go. Well, wait there. It's wait there. Sorry about that. Here you go. Let's have a little look. There you go. He's going to light this. Yeah. Light the big candle. Here we go. And got the glass and place it over the top. There you go. And you can clearly see that the flame
gone out.
Gets gradually smaller and smaller. And when the flame goes out, the water level starts to rise.
Yeah. And without playing the sound on this, he does actually ask the two students who are sitting beside him whether they can see a fifth rise in the water level of the glass, inside the glass.
Absolutely, because there's not a fifth going up, is there?
No, not really.
There's not a fifth.
But there should be, shouldn't it? Fifth.
Well. I just think it's stupid how people can compare a liquid and a gas in volume. It's just ridiculous for people to do that.
Yeah. But
anyway, so that's the first one. The next one is that he gets
he lights two candles.
He lights two candles,
and he does the same. Puts the glass.
And he
over
does
the top.
the same. Puts the glass over the top. There we go. Now the water level has risen much higher.
Now is that a fifth or is that 2/5? Or is it 3/5?
That looks like a third, really.
Oh right, yeah.
It looks more like a third. Absolutely, of course, just under a third. But so he did that one. Now we've got to have a look at this one. Will play the volume. Okay, we'll play the sound on this one. So are you listening? Now he does have a Asian accent, so it's very difficult to understand what he's saying, but please listen carefully. Okay, are we ready?
Got it.
And see what happens. What is happening?
Bubbles.
Lots of bubbles. Where from these bubbles are coming?
Carbon dioxide from the bottle.
Carbon dioxide from the bottle. What is inside that? You have said that.
Oxygen. Air. Oxygen.
Air. It was air. So as soon as the candle was there, as soon as I put the bottle inside, what happened? The air inside? What happens?
Helps in burning the candle.
Because of the burning of the candle, what happens to the air inside?
Gets heated.
Gets heated. And when a gas is heated, it is enclosed gas. When it is heated, what happens?
Pressure increases.
And?
It will try to escape.
And?
Expand.
And volume expands. So that volume cannot remain here. So what happens? So it tries to go away. So you see so many bubbles there. So lot of air escaped from there. You understand? Lot of air escaped from there. So when lot of air escaped there, then what happened? The amount of air inside, whether it has much oxygen or less oxygen, doesn't matter. But the main thing is a major part of the air has gone out. Why it has gone out? Because it gets heated, expands, and now when it is cooled, then what happened? The volume contracted. So because of the atmospheric pressure on this, it go inside. So real reason is some air goes out. See? Now you understand, when I take this water, this glass, when I take this glass, when I am putting it here, because it has a large periphery, what happens? The air gets heated and then expands. So when it expands, the air goes out. Before I touches the water level, some of the air has gone out. If the heat is less, expansion is less. And if there are 3 candles, heat is more. So more air has expelled. So we see that with 3 candles, lot of water goes in. It doesn't actually prove that it can measure oxygen. It can never measure oxygen by this experiment. So in the book, wherever it is till now, It is wrong. The air, actually the water is coming inside because of the because of the air goes out because of the heat of the candle, and that is why there is a less amount of air, and because of the atmospheric pressure it pushes the water inside. Okay? So this is it. So long time we are thinking that by this experiment we can measure the amount of oxygen. It is not possible because by the heat it goes out. We can measure the oxygen, but with some other method, not by this method. Okay, thank you very much.
On the candle,
Ah.
and we observed that the water went up into the candle. Why did people believe that it was the method to measure oxygen?
People doesn't think when oxygen is consumed, what is produced?
Vacuum.
C plus O2,
CO2.
CO2. Have you talked about CO2? Where is CO2?
Inside the glass.
CO2 is still inside that. So you cannot keep the CO2 out. So that much oxygen is consumed, that much carbon dioxide is also produced. So you cannot measure oxygen like that.
Okay.
You understand? The carbon dioxide is there. Okay? Thank you.
Now that was a very, very, very good explanation as to what was going on. My only gripe about that was his use of the CO2.
Absolutely, because we know that the oxygen isn't. There's no oxygen in the air to convert it into CO2.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, there can't be CO2 there simply because there can't be CO2 there as a result of the air of any oxygen in the air, because there is no oxygen in the air. That's what I was meant to have said. The CO2 is there. If there is CO2 there, it's because it's there for another reason, i.e. it could have been in part of the wick.
Yeah, and
The salt and acid is present within the wick,
and they are
which is burned.
they are combining to form a salt acid
gas.
water, a salt acid pressure system,
Absolutely, yeah.
basically, within the glass jar.
So, really, what we could do from his demonstration, you can take oxygen out of the equation totally, can't you?
Absolutely, but it's quite clear from what this guy's saying is that he's not. They're not measuring oxygen in the air at all.
Well, you can't measure.
You can't measure
oxygen
in the
using this method,
but that's simply because there is no oxygen in the air.
because the water level rises not because of oxygen consumption.
Absolutely,
It doesn't do
because
that.
there's no oxygen in the air.
I know, yeah, of course. The water level only rises simply because of expansion and contraction of the gas that's in the airspace.
Well, let's have a look
Above
and
the
show
water.
people what we've done.
Absolutely, of course, yeah. Let's have a little show what we've done. Now, here we go. We've got this. Let's just check. We've got the volume's off. Here we go. So we've got three little areas of candles. We're going to light our first candle. So it's in a tray filled up with water. There's some soap bubbles in there, some washing up liquid.
And the candles are
There we
hard.
go.
The candles are hard to light because we've actually done some demonstrations prior to.
Yeah, they're a little bit.
recording.
Some of them are a bit damp. So there we go. We've put some spaces in the bottom of the there, just to raise the jar off the tray, to allow the water to run freely underneath the jar.
And we've also marked the jar into fifths.
Yeah, the jar's been marked into fifths. So there we go. Let's see if we get a fifth rise. So here we go. First little demo. And
I
there
don't
we go.
believe none of the previous videos we've watched, nobody's actually marked their jars, their containers, into fifths.
It's fifths. So the candle's still there. Not much is going on.
No.
And there you go. The
Foam's going.
foamy bubbles are moving around. There you go.
There it
It's
goes,
rising up.
Yeah, the water
And
level's rising.
the flame's dimming. It's gone
Yeah.
out. The flame's extinguished.
How's it
The
going
water
again?
level's still rising.
Oh, but it didn't go up to the first fifth.
But it didn't go. It's a bit way short from the first fifth.
Yeah, we do.
So
Mark.
we got a pan, mark the water level
Roughly.
roughly where it is. There we go. I think you take the camera off the tripod
Yeah, there
to
we
get
go.
a better view. There we go. And
There we go.
there we go. You can see the water there.
Yeah,
You can see how much water has
Just below
risen
the-
up the jar.
Just below the blue line.
Just below the blue line. Okay, so we take them. Wait there, sorry. Yeah,
Certainly not a fifth.
certainly not fish. So we take the water out of there, remove the jar, and light our next candles.
Well, we more or less do exactly the same as what that doctor in that previous video we saw.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because we light 3 candles.
Because we light 3 candles, absolutely, of course, yeah. Why not?
Come on, move it
Could have had a little birthday cake here.
Yeah.
Where's our birthday cake?
Yeah.
Could have had a little birthday cake. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, just move
Wait
it.
there. Oh. There we go. We've got all the 3 candles lit now, and they're burning brightly, of course. So,
but isn't it interesting how quick these candles go out?
notice how quick these candles go out. I'm
Compared
just
to
cleaning the jar out.
Compared to the
single
candle.
single candle. Absolutely, of course, yeah. Yeah, we'll explain why we think that is afterwards. But
here we go.
yeah, I've cleaned the jar out.
Now this is something anybody can do at home.
Absolutely, yeah, of course, yeah. And why not? Yeah. So there's. Just going to show everyone where the water level was last time.
Yeah, there we
We
go.
only reached that high up.
Yeah, not a fifth.
Not a fifth. It was just under a fifth. So here we go.
Here we go.
Are we ready? Watch closely. Here we go. Nearly there.
There we go.
And it's going
There,
over the top.
There we go.
Now the big candle's gone out already.
Well, the flame on the big candle.
The flame and the other, they've all gone. But
Yeah.
the water level rise, wow, is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah.
It's nearly gone up 2/5,
which is roughly about 40%.
2/5.
Does that mean there's 40% oxygen in that glass jar?
Well, there must be, according to
Their understanding.
their understanding. There must be an awful lot. There's something obviously wrong here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Well,
Something wrong there.
The only
Peter.
difference was that the only difference. I mean, granted, the candles take up space.
The candles take up a bit of space,
But
but not much.
There's clearly more heat being generated in that demonstration there.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. Yeah,
More
it's,
heat.
Yeah, yeah. It's our understanding that why this. When we think about the heat, there's more heat being produced by those candles. The air was a lot hotter, so it would have expanded more, and because of that expansion of the air,
Like the doctor said, it would have left as you was lowering.
a lot of it would have expanded out of the jar and not allowed much in.
yeah.
And as you're pushing it down, then you would have gotten the water level to rise up, especially this much.
And that would explain why the candles went out quicker.
And that would now one of the things we've got to mention about why the candles went out quicker is that a flame needs pressure in order to exist, and within the glass jar, the pressure that was acting on the flame wasn't enough to maintain the flame,
Yeah.
to sustain the flame.
Yeah.
That's why they went out very quickly, because of the pressure inside the glass jar. Yeah. So that's I mean, there's no oxygen. These demonstrations do not show oxygen at all.
Well, it's clear that they don't demonstrate the measurement of oxygen in the air, and they don't demonstrate that there is oxygen in the air.
Absolutely, of course. In other words, the demonstrations like this, when they're telling you that there's oxygen, there's 21%, they're all contrived to get people, to convince people that claim of science is true, whereas it's in fact false in our opinion.
Yeah. See, now in this one we're using a plastic bottle. We've marked the fifths, but we've also cut out notches in the top.
Have we shown that? Have we shown that?
Yeah,
part?
we'll just go back. Yeah, here.
Oh,
Just go back.
let's go
There
back.
we go.
Yeah, we've marked out fifths on the bottle. And
There we go.
so there they are, marked out fifths. And the top of the bottle has got notches cut out.
To allow the water to seep in.
Absolutely, because we don't want a seal to be created
We don't
when
want
the
to.
when the lip of the bottle touches the top of the tray.
Yeah, we don't want to hinder the water. The water needs to
Absolutely, of
go
course.
freely in.
Yeah, because you could create a vacuum and it sticks to the
Here
tray.
we go, let's
So here we
watch.
go. Let's watch. Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's on. Now we're seeing lots of bubbles, which have stopped. We see water rise, and it stays there. And now the water's going down. Isn't that amazing? It's going up,
Down.
and then it went down.
Down, yeah.
And then we see some more bubbles
Oh,
coming
yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So there's more air being
Expansion.
absolutely more expansion, and as the flame dims we're starting to see the water level rise
Right.
back up again, and it goes up to quite a
A fifth.
reasonable.
Is it going to reach a fifth?
Will it reach a fifth?
Is it going to go?
I don't think so.
Oh no.
No, it's not going to.
No.
No, it's going to stay like that. Now this clearly shows that there is expansion of gas.
Absolutely, yeah.
The air expanded because of the heat generated by the flame of the candle. Okay, and it's my understanding, okay, that to account for why there was a sudden rise and then lowering of the water level after the bottle was placed on over the top. So we see bubbles because there's expansion. Okay, and then we see water level rise. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this is my idea why this is, and that is whenever a gas expands or a material expands, it will generate a vacuum, and that vacuum will want to be filled, and this is why we're seeing the water level rise. Okay, and then it rises, and then I'm sure that what could be why it's going back down again. What do you think?
Well, it's expanding.
I think it's expanding even more, which is pushing out the water.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. The trouble with these demonstrations is you can't actually see what's happening inside the bottle.
Inside the bottle, it's very difficult to determine what's happening inside the bottle.
Because all you know...
And now we're seeing the water rise because the heat's going down and the air inside the bottle is contracting.
Yeah, because one thing we have to bear in mind also, and that is water cools things...
Water cools things down. Absolutely, yeah. Water is generally cold. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not hot, is it?
Yeah.
When we carry out demonstrations like this, water is generally cold.
Cold, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to mark that, but you know, we clearly see how high the water level's gone up, and it's certainly not a fifth.
No.
It falls much short of a fifth.
Mm.
But from what we've done, you know, we can safely say that none of these demonstrations. When we look at this guy here with his
Candle.
tea light and all this lot, when we look at this one here, none of them demonstrate oxygen being a constituent of air,
Yeah.
and none of them demonstrate that there's 21% oxygen in the air.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
None of them.
Let's have a look at the comments.
Let's have a look at the comments. Here we go. We're on this Catherine's one. Who have we got? The King of Chemists. Hey, some oxygen is burnt by the candle and converted into carbon dioxide. That's what the Asian guy was saying, wasn't he?
Oh, right, yeah.
You are measuring along with it. Then how can you get accurate results? Absolutely, of course. Yeah. MZ, this is a good one. That's just wrong. You're measuring the difference between the volume of the gas mixture when it's heated to when it's cold by burning hydrocarbons. You're getting a mixture of CO2, COC and leftover O2. It has nothing to do with initial oxygen volume. God, you're a science teacher. You should know better.
See, one of the things is that you're even getting comments from Globies.
From Globies,
You know,
absolutely.
leaving comments like this. And this demonstration...
It's carried out in many schools.
In our opinion, should not be taught in schools.
It shouldn't be taught in schools at all.
Because
Absolutely.
it's so wrong.
It's so wrong. But
wasn't there another one just
absolutely,
a bit
of
further down?
course, yeah. But
There was
I
another
can't.
one. There was
Yeah,
another
I
one further
can't
down.
work out why people try to compare the volume of water, which is a liquid, to the volume of a gas.
Oh,
It's just
crazy.
It's just crazy. Absolutely
Anyway.
crazy.
Well, then somebody else will have to comment.
Somebody else, yeah, Tax Medical Research. She has no clue what the fuck she's doing. It's almost amusing to watch, though. I will get some popcorn and wait for her next experiment.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when you think about it.
But the thing is, what they fail to realise is that she's actually just following the curriculum.
She's following the curriculum. Absolutely, yeah, that's all she's
And the curriculum has been set by other educated people.
Absolutely. Now let's have a look at this guy's one. See if there's any comments on here. This one, yeah, Stream Lee's Fish House. A physics teacher told me that the water level rise isn't due to the used up oxygen, but due to the temperature change of the candle going out.
Well, that's what we would agree.
That's what we would agree, yeah. Expansion and contraction. You can see the water only rises once the candle has stopped, and if it were the combustion, you would expect a gradual change. Plus the O2 has been replaced by CO2. I must admit your numbers are very close to what you would expect, though. Absolutely.
But we left a comment, didn't
We left a comment. Would you like to read this one?
Oh, well, then, great. I think your physics teacher was right, as the rise in the water level was due to the contraction of the air inside the inverted glass jar because of the temperature pressure change inside it when the candle went out or was dimming.
Was dimming, absolutely, yeah, of course.
The only conclusion that I can arrive at, that you and your physics teacher overlooked, is that there's no oxygen in the air.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no oxygen in the air. Yeah, there's no oxygen in the air. Now.
Because we have to remember that oxygen is concentrated air.
There we go. Okay. So up top we just have a loud buzzer. Here's your HEPA filter. Looking at the ass of it here, the high pressure air pump, I shouldn't say high pressure, but ultra quiet air pump pumps into here, which looks to be, what is that, a four-way valve, I guess? Some sort. Got a pressure sensor under there that you guys might not be able to see. Basically pushes the pressurized air into these molecular sieve beds. Those absorb the nitrogen out, probably made of zeolite or some similar material that has pore sizes that selectively absorb nitrogen and allow the oxygen pass through. It's tiny, tiny little 5 angstrom pore sizes, so the nitrogen can get absorbed in, oxygen passes freely by. So nitrogen gets sucked in here. Only one bed is working at a time, so it's allowed to dissipate out the nitrogen once it gets filled or consumed. It's reusable. So basically it'll pressurize, absorb nitrogen, pass through oxygen, then it'll switch to this bed once this one's full of nitrogen, and then allow that bed to depressurize so it off-gasses the nitrogen, and then it repeats switching cycles and so on and so forth. I probably misexplained that horrified.
Do you think he misexplained that? Well, he had the basics there. He had the basics, but I think he was getting a bit tongue-tied.
I think he lacks confidence in putting across his understanding of how an oxygen concentrator works.
Well, I think so.
I think so. Yeah.
Wonder why?
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah.
Got any suggestions?
Well, could it be that he thinks, because this is an oxygen concentrator, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he thinks that there's obviously 21. The air is made of 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen.
Oh right, yeah.
So maybe it's possible that because of this understanding, he thinks that that's how the machine works, but in reality it doesn't work like that because there's no oxygen and nitrogen in the air.
Oh right. Oh, so what you're saying is that the reason why he's having a hard problem trying to explain how it works is because he doesn't know what happens to the oxygen and the nitrogen within the pressure swing adsorption process.
Because there isn't any there.
Kind
of thing. Because it's an air concentrator.
Absolutely.
Essentially.
You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, and you can still be stupid.
So, in order to scrutinise science correctly, what you need to do is obviously find a piece of science and put it to the test where it can be demonstrated that is actually the science that underpins that demonstration is actually wrong.
Absolutely, okay. Or whether it's right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We've got to look at both sides of the coin. Now we think that the claim, the scientific claim that the air composition of air, 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, and then other trace gases of argon, CO2, etc. Blah 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 blah. We think it is our opinion that is wrong. That's incorrect.
Well, it is our understanding that air is just air.
Air is just air. That's all
along
it is.
with like water vapor.
Yeah.
And all those gases, oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, argon, blah blah blah, are all manufactured gases by man processing the air and
processing materials in order to manufacture those gases.
Yeah,
absolutely, of course. Now one of the ways anyone out there who's watching can debunk science or try to. I mean, we could be wrong, couldn't we?
Well, we could be wrong.
We could be wrong, but to try and debunk science is simply to use an oxygen concentrator.
Oh, sorry, it's an air concentrator.
Sorry, an air concentrator. Absolutely. Now, because an oxygen concentrator is widely available, you can buy small ones, you can buy big ones. So a lot of people can do this themselves. It's tangible to you, so you can know yourself.
Well, you can carry out the scientific method.
You can carry out the scientific method. Now, let's go and see how an oxygen concentrator works, shall we?
Absolutely.
So, do we need to go back to? We don't need to go back to the guy who we started off with, do we?
Click that one off.
Let's click all these off.
Let's
click all those off. Wait there, and that one, and let's go. Yeah, that one there. So, where were we?
We're on the video.
We're on this video here, and the guy does actually. He has. He starts off with this little machine here, which is it's a medical grade oxygen concentrator, and it actually does fill up small bottles of oxygen.
That's the medical grade oxygen concentrator is the piece of equipment on the bottom, and the piece of equipment on the top is what can compact or compress that oxygen even more, so that it can fill up small bottles of oxygen,
aluminium cylinders, small aluminium cylinders. So yeah. Now, how these work? Let's go on the wiki page so that we're. I mean, we've done all this before, haven't we?
Yeah.
But we're on the wiki page of oxygen concentrator. Now you'll love this. I mean, this is so in your face.
Yeah.
An oxygen concentrator is a device that concentrates the oxygen from a gas supply. Now, you could interchangeably use the words oxygen and air if you wanted to, but we think this is an air concentrator. Okay, so just to bear that in mind. From a gas supply, typically ambient air, by selectively removing nitrogen to supply an oxygen-enriched product gas stream. Okay, so the air goes into the machine, the nitrogen is selectively removed, and you're then left with the oxygen passing through the rest of the machine. Essentially, that's how it works.
Obviously, then to go out to the
patient
or whoever's inhaling
the cylinder, or the cylinder, or whatever. Absolutely. So let's go on this one here. How oxygen concentrators work. Are we ready? So oxygen concentrators typically use pressure swing adsorption technology and are used very widely for oxygen provision in healthcare applications, especially where liquid or pressurized oxygen is too dangerous or inconvenient, such as in homes or in portable clinics. For other purposes, there are also concentrators based on membrane technology. And we had one on that. Did we not have one on that with
the polymer membrane?
Oh no, that was similar with the nitrogen, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's all the same kind of stuff, really.
Yeah.
An oxygen concentrator takes in air and removes nitrogen from it, leaving an oxygen-enriched gas for use by people requiring medical oxygen due to low oxygen levels in their blood.
Oxygen concentrators are also used to provide an economical source of oxygen in industrial processes, where they are also known as oxygen gas generators or oxygen generation plants. So one would probably have one on site in a furnace where they use oxygen to increase the temperature
of the furnace.
the furnace.
Yeah.
Oxygen concentrators utilise a molecular sieve to absorb gases and operate on the principle of rapid pressure swing adsorption of atmospheric nitrogen onto zeolite minerals and then venting the nitrogen. Now,
what does venting mean?
Venting obviously means to release into the ambient atmosphere.
Venting.
Let's carry on. This type of adsorption system is therefore functionally a nitrogen scrubber, leaving the other atmospheric gases to pass through. This type of adsorption system is therefore functionally a nitrogen scrubber, leaving the other atmospheric gases to pass through. This leaves oxygen as the primary gas remaining. That was all I needed to look at.
No, there's a bit more on the bottom.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh,
just this bit here, really. Yeah, just this bit here. An oxygen concentrator has an air compressor, 2 cylinders filled with zeolite pellets, a pressure equalising reservoir, and some valves and tubes. In the first half cycle, the first cylinder receives air from the compressor, which lasts about 3 seconds. So it fills up from the air from the compressor. Okay. During that time, the pressure in the first cylinder rises from atmospheric to about 2.5 times normal atmospheric pressure, blah, 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 and the zeolite becomes saturated with nitrogen. So it becomes packed in with concentrated air in that cylinder. Okay,
as the nitrogen is adsorbed
into the molecular sieve. Okay, as the first cylinder reaches near pure oxygen, okay, blah, blah, blah. In the first half cycle, a valve opens and the oxygen-enriched gas flows to the pressure equalising reservoir. Okay, so it goes to the reservoir, which connects to the patient's oxygen hose. At the end of the first half cycle, okay, there is another valve position change so that the air from the compressor is directed to the second cylinder. So essentially what happens is that the cylinder gets filled up with compressed air, okay, trapping the nitrogen in the molecular sieve, and then you'll get a pressure switch, pressure valve switch change. You'll get part of the the gas in the cylinder going to the reservoir, and you'll get part going to the other cylinder, the other sieve. Okay, which connects to the at the end of the first one. There is another valve position change so that the air from the compressor is directed to the second cylinder. The pressure in the first cylinder drops as the enriched oxygen moves into the reservoir or going into the other cylinder, allowing the nitrogen to be desorbed back into gas. Okay. So it changed from being a gas to something else then?
I don't know.
Right, okay. Doesn't make sense, does it? Anyway, partway through the second half of the cycle, there is another valve position change to vent. This is equalisation, where they equalise both cylinders, to vent the gas in the first cylinder back into the ambient atmosphere. So the nitrogen that's remaining in the first cylinder is vented out into the ambient atmosphere. Okay, because you'll get 3 seconds, 2, 3, and you'll hear 2, 3. Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, in our understanding, nice.
In our understanding, this is what this information is telling us.
It's clearly saying there in that information that it's compressing the air. The oxygen is then being passed to the reservoir, which then goes on to the patient. But the nitrogen, the most important part, is vented out.
It's vented out.
And then a better way to look at this is to show people a diagram of pressure swing absorption.
Oh, we could watch this short little video here. It's only 2 minutes long. And so the nitrogen is blue and the oxygen is green.
That's all you have to remember.
Okay, and so on the left-hand side, what's happening is pressurization. Okay, so the compressed air is being pumped into the first left-hand cylinder. Okay, so let's watch this. Should we slow this down so we can?
Yeah, you might as well.
Let's slow it down.
Half cut to half,
There
so
you
we
go.
can get an idea rather than two. So we can see that the nitrogen's being held back, but the oxygen's being passed through, and then it's going into the reservoir, where some of it's also going back into the
right-hand sieve,
the right-hand cylinder, and then it changes over, and then you're getting compressed
you
air.
want the pauses.
Wait there. So you're getting compressed air going into the right-hand cylinder, which is pushing the pure oxygen out into the reservoir. Some into the reservoir, but some back into
the other cylinder.
Into the other cylinder. Where they get the extra oxygen from, I don't know.
Oh, right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There'll always be a loss, won't
Yeah.
there? But anyway, and you get the blue nitrogen coming out of the left-hand cylinder. Absolutely, yeah. So let's just watch this again. If you watch, you can see nitrogen coming out of the left-hand cylinder,
Which is
vented out into the ambient atmosphere.
Well, it has to be vented out, doesn't it?
Has to be vented out, otherwise you'll have cylinders filled with nitrogen, won't you? Which doesn't make that won't be very good. Won't be able to work after a while. Otherwise, the nitrogen won't be able to be won't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So we get an understanding. Do we need to watch this one?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you just this one, they're showing nitrogen being manufactured through nitrogen production through PSA.
Oh, in this one?
In this one, yeah, because they just swap them over.
They just swap them over. They change the colour around. You know, that's all you have to do. It's exactly the same.
All you have to do is just change the molecular sieve.
Yeah, blow down and purge, because they have to purge or equalise the system.
Yeah, but they're doing exactly the same process.
Absolutely, of
to
course.
make oxygen or to make nitrogen. All that's different is the molecular sieve.
Molecular sieve that they use in the cylinders,
in the sieve beds.
Absolutely, of course. Now, do we need to watch? Do we need to watch this one?
Well, you may as well. Yeah.
Might as well watch this
Might
one.
as well watch
This is mechanism of highly concentrated oxygen generated with zeolite material. So let's have a little listen and watch from.
Oh, how do they work? You don't need to watch.
Well, I was going to watch this little bit where they've got the the oxygen.
Yeah.
Let's go from here.
Yeah, go on.
Let's go from here. The air. There we go.
Come on.
We'll go from here. Let's have a little listen to this. Here we go. Let's just put it on here. Are we ready? Let's have a listen to this.
Usually, in the air, nitrogen is about 78%, and the density of oxygen is said to be 21%. But just by separating the air, the O2 paradise can generate up to about twice as much, 40% concentrated oxygen. Here's a machine that measures the density of oxygen. Using this to measure the air shows that the oxygen level is about 21%.
Now we've got to stop this right here so that we let everyone know, make everyone aware of the fact that these little oximeters are actually calibrated to be around 20.9 or 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
So instead of actually having your piece of equipment start off at 0. These just start off at 20.9.
Absolutely. So just think to yourself, is there any oxygen? Well, just ask yourself, do you think there is any oxygen in the air?
No.
Yeah? Or is it just the machines designed, made to give you make you think that there's 20.9 or 21% oxygen?
Yeah.
Okay, that will leave you with
I
that
was
one.
also going to mention on the bit where they said about the density of
Nitrogen and oxygen.
And it says that the machine can make 40%
40% oxygen.
and it should be able to make 156%
nitrogen. It should double up on its nitrogen.
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Thinking about I don't make this up,
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to the video. Okay.
But when we put it against the O2 paradise outlet and look at the figures, we can confirm that a density of over 40% of concentrated oxygen is released. But why can we say that it is safe? The secret is that a substance called zeolite is used. Nitrogen sticks to zeolite, and when air goes through it, only nitrogen will be left behind. So when this happens, only oxygen comes through. Therefore, just by extracting and collecting this, we are able to obtain highly concentrated oxygen. Because chemicals are not used, we can say that it is safe. In addition, using a vacuum system is an idea to make it even safer. Here's the vacuum pump when fitted in the body. It does not inflict any pressure and is a mechanism that safely drowns in air. Thanks to this, it prevents water and mold from occurring internally. According to the results from the gas analysis tests by tertiary institutions, it proves that not only does harmful gases do not occur, CO2 is also reduced to a quarter.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
Most important bit of information is that
well, what
is this here?
is this here? It tells you, yeah,
It
straight
clearly
away.
tells there that nitrogen is exhausted out of the system.
Not N2 is exhausted out,
the
is
sys-
vented out
of
of the
the
system. Absolutely, of course. And another piece of information that's worth remembering is that they're saying that this is 40. It delivers 40% more
Oxygen.
oxygen, or 20% more, or I don't know, 40% more, wasn't it?
No, 20% because it went up to about 45 on
Yeah,
the
let's just
oximeter.
wait there. Let's have a
So it's,
little look.
according to this, generated gas
Yeah.
is 40%.
Generated gas is 40%, that is, but your volume percentage is only 58%
58.4.
nitrogen. How is that?
How's
the
that
case?
possible? If it's having to take twice as much oxygen from
If
the
it takes
air,
twice as
then
much,
it's having to,
or nearly twice as much
then it's
oxygen from
having
the air,
to take twice as much nitrogen from
why
the air.
is it not taking
twice
as much
nitrogen?
nitrogen?
Oh,
There's
well.
something wrong, isn't there? Don't you
Absolutely,
think?
yeah.
But anyway, I think anyway, we don't need to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
But the most important part was it was clearly showed in that diagram.
In this diagram here,
that nitrogen, as according to the Wikipedia page,
absolutely,
the nitrogen is vented out into the ambient atmosphere.
Absolutely. Now, this is
where
I hope everyone has got the idea of where we're coming from now.
Yeah. Now, this is where anyone can put science to the test.
Absolutely. Anyone can put science to the test to know whether a piece of information that science puts across, is right or wrong. Excuse me. Oh, and all they have to do is simply
collect the
exhaust gas from an oxygen concentrator or air concentrator.
Yeah,
that's all they've got to do, and test to see whether it is nitrogen.
Yeah, we've got to allow it to cool.
Got to allow it to cool because it'll probably be quite warm.
And then let's see what
so
we need to do to test for nitrogen.
Test for nitrogen. Absolutely, we've got to look up for some tests
Test
for nitrogen. Nitrogen gas. Here we go. Test for nitrogen gas. Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go. How can you identify nitrogen gas using a proper chemical test? Here we go. Well, I suppose we can. Should have used that. There we go. Expert answers. There you go. Certified educator. Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go. Cool.
Yeah, just click on
I'll just click. Got it there. What about all this rubbish? I mean, it's just
anyway.
terrible, isn't it? Nitrogen gas is written as N2 and has two nitrogen atoms bonded together with a triple bond. Okay. It is the most abundant gas in the Earth's atmosphere. It is highly inert and unreactive to other chemicals. Chemists often use nitrogen gas to create an inert atmosphere for a chemical reaction in a reaction vessel. Due to this inertness, there is no true diagnostic test for nitrogen. But you can distinguish nitrogen from the two other most common atmospheric gases, oxygen and carbon dioxide, with a couple of simple tests. So we can, at least we can know the difference, then, can't we? If a flaming wooden splint or piece of paper is inserted into a tube of gas and the flame immediately goes out, then the gas is nitrogen versus oxygen. Oxygen would feed the flame.
But that would do the same with CO2.
Well, then the gas is likely to be nitrogen or carbon dioxide and not oxygen. That's what it should read. If a wet piece of pH paper is inserted into a tube of gas and shows no change, then the gas is nitrogen versus carbon dioxide.
Oh, because you haven't got the acidity.
You haven't got the acidity, absolutely. Nitrogen is pH neutral, while carbon dioxide is acidic in water and would turn the paper red. Absolutely.
Turn the paper red? No, it should turn yellow.
It should turn yellow. Yeah, absolutely.
But is he talking about carbon
Are
dioxide?
they talking about
or
red
sulfur?
litmus paper or blue litmus paper?
Or
So-
is he talking about
or
carbon?
pH indicator, universal
Yeah,
indicator paper?
or is he talking about carbon dioxide or sulfur dioxide?
He could be talking about
Sulfur dioxide
Sulfur dioxide
would
would turn
turn
it
red.
red. Absolutely, cool.
Anyway.
Okay, but anyway, the point is, if you want to test for nitrogen, it's simple. All you do is you switch on your oxygen concentrator, make sure it's inline feed and connected to a bottle, where you can collect the gas. Okay, purge out obviously the air, the ambient common air, and fill it up with the exhaust gas. Close it off, let it cool down. Okay, and then get your splint. Insert your splint into the bottle. If it goes out, it's likely to be carbon dioxide or nitrogen. Okay, okay, that's what we can't say it's carbon dioxide, not from an oxygen concentrator.
Sorry, no, I wouldn't.
No. Alternatively, you could use pH paper, red or
Well, you should
blue
do
litmus
both.
paper.
No, you should do both.
Should do both really. pH paper, nitrogen will be neutral in
Moistened.
with moistened. If you moisten your pH paper, whether it's red or blue litmus paper, they'll be unaffected by nitrogen, and the same with pH universal indicator paper. As far as I'm aware, I'm sure that's correct.
It'll be neutral.
It'll be neutral. Okay, now we would implore people to carry out this test because this will prove beyond any doubt whatsoever whether there is oxygen in the air. The air composes of 21% oxygen and 78% nitrogen. If you can't get if you can get oxygen from an oxygen concentrator, but you can't get any nitrogen, there you go. That is it.
Well, that would support our view that it's an air concentrator.
Absolutely.
And not an oxygen concentrator.
Absolutely. And that would put science truly to the test. And it's a simple thing that anyone can do.
Anyone can do, yeah.
Anybody can do it.
Yeah, so if you've got Aunt Gladys who's at home and she's got herself an oxygen
Maybe she's smoked about
concentrator,
80 fags a day for 80 years or whatever, 60 years.
just collect the gas.
Collect the gas.
The gas that comes out from the
The
exhaust.
exhaust, absolutely. Collect the exhaust gas and test to see whether it's nitrogen. Or to see, because it should be nitrogen.
Yeah. But I can't see how, because if Aunt Gladys is in her bedroom and she's sleeping and say she's got all the doors and windows closed because it's cold, she's got her oxygen concentrator going, she's left it on, for example,
I know,
and
yeah.
by the morning the room's filled up with nitrogen.
Especially it could be a cold winter's night as well, and she's closed the windows and the doors closed as well.
Oh right, yeah.
And because those oxygen concentrators keep the room warm as well, don't they?
Oh right, yeah,
They do keep the room warm. Yeah. So so there you go. That's it. That would be an ultimate test to put science to the test, wouldn't it?
Well, let's see if what they're saying about all this, the
Absolutely.
information, that what they put across about these products,
these products,
about the constituents of the air. Let's see if that information is absolutely correct.
Absolutely, of course, yes, of course.
Because in our opinion, it's not.
Yeah, in our opinion, we think we've not done the test, but it's our opinion that you won't get nitrogen from this machine, from these machines.
No, absolutely not.
You won't get it. But if you do think that you will get nitrogen, we'd love to see a video.
Well, because another thing is with these oxygen concentrators, they don't actually say to vent your exhaust gases out into the outside.
They don't, absolutely no. Yeah, exhaust gases from oxygen concentrators are not recommended by companies who make them, manufacturing companies, that those exhaust gases to be vented outside to the outside air.
Yeah.
They don't come with a hose as well.
that you put
Yeah,
on
yeah,
them,
yeah.
and they're vented out as one would expect if it was nitrogen that's being vented out.
Yeah, so there we go.
So there we go. We're going to have a look at some. Someone left a comment about dew and
Dew.
early morning dew or
Dew.
evening dew, which made us think about
photosynthesis.
photosynthesis.
Absolutely, of course.
We're going to have a look at a comment that somebody left us a comment about our, because he thinks he knows chemistry better than we
Yeah,
do.
he thinks our understanding of chemistry
But
is rubbish.
Peter here left him a fantastic comment.
Absolutely. So we're gonna
Classic.
We're gonna let everyone know that one.
Jane Fries sent me or sent us a link about hips.
Hips.
And there's this guy. We're going to show to you some information from a fitness instructor.
Absolutely, of course.
About how he got some incorrect information
From
a
his doctor. Absolutely, of course.
And we're going to have a look at this. And you thought electroplaters think that water is H2O.
Absolutely, of course. Well,
you'd
it's our
be
opinion
wrong.
that you'd be wrong. Absolutely. Because as we shall venture into the electroplating world, we'll start to realise that the electrolysis of water is absolute rubbish. Really,
Well,
isn't it?
thinking that you can electrolyse water and get a gas called oxygen.
Oxygen at the anode
Oxygen
and
at the
hydrogen
anode.
at the hydrogen at the cathode,
cathode.
from water.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, of course. We'll start to realise that absolutely. Well, I suppose it's more information just to reinforce our previous information.
Well, it's something that
Support
we've put across all along, but you have to drive. You've
You've got to. Unfortunately, with people,
make people see the simplicity. Make people see the
a lot
obvious.
of people have got deaf ears.
Oh, right.
Well, a lot of people. A man only hears what he wants to hear
and disregards
the rest. So you've got to keep regurgitating some of the stuff.
Yeah, it's like if
You know.
if Buzz was walking along the street and someone shouted out to him across the street,
"Hey, Buzz!
Oi, Buzz! You effing liar! You lie! You never went to the moon." He's just going to carry on walking by and look the other way. Isn't
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah.
But I suppose if more people did it, you know.
Well, he wouldn't be out on the street, would he?
He wouldn't be out on the street at all.
He'd be
Absolutely.
driving his car.
That's why a lot of these councillors don't go out on the street, or any of these wealthy people don't go out on the street, or high dignitaries. They don't go out on the street
because they're too scared.
Because they're too scared. They're literally scared in case they get hassled from other people.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, because it only takes that.
Oh,
and
right.
Wow, the whole world can collapse.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But anyway, what should we do first then, Peter?
Well, let's get on. Because we'll talk about believing flat Earth. I understand was who left the comment about photosynthesis. Or he was talking about early morning dew. He was talking about dew.
Here we go.
And we actually thought, well, when you think about dew, what actually you see? Because what is dew? Dew is when you have a lot of moisture that forms as a result of condensation.
Yeah, condensation is the process a material undergoes as it changes from a gas to a liquid. We're talking specifically about water. Dew is the result of water changing from a vapour to a liquid. Why do they call it a vapour?
Oh, right, yeah.
Dew is the result of water changing from a gas to a liquid. Dew forms as temperatures drop and objects cool down.
Because a vapour is a transitional phase.
Vapour is a transitional state. You've got your states of matter, liquid, solid, liquid and gas. And you can't have vapour, water in a vapour state simply because vapour is a transitional state between liquid and gas and liquid. So water can exist as a gas. Can't it?
Absolutely. Dew forms as temperatures drop and objects cool down.
And to be fair, water can exist as a gas that is imperceptible to us.
To the eye.
To our senses.
Because there's water.
Because there's water everywhere.
Everywhere. And we even breathe it in.
We even absorb it. Like that.
Because that's what we use. That's what we need.
That's what our bodies
pressurise our bodies.
To pressurise our bodies. We need water.
In our understanding.
Absolutely, of course. Whereas a fish, for example, would absorb liquid water. Absolutely, because it's surrounded by liquid water. Absolutely, of course. Makes sense, doesn't it? Really?
So basically, in our understanding, the lungs have the capability to be able to convert the gaseous water into liquid water.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. But so dew is the moisture that forms as a result of condensation.
Yeah. So basically, what we kind of thought about was that this is a good example where plants, in our understanding,
It's morning dew. There you go.
yeah, morning dew, fields.
Fields.
Morning dew in
Let's
fields.
go images. Now everyone's aware of early morning dew.
You wanna get
All this is the early morning dew on plants.
So you
I
want
don't
to-
know, do you want to
in
get
a
an
field,
image? In a field?
Because it's
Morning
our
dew.
understanding that the condensation or the water that appears
There you go.
actually comes from the plants.
Absolutely, yeah. We think it
Because
actually
the
comes from the plants.
plants release
Let's get,
water vapour.
I mean, everyone's aware of morning dew, aren't they? I'm trying to get a good image rather than a.
Well, because it's like a mist, isn't it? Early morning mist.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That
Yeah.
one there, that one you can see
No.
the dew on the top there. Morning dew, morning dew.
They're all short, small,
Yeah, let's go morning dew.
localized images. You want the fields.
So let's put field so we can see a
There we
field.
go.
Here we go. Look, that's better.
That's a bit better.
Oh, you can do this one here, can't you? No, not
Can
that
it?
one. Or that
No,
one.
It doesn't matter. Anyone that shows the kind
Oh,
of
this one. Yeah, you can see it.
gives people the idea of
There you go. Let's have a little
early morning
maximise that.
dew.
View image. There we go. I don't know.
But this is an example that demonstrates our understanding that plants release water.
Water, absolutely water, gas, or water, gas,
Yeah.
even, can't it?
Because the water's in the ground and they soak up the water from the ground.
Absolutely,
along
yeah.
with other stuff.
As long as with others.
And then they release the water.
They release the water
into the air.
Into the air. I mean, everyone's woken up in the morning, seen
But
kind of like
because-
mist on the on the landscape,
Hmm.
and there's all of the grass and the plant life is covered in water, droplets of
Yeah,
water.
But in other times, like in summertime, you wouldn't be able to see the water.
And
You wouldn't be able to see it because it would just go up into the air.
absolutely, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm
it's just
trying to
because of the
find-
temperature at the time, the water's condensing. It condenses on the grass.
Absolutely, of course. So
On the
yeah,
plants.
absolutely. So it's our view, essentially. Did you explain yourself clearly? 'Cause
Yeah,
I wasn't listening to you.
I
so
think I did. Yeah,
I was looking for a decent image here.
yeah. I
But,
won't worry about it.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, absolutely. The plant releases water, gas, which condenses because of the cold air,
Yeah.
and basically
At the time, the cold air at the time.
absolutely the cold absolutely condenses as liquid.
Hmm.
That's why you get this mist.
Yeah,
It's possible, isn't it?
absolutely.
It's more than
It's
possible.
our point of view.
It's our point of view. Absolutely, it's our
And
opinion.
also, it ties in with the guy who put a polythene bag around a plant because he's a survival expert. He doesn't want to go
Oh, yes, of course.
thirsty.
Absolutely,
so
of
he
course.
puts a plastic bag around the plant, and the sun's shining, beaming down on the plant, on the leaves within the bag, and they sweat. And what do they produce? Water.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's see if we can get the video we looked at a long time ago, just to getting drinking water from plants.
Survival special.
How to collect water from plants? Yeah. Which one do you want to watch? Let's
doesn't
watch-
matter. Anyone.
I mean, we've watched.
They're all the same.
We have watched.
Yeah, it's just like him.
We won't need to listen to this.
Using a plastic bag to harvest water. Fresh water.
Fresh water.
Did you say fresh water?
I don't know. Let's go back. Yeah, fresh water.
Fresh water. Fresh water.
Fresh water from the plant. Absolutely. Look at the fresh water he's collected from the plant.
yeah.
And all he's done is basically put a bag over it.
Yeah. Now,
That's all he's done.
now, mainstream would say he should be getting oxygen from that.
Well, he should be, yeah. But this demonstration does actually demonstrate that the plant releases water.
Absolutely.
And the water in a gaseous form would obviously condensate on the inner walls of the bag,
Absolutely.
as liquid.
Yeah.
So you can imagine that early in the morning, cold. Okay, the plant releases the warm
Yeah, there you go. 6, 7
moisture,
hours in the sun.
This is as a gas, and it condensates as the mist and falls as liquid droplets to form dew.
Yeah. This is supposed to be photosynthesis in action.
Absolutely, but this is photosynthesis.
Oh, right,
Isn't
yeah.
it, really, when
But
you
there's
think
no
of it?
oxygen.
But there's no oxygen, yeah, of course.
Oh.
But anyway, you know,
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen his. I just want to show him getting his there. There you go.
There you go.
You see the liquid water.
There you go. There is the proof.
And absolutely, I think if you pH that would be pretty clean. If you,
I'd be interested.
that
to
wouldn't
pH
conduct. I reckon that wouldn't conduct electricity as well.
Oh,
if you
that'd
put
be a good
240
idea
volts
to-
through that,
Oh,
you
right,
wouldn't.
yeah.
It wouldn't conduct electricity. It would be very, very clean indeed.
Oh, right,
that
yeah.
water.
Oh, well, possibly. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So there you look at. It's just going to filter it out now. Filter out the
Because he's a survival
the
expert.
bits of leaf. You don't want to be
Oh,
drinking
right,
the
yeah.
leafy bits.
Yeah, it does,
do you?
man. It's all organic, isn't it?
I suppose so. Yeah. But there you go.
There
Look,
you go.
superb. Yeah.
Marvellous.
Wonderful. So that's that one out over and done with.
Okay, that's that one. Let's have a look at your comment that you replied to.
This is here. Yeah, we had a comment from and you thought salt wasn't an element. Wrong. BJ Smur, if I pronounce that
Schmur.
right or not, I don't
Yeah.
know. But he says right to express an opinion unquestioned.
Absolutely.
Nobody will deny anyone the right to air their opinions. This is what we do on all of our videos. We only air our opinions because that's
absolutely.
all we can do.
Absolutely.
You know, right to have such an opinion treated with any sort of regard or respect. Zero. Absolutely. I'm not asking anyone to
adopt or hold or
whatever. You know,
Yeah.
I don't expect anything from other people.
Oh.
But have you clowns ever considered discussing your crackpot ideas with a chemist? Better yet, one that can take you into a lab and demonstrate things for you in person.
Really?
You don't even know what the words you are using mean.
Really? Wow.
Wow. Can you believe
Wow.
that?
Can you believe that?
Wow.
Mm.
Right to express one's opinion. Agree fully and thanks for yours.
Mm.
And then he replies, differences that I know about chemistry and you don't.
I know, yeah. I know.
I know.
I know.
It's a bit like that naval, the merchant navy man.
Have you been round the world? Have
Absolutely.
you navigated round the ship?
Well, I have.
Well, I have.
I'm right, you're wrong. Absolutely. The difference is that I know about chemistry and you don't.
Yeah.
And I know it from actually doing it, not from YouTube videos.
Oh, right. So he obviously hasn't watched our videos to know that we do.
Yeah, we do actual
have
demonstrations as well.
Yeah.
But so I replied. Now this is a
Classic comment.
great reply. No, the only difference is the chemistry you know really isn't yours at all. It's somebody else's chemistry. Yep, that's right. You've been told your chemistry by other people, whereas I have actually used my acumen / intellect to develop what I consider is a better understanding of chemistry. But my chemistry it's not for you or anybody else. It's for me. You see, I'm not asking you to understand it. In fact, I'm not asking anybody to understand it. It's my understanding of chemistry.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make,
BJ, not that BJ.
absolutely, is why don't you use your own brains for a change and think for yourself instead of relying upon others to do the thinking for you?
There we go.
And really, that
Marvellous.
comment essentially sums up everything about what we do with our
channel.
With our channel,
Yeah.
and
Basically.
it's our understanding.
Yeah.
You know that, and we're just expressing it as an opinion, as ideas. That's all. You know,
Basically.
that's to do with everything, isn't it?
Hey, well, if you're more than welcome, if you think a plant releases oxygen,
Absolutely.
you're more than welcome to actually demonstrate it in the real world, like that guy was able to do with the water.
Well, that guy demonstrated in a real life setting that a plant releases water. There we go, yeah. And you thought electroplaters think water is H2O. Now, we've done this specifically.
Well, we've named the video specifically
Yeah.
to highlight one common feature with electrolysis.
With electrolysis that essentially highlights what happens during electrolysis of a salt or acid solution where hydrogen and oxygen is garnered, which people say comes from water.
Mm.
That's essentially the only reason why we're doing this.
Yeah, because we're sort of like venturing into electroplating, and we're beginning to realise it's very similar to electrolysis.
Well, it is essentially
Very similar to
electrolysis.
electrolysis.
Yeah, absolutely. So what should we do first then? How should we do this one? Should we go and watch that?
Let's go and watch this guy's video.
Let's go and watch this guy's video. There we go.
So we was watching this video on tin zinc electroplating.
Pete's Garage.
Pete's Garage.
Vroom, vroom, vroom,
Another
vroom.
Pete.
Absolutely, Pete's
You
Garage.
should leave him a comment to see whether he wants to come and
what?
Come and join our channel.
Not really.
So we could have 3 Petes.
Oh, we can have 3 Petes. Absolutely, yeah. 3 Ps. 3 Ps in a pod. But so he's going to talk about what he's going to do.
His setup.
So let's have a little listen to this.
So what you need to plate, zinc plate, tin zinc plate apart, is you need some very basic things. You need a container to put the electrolyte, and this is where the plating will actually take place inside this cup. It's just a paint mix cup. You need a place to do the plating. You need the electrolyte solution, and Eastwood sells, this comes with this kit. It's an electrolyte solution. It's a mild acid, and this acts as a conductor for the zinc as it goes through the electroplating process. And you need a power supply. Now the Eastwood power supply, all you need are 2 D-sized batteries. 3 volts are all you really need. But I do a lot of plating on a lot of different things. I do anodizing, aluminum anodizing, and all different kinds of coatings. So I have a different kind of thing. I have a power supply, and it's a switching power supply. I can go from 1 to 15 volts and 1 to 25 amps, and I can choose how I want to do this. I can either control the voltage, or I can control my current. And those are important when you're doing plating. So I have a very expensive power supply here. It's a few $100s, but I use it a lot. So let me set this up, and I'll show you how this is going to work. But basically what happens is this. You take your part, you put your acid in a cup. The acid sits in the cup. Then you take your zinc, tin zinc plate, and it's a sacrificial piece. And what that means is, as it sits in the acid, this material dissolves, and it comes off of the rod, or this is this tin zinc, and then it electrically adheres to your surface that you want to plate, okay? And you would just simply sit this in there, you put your part there, and then the zinc transfers from one, it dissolves here, and it ends up on the part. And the zinc is sacrificial, and what sacrificial means is that as this process goes on, the zinc, and this is one of my used zinc rods here, you can see how it eats away. So as this is sitting in the acid, the material starts to dissolve, and as it dissolves, obviously it disappears. It's sacrificial. That's how it works. Let me set this up. We'll plate these parts, and I'll show you what they look like after.
We don't need to look at it even more, do we?
No, we don't. I think
he's done quite a good job at explaining. Well, a reasonable job at explaining. I mean, the main part of this demonstration or the whole ethos of electroplating is that the anode decomposes. He showed the piece of zinc that he had used as his sacrificial piece, and the state of it was absolutely just, this bit here. We could tell that it was decomposing. Now, when we apply this real situation of electroplating and apply it to the electrolysis of water,
or any type of electrolysis. Well, you can't. There's no such thing as electrolysis of water.
But this is what that's their phrase. It's not my phrase.
Oh, right.
That's their phrase.
Oh, right.
But when water is used as part of the solution, that's what electrolysis of water really means, and that is when water is used as part of the solution. So whether you've got acid or salt solution, there's water present. They will generally call it the electrolysis of water. So, but what happens during your electrolysis of water is essentially
the same thing.
The same thing. Your anode will deteriorate, decompose, and obviously, this is where the mix-up comes from, doesn't it? And that is, a lot of people seem to think that any oxygen that's garnered from your anode has come from the water, breakdown of the water, but that's incorrect in our opinion. It's coming from the breakdown of the anode
electrode.
We've clearly seen it here. Any decomposition will give off or emit something.
Well, we know from electrolyzing certain products like table salts, sodium chloride,
sodium
sodium
yeah,
bicarbonate, that the if we use a graphite electrode, the graphite electrode breaks down.
Breaks down, absolutely.
And we know how the graphite is manufactured.
Manufactured, yeah.
It's been calogenated. It contains oxygen.
It contains oxygen, absolutely.
And it will release, that electrode will release oxygen.
Absolutely, of course. So it's understandable why, if you do sodium chloride solution and you use graphite electrodes, it's understandable why you can collect oxygen and chlorine off at the anode.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, of course.
2 for the price of 1.
2 for the price of 1. So, but just to set things...
That's if you electrolyse
sodium chloride solution.
Yeah, that's in a like home DIY kit, not in the chloralkali.
Not in the chloralkali, because in the chloralkali they recirculate their brine solution.
Fresh solution in all the time.
Absolutely, so that you don't have the decomposition, or it inhibits the decomposition of your anode.
Absolutely.
If they're using graphite electrodes,
because
any electrode will break down, won't it? Any anode will break down. That's what I said, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, you said any electrode.
Oh, sorry, I meant any anode will break down. Doesn't matter what it's made of. In time, however long it takes, it will break down.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Guaranteed, absolutely. But just to set the record straight, the guy here, Pete, he's actually using sulfuric acid. His electrolyte solution, Eastwood electroplating, is really just sulfuric acid. It really should be sulfuric acid, really, on the label there.
Yeah. Well, let's.
You can
yeah,
see
it says that.
It says here, yeah, sulfuric acid, right there. Okay, this solution contains sulfuric acid. Absolutely, of course. So let's have a little look at something we did.
Oh, well, yeah.
Which exemplifies this
breakdown.
This breakdown.
Decomposition.
Now, because on our last video, we ended up having a look at Tin Man electrolysis.
Oh, yeah. Well, where he made us a tin 2 chloride solution, filtered it, and he put some of the filtered solution into a Petri dish.
Absolutely.
And very similar to this.
Very similar to this. And he just chucked a
electric
current through. Now, so we thought we'd do the same. Because we just wanted to know. We just wanted to know a little bit more about it, didn't we?
Well, yeah, basically, yeah.
So we've got...
And we also wanted to know whether there was any tin metal.
Absolutely, tin metal. Oh, absolutely. Oh, we should really get that video up, shouldn't we?
Oh, well, yeah.
We should do. Now, so here in this little plastic dish, we've got 2
hooks.
Nickel-plated
hooks.
Okay. And in solution, we've got tin 2 chloride. Okay. We've not filtered it. All we've done is just stirred it around, basically, and poured it in. And I think the only reason why they filter it is that so you can see the effects of it.
Oh, well, yeah, possibly.
More. Because here it's quite white. The whole solution looks whitish on the bottom. It's sedimented. So it's going to inhibit what you can see. But you can start to see what they would call these crystals, these tin crystals
forming at the
cathode. And here's the anode on this side. We've got that there. Not much is happening there. The guy in his video, he did notice some whitish,
like foam, wasn't it? Precipitate.
Yeah, precipitate or something that was being emitted from the anode.
Yeah.
But we thought that was the breakdown of the actual plating.
Well, yeah, that's
the plating material.
Yeah, because if it was he used paper clips, and paper clips are made of steel.
They're made of stainless steel.
No,
sorry, steel.
Yeah, we said in the video.
Paper clips are made of steel. Do apologise.
We said in the video they were stainless steel. Well, I said stainless steel, but it's
They're steel,
but
they're coated.
They're coated, and I'm sure they're probably coated with nickel.
Possibly nickel.
Which
coated.
which would explain why he was getting the whites.
The whiteness being emitted,
the white precipitate
from the paper clip coming off initially. So we can see it's carrying on. Here we go. Let's just zip through this. Not much happening at the anode.
Yeah.
So here we go. You can start seeing on the you can start seeing the crystals forming on the right hand side. There we go. Let's zip it over.
It's quite difficult to.
Yeah. So we're trying to.
There you go. You
can see the whiteness there.
Just pause it.
Wait there.
Pause it.
Yeah. Wait there.
Oh.
Wait there. Let's wait for me to zoom out. Wait for it to get there. You can clearly see there's a whiteness around there that's covering the hook. Yeah. Now, it's our understanding. We know that this anode is going to, this piece of metal, this hook is going to break down, and the whiteness is actually the breakdown of the plating of the metal. So it's probably steel plated.
Steel plate.
No, it's plated steel.
Yeah.
It's you can see it. You can see it either way, can't you? It's crazy. But so there's that one. Let's go on, have a look. There you go. So we can see more of the crystalline kind of structure.
The right angle.
That looks like the city of Manchester from an aerial view. So we can see that there. So that's the end of that one. Okay, let's carry it on.
Let's carry on
and watch the next video. Here we go. So here we go. You can see it a lot better here. You know, there we go. There we go. So you can see it's travelled over halfway, right across. We use the torch just to see if we can see better, as we're quite limited with our.
But you are getting a kind of a release from the anode of a kind of like a mist.
Yeah, there's something there.
Coming across.
There's something there that seems to be moving over towards the cathode.
Yeah,
absolutely, of course, and. Absolutely, yes, we're getting that. You're getting that there.
Yeah, not seeing any bubbles though.
Not seeing any bubbles or anything like this.
The one thing we did notice is that it was getting quite warm.
It was getting quite hot, absolutely, yeah. So you can see more of that white stuff there.
Oh, right, yeah.
You can see that there. It's quite clear around
That's the nickel
hooks that are coming out of the surface. Absolutely. I mean, it's quite. Well, I suppose it's quite boring. To be fair.
That's why I just move it.
I'm just going to move it across. There we go. You can see all of that. Absolutely, yeah. Looks got the weaving water. I felt was quite jellified, really. Yeah. I'm just going to go and see if we can get a bit more.
Cool. Next one.
And I think this is the last one. Yeah. Now look at this. Now this is after, because we thought we'd leave it to run.
Yeah.
Because you know the demonstrations, they only show you a little bit, and then that's it, don't they?
Yeah, no, yeah.
But look at this difference. Look, you can see here the anode here. It's bubbling like crazy here.
Oh, yeah.
The whole lot's decomposed. That hook has gone.
Oh, look. So
you can clearly see from there. You can clearly see this brown part here. Now that's the iron ore that's used to make the steel hook, and you can see the black part of the coke.
Must be the coke.
Iron steel contains iron ore and coke.
Well, in our understanding, you can't have steel without the coke.
You can't have steel without the coke. Absolutely.
No, steel, but then that you know, we've often said that iron and steel are more or less the same stuff.
Iron and
the
steel,
only difference is the amount of coke that's
in
the product.
In it. And you can clearly see. I mean, a lot of people would say that this is like tin crystals,
yeah.
tin metal forming on the cathode. Now we have come to the conclusion that we think it's more of a. I'd say it's more of a mat, a tin mat.
Possibly, yeah.
That's what
but I think that the stuff from this is not the same as the stuff you'd get from tin metal if you decompose tin.
Absolutely, of course, absolutely. Yeah, we don't think it's exactly the same at all. But I mean, we've only got 11.5 volts going through that thing, so you know, there we go. Yeah, and we were. Do we need to show the video of us heating this stuff up?
Well, hold on, but all we're showing with this video is the fact that the anode breaks down.
The anode breaks down. This is always. this is the point we're trying to get across in this video. So when we're looking at demonstrations where people think that you're getting hydrogen and oxygen off at your anode and cathode, yeah, so hydrogen at the cathode, oxygen at the anode, and they say that it comes from the water. What we're saying is that that's absolutely incorrect in our view. In our opinion, any oxygen is going to come from the electrode or the electrolytic the electrolyte.
Sorry, yeah, the electrolyte. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, because the anode plays a huge part in the electrolytic process. Without the anode, you can't. You're not going to get anything.
Yeah, because if you had a solution of sulfuric acid, say in the guy's demonstration, then any oxygen would be released at the anode.
Yeah. Now, sulfuric acid would release oxygen at the anode.
Yeah.
So with the anode breaking down, you'd get more oxygen being given off.
Yeah, H2SO4.
H2SO4. H2SO4. H2SO4. Absolutely. So, I mean, that's the main reason why we thought we'd cover that.
But we have to say, because I know there'll be people out there, there'll be globies out there say, no, platinum electrodes, they last a long time. They'll break down eventually.
Absolutely. Whatever anode you use for your electrolysis, electroplating, whatever, the anode will break down.
And even the
well, that's why they use the anode that's why they use the process for electroplating, because the anode breaks down.
They rely on the fact the anode breaks down.
Absolutely. I mean, when we look at this image here that I got for our thumbnail, I mean, even that's when you look at let's have a little look at electroplating.
Oh, because it's very similar to how they make copper. It's very similar to how they make
Absolutely,
gold.
yeah. Electroplating. When you look at, it's called electrowinning. Electroplating and electrowinning are two of the same processes.
Yeah,
essentially.
basically, yeah.
Electrowinning, also called electroextraction, is the electrodeposition of metals from their ores that have been put in solution via a process commonly referred to as leaching. Electrorefining uses a similar process to remove impurities from a metal. Electrowinning. Oh, do we need to electrowinning? There we go. I think that's a bit too big, that one. Oh right, yeah, it's her. She looks like as if she's been in Doctor Who.
Oh,
I mean, we've looked at this before, but with the electrowinning process, it's quite easy.
Yeah, both processes. Electrorefining uses a similar process to remove impurities from a metal. Both processes, that's electrorefining and electrowinning, use electroplating on a large scale.
And are important techniques for the economical and straightforward purification of non-ferrous metals. The resulting metals are said to be Electra-1. Absolutely. So basically,
in Pete's video,
I mean, his
steel plate had Electro-1, the zinc.
The zinc, yeah. So the zinc basically sacrificed itself and decomposed, and the zinc then travelled, or parts of that zinc metal travelled over and stuck to his cathode, his steel plate,
yeah.
and coated it. So all he had to do at the end of it, once the process had finished, was that he just had to buff it up on his little grinding wheel, on his polishing wheel here. You know, that's all he's got to do. And away he goes, you know. Just give it a bit of, is that wax maybe? So there you go, that's all he's got to do. And it's polished. Electroplating is very easy, but they all work on the basis that the anode decomposes during an electrolytic process.
And that is a common feature of the electrolytic process.
Absolutely, of course.
Happens all the time.
Absolutely. And that is where a lot of people can find their oxygen in the electrode.
Absolutely.
But that's our point of view.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, electrowinning is found in manufacturing copper, refining gold. I'm sure also with tin.
Yeah, tin.
Tin. It can be done. Lots of other things as well, isn't it?
Oh, no, tin. They can use a variety of methods, can't they?
Yeah.
Tin.
But you
cupellation.
but essentially the thing is that you can use the actual winning to refine a metal. Anyway, but some metals you can't. It can't be done. Absolutely, of course. But so there you go. There you have it. You know.
Yeah.
So if you think that when you're getting your hydrogen and oxygen from your anode and your cathode, or your hydrogen from the cathode and oxygen from your anode, because you've split the water, in our opinion, that is totally incorrect. You're getting hydrogen from the cathode and oxygen only because the anode's breaking down, releasing the oxygen, and or
Well, you
you've
might as well
got
get the image up on Wikipedia.
of
We can end it on that.
of what?
Electrolysis of
Electrolysis of water.
It really should be electrolysis using
water. Absolutely. So when you've got this electrolysis, it's decomposition water into oxygen and hydrogen gas due to the passage of electrons.
Sure.
You know, we think that's absolutely
rubbish.
Incorrect. You know, so you know, it's the breakdown of the
anode.
The anode. Because in other words, when we look at this image here, the lead, the graphite of this pencil here is going to break down in the salt or acid solution.
Absolutely.
And that's something a lot of people just don't talk about, and that's going to release your oxygen. So if you've got sodium chloride, for example, that doesn't contain oxygen, or shall I say shouldn't contain oxygen, if you remove your anti-caking agent, of course,
absolutely, yeah.
Essentially what will happen is that you'll get chlorine given off, and then you'll start seeing breakdown of the electrode, which will then release oxygen.
Yeah, because all
the oxygen will release.
Because all the chlorine
Will
within
be
the
released.
solution has been spent.
Absolutely, because all the chlorine in solution has been spent.
Very quickly, if you get up on the bookmark, there is that bookmark. I've bookmarked a page about tin chloride.
Tin chloride.
Using it for
That one,
electroplating.
this one here?
Yeah, this one here.
Now this is interesting because we've seen our little video on tin chloride here, this one here. Okay, all this here on tin chloride. So let's just get up a little discussion board about it.
Yeah,
there you go.
I have tin 2 chloride powder. Can I mix it with HCl and get an electrolyte
To make tin
electroplating?
No, you should be able to, shouldn't you? Really?
Well, this guy thinks that in tin 2 chloride there's tin.
There's tin, absolutely. So
Yeah.
you've got tin 2 chloride powder. Okay, you mix it with hydrochloric acid to get an electrolyte. Or really, you could mix it with water. Tin 2 chloride, you could dissolve it in water.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then you just use that as your electrolyte. And the tin should move over.
Yeah, but they use the acid to speed things up.
They use the acid. Okay, so you add the HCl and get
And
an
also,
electrolyte.
the acid does clean the cathode.
Well, to be fair, when we did this, let's have a little look at when we did this. I'm just going to have a look there.
Oh, yeah.
When we look at the cathode, we can see an awful lot of the tin has moved over to the cathode. Okay, but none of it actually
No, a lot of the
plated.
Tin, a lot of tin has formed. At the cathode.
Has formed around that cathode, but none of that has actually plated the actual hook. None of it, because I was able just to easily scrape it off. So let's get back onto this one. So you can obviously probably guess the answer here. Yeah, can I mix it with HCl and get an electrolyte to make tin electroplating?
Well, it's just this guy here. He leaves a comment.
Hung Lee Kuei.
He leaves another comment, which is a bit more detailed. That one here.
Oh, this one here. In order to do electroplating of tin on copper substrate, so your copper is your base, as it were, can use chemical bath with tin 2 methane sulfonate plus methensulfonic acid for tin electroplating. Don't use tin 2 chloride and HCl as chemical bath for tin electroplating on copper substrate because of problems occurred as shown below. Number 1, it will produce unwanted chlorine gas.
Now, all the time we were doing ours,
doing this, we couldn't
smell any
we couldn't
chlorine.
smell any chlorine whatsoever. So it's our understanding that
there's none there.
It's likely there's none there.
Yeah, because I reckon from what we've done earlier on today, I reckon that the chloride doesn't play a part in it at all?
Well, it may play a hidden part.
Oh,
who knows? Interesting stuff. But yeah, no smell of chlorine in that at all whatsoever. So let's go back. Number 2.
It will corrode copper substrate during redox activities.
There you go. It will corrode copper. Problem number 3.
The yield to get SN
thin film is no good.
Good, yeah.
Absolutely. And problem number 4. Chlorine.
Cl2 are no good for platinum counter electrode.
Absolutely, of course. So in other words, no.
No.
The actual answer is basically
you can't
no.
use tin chloride as an electrolyte solution to electrolyte your cathode. To electroplate your cathode.
Your electroplate, you can't use it at all. But you would have thought that you could, because tin 2 chloride contains tin.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But
apparently.
then
and some people think that it contains tin metal, and that tin metal can form into crystals. So you have tin metal crystals.
Yeah. I don't think it's the proper tin metal.
I don't think it's tin metal.
No,
that's there. I'd question that. But anyway, you know, it's all the information's there. You know, I think we've done a wonderful job, really, today, haven't we?
Yeah, but
we've got our point across. Which
you might as well get your thumbnail up, but because the main point of that is the fact that whenever you hear the word electrolysis, whenever you hear the word electroplating, the anode at some point will break down, will decompose. And when it
irrespective of its composition.
Well, the composition will determine how long it takes to decompose. Yeah,
absolutely.
But the decomposition of the metal, in our understanding, will release the oxygen, the calogenation that it was storing. That had it within it.
Yeah, the oxygen that it contains. Because a lot of these metals, like platinum,
all heated.
Platinum, what else? Platinum, loads.
Titanium.
All of these metals contain oxygen. All of them do.
Because they're all heated.
Absolutely, because they've all been exposed to high temperatures. Absolutely, of course. So there we go.
I've already added some baking soda to it as an electrolyte. Now this is a very fancy cell element design. Don't be disillusioned by how fancy this looks, because very simply you can get 3 faceplates of high-grade stainless, some Teflon nuts and bolts, and for about $5 you can make this. See, I've notched it for the wires. Put the positive in the middle, put the negatives on the outside, and boom, you've got it. I've just made a more advanced version. You run the wires through the lid like this. I'm going to install this down here, and we're going to seal this up, and we're going to show you how this thing produces gas. This is the positive wire which I run to the alternator. I've installed a 30 amp auto reset fuse on both sides, positive and negative, so I have redundant fuse protection in case of current overload. And the fuel cell will occasionally pull too much power. We want it to automatically shut off. We connect to the alternator because we have a lot more magnetic field right there, much more energy available than connecting it to the battery. So I highly recommend that you connect it exactly as you see in this fashion. This is the dryer jug. It's just another jug that's sealed off that has a particular way of plumbing. One long hose which goes to the fuel cell, the other hose barely in the jug which goes to the vacuum system of the engine. You put it down in the jug, and the overflow is automatically sucked back up into the other fuel cell. We've used poster putty, which is liquid Teflon, as a sealant. It is the most recyclable thing you can use. You can use it over and over and over. It's poster putty is the brand name for it. Don't endorse any products, but I don't have any choice. It's really the best thing you can use. Plastic hoses is what we use on our vacuum pressure fuel cell. It is part of the thermodynamics of the entire process. Again, poster putty placed around the hoses on the vacuum pressure fuel cell in the state of vacuum will suck into the small crevices and will not allow leakage. It has been working flawlessly for many years on my vehicle. I have over 30,000 miles running on the vacuum pressure fuel cell so far, and my engine performs incredibly well. It's a little tacky at times. When it gets hot, it will really seal well. This shows you some of the production in the vacuum state. That's a lot of hydrogen oxygen gas. It's enough to actually cool the water. There's 25 amps right now flowing through there, and we want to run it as close to 30 amps as possible. You can see a tremendous amount of gas. It will actually produce even more hydrogen and oxygen gas as the engine gets going, the RPMs are high, and the magnetic field is coming off of that alternator. Baking soda, Arm & Hammer, highly recommend it. It's the only one that won't foam up. Cheap stuff, you'll end up with foaming in the water, and you don't want foamy water. It's going to have some nasty buildup eventually, but don't worry, it's not a problem in the vacuum pressure fuel cell. The extra dryer jar in front takes care of anything that would fly into the engine. It's a very interesting system and has been used for many, many miles.
That was tiring, that was, wasn't it? Do you think this guy's trying to get hydrogen and oxygen from water?
Well, it says vacuum pressure hydrogen fuel cell defeats high gas prices.
High gas prices, yeah.
Yeah. So even he calls it a hydrogen fuel cell.
Yeah, it's kind of using hydrogen from H2O. Oh yeah, that was a bit painful. That was.
I thought when he mentioned he wasn't advocating any products or he wasn't promoting any brand labels or whatever.
Oh right, yeah.
And yeah, he's got a large Hellman's mayonnaise jar there, hasn't he?
Oh, has he? Oh
Look
right,
like
yeah.
Hellman's
Oh,
mayonnaise.
right, must
jar.
like his mayonnaise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why didn't he try and get the hydrogen from mayonnaise then?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Could have done that while he was eating his salad.
Mm.
Absolutely, yeah, of course, you know. But yeah, that's absolutely rubbish, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, we've got another person who thinks water can be split using hydrogen and oxygen.
Absolutely, another demented person, really. You know,
absolutely,
it's beyond belief. The numbers of demented people on the earth.
I'm sure. Let's go and annoy a few more.
You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, and you can still be stupid.
We've all seen the stories so far with this kind of stuff.
Well,
it's all rubbish. All
absolutely,
of this stuff. Yeah. The guy is simply just wasting his time, as far as I'm concerned.
He may as well go and enjoy his life with his children, if he has any.
If he has any, absolutely put his feet up. You know, relax, chill out. Who wants to be getting their hands dirty and all this kind of stuff?
But he could
mix around with grease.
But he could be spending time with his children and teaching them about the meaning of life.
Oh, the meaning of life. Oh, right, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
The only interesting part in this whole video is the fact that you can actually see water dripping out of the tailpipe. Now, it's clear that there's water in his Hellman's mayonnaise jar.
Yeah.
There's water there because he added sodium bicarbonate to it.
Yeah.
There's water. There's water in the fuel as well. So water's going to be there because it will condense from a very hot environment in the combustion chamber.
But the water is breaking down those stainless steel plates that he inserted into this jar. The electricity is the catalyst.
Absolutely,
that's helping the water to decompose those stainless steel plates, which is releasing the hydrogen, the pressure,
hydrogen and oxygen as well,
that was used to make those plates.
The hydrogen and oxygen.
So water will be carried along. Water vapor.
No, water gas, because water can exist as a gas.
Will be carried along, will migrate along with the pressure into the carburetor, into the engine, and then be converted out in the tailpipe
as liquid.
Condensate
and liquefy.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, you don't have to be a brain box. You know, which supports our view that water cannot be created or destroyed. Can then change from one form to another. That's from liquid, solid water, ice to liquid to even gas, and then back again. Yeah. You know, it's just so easy to understand. You don't need to be a brain box. You don't have to have all of these letters after your name. You don't have to go to university for 8-10 years just to know that water is not made of hydrogen and oxygen. Absolutely.
To know the simplicity.
Well, to realise how simple things really are.
But I can't really call it technology, but this technology is outdated.
Going
really.
out of fashion, isn't it?
People
really?
aren't doing this much.
People aren't doing this at all, really. They're going into hydrogen fuel cells. And people who go into hydrogen fuel cells now, they think that the fuel cell is splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen, which is a load of rubbish, because it doesn't.
But it's just a variant of this.
It's just a variant of this, absolutely.
Because
Same shit, different cover.
Yeah, because you have the metal plates.
You've got metal plates, they decompose to release the hydrogen.
Absolutely.
You know.
Or they use an electrolyte like potassium hydroxide.
Or it's possible they could use
which
an
then
electrolyte.
releases the hydrogen.
Absolutely, of course. You know, it's unless they're using
I'm
absolutely.
sure the hydrogen fuel cells they'd use what people are doing now, they use an electrolyte.
It's more
but we'll have to start looking at those rather than these. These videos are
they're old hag now.
These are old hag.
I mean, who wants to be watching these videos anyway? I mean, we don't. I mean,
so there we go.
But there you go. More information to demonstrate that water is water essentially, and water is not hydrogen and oxygen. And you thought argon was a constituent of air. Well, it's our understanding that you'd be absolutely wrong. Or that idea, or that thought, or that claim, or whatever, is wrong.
Absolutely. And let's ask everyone: have you thought of where the colour comes from?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, but
you know,
pinkish colour.
Pinkish colour.
Absolutely. Not
where do you think the pink comes from? It's
not
got to
from
come
Floyd,
somewhere.
that's for sure.
It's got to come from somewhere, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Well, we've got an inkling that basically argon gets its colour from potassium.
Oh, you've given it away.
Yeah, because potassium burns with a lilac flame.
Absolutely.
And argon is very similar in the light it emits.
Absolutely.
So where should we go to?
Well, let's have a look at argon first. Here we go.
Let's have a little look at argon. Here we go. Argon is a chemical element with the symbol Ar and atomic number 18. It is in group 18 of the periodic table and is a noble gas. I'm just going to get up the noble gases there, just so in case we need
reference.
And argon is the third most abundant gas in the Earth's atmosphere.
Really?
Can you believe that? In the Earth's atmosphere, at 0.934%
parts per
million, whatever the V means.
Anyway,
whatever. It is more than twice as abundant as water vapour. Well, I would tend to very much disagree with that, then, Peter. I think they're spilling out a load of rubbish there, Peter.
I think so too.
I think there's more water gas in the air
than any other gas.
Absolutely, of course. Anyway. 23 times as abundant as carbon dioxide and more than 500 times as abundant as neon. Absolutely. Argon is the most abundant noble gas in the Earth's crust, comprising of the Earth's crust.
Okay, how did they find it? Carl?
How did they find it?
How did they find it?
Oh, look, here we go. Nearly all of the argon in the Earth's atmosphere is radiogenic argon-40. Derived from the decay of potassium-40 in the Earth's crust. Now, there you go. We've already found a link between argon and potassium. I wonder if we could find any more then, Peter.
Well, let's have a look at, if you go back up to the image with that's glowing. There we go.
In there.
The appearance of it is the text.
Yeah, the appearance, the colour gas exhibiting... Colourless gas, exhibiting a lilac or violet glow when placed in an electric field. Lilac. Now, what flame colour is potassium?
Well,
let's
have a look at potassium.
Let's have a look at
potassium flame colour.
Potassium flame colour. Here we go. Would you believe it's pink?
Pinky. Let's get an image. We want to get an image. Come on.
Let's get an image of a potassium flame colour.
Would
you believe that? Would you believe that?
We've
got different. We've got slightly different.
Slightly different there, but it's
lilac. But it's lilac there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still there. Let's see if we can find one that one looks pretty good. This one looks really good, isn't it?
Yeah, might not be potassium.
That one. Well, it is. What colour flame potassium that is?
Oh, right, yeah.
That's potassium. What's colour flame? When you burn potassium, the flame becomes lilac coloured, something like purple. So if we get onto this image, wait there. view image there.
Yeah.
So let's just get that. I'm only getting one because it looks close.
Yeah.
So when we look at that, and when we look at that, that's right there.
It's close on the out extremities.
It's close on the outer extremities
yeah.
outside
Yeah.
there, isn't it?
So you could argue that it's turned. It's a
Oh, sorry.
shade turned down, isn't it?
It's a shade turned down, but it's very, very close.
Because if you look at, if you go back on that image that you had,
Sorry,
up,
wait. Oh, I had it on there, didn't I? View image. There we go.
if you just look at some parts of it, you've got some like pinky parts.
Yeah, you got some pinky
or lilac
parts.
parts.
Lilac parts there.
So that,
I mean,
that's
there is
more
a-
like lavender blue, though, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, I suppose you're right. Absolutely, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's there, isn't it? Hey.
But anyway.
So let's see if we can find another link to potassium. Absolutely, of course. It says argon is produced industrially by the fractional distillation of liquid air. Argon is mostly used as an inert shielding gas. So let's see how they made it.
The history.
Let's look in the history. Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go. The best bit of all. Argon is named in reference to its chemical inactivity. The chemical property of this first noble gas to be discovered impressed the namers. An unreactive gas was suspected to be a component of air by Henry Cavendish in 1785.
Oh, we've all heard of him before.
Argon was first isolated from air in 1894 by Lord Rayleigh and Sir William Ramsay. Weren't they the people that fudged the constituents of air?
Oh, in that document. Oh,
In that document.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
They were, weren't they?
They were, yeah.
Or somebody fudged their book, didn't
Absolutely,
they?
yeah, because they just put in these figures. And it
Absolutely, of course.
didn't time with any other bits.
Absolutely. University College London, by removing oxygen, carbon dioxide, water and nitrogen from a sample of clean air. They had determined that nitrogen produced from the chemical compounds was 0.5% lighter than nitrogen from the atmosphere. The difference was slight, but it was important enough to attract their attention for many months. They concluded that there was another gas in the air mixed in with the nitrogen. Argon was also encountered in 1882 through independent research of H.F. Newell and W.N. Hartley. And that's not J.R.R. Hartley.
From the Yellow Pages.
Absolutely. Each observed new lines in the emission spectrum of air that did not match known elements. Until 1957, the symbol for argon was A.
So they're
Now
looking.
it is AR.
Yeah, so they're looking for a particular colour in the emission spectrum.
In the emission spectrum.
And you could probably change that by processing whatever the air with it, processing the air in a different way to get a change in your spectrum colour.
Absolutely. You can change certain physical properties about a certain gas in order to get a different.
Anyway,
even though it's the same gas as another gas that has a different colour flame.
Anyway, this little apparatus on the left. There we go.
Yeah, let's go on here. Here we go.
Now,
how do I
this
get onto
is-
that? How can I click that off? I want to click
Just
that.
there,
Oh,
there's
there you go.
Now, this is a device that Lord Rayleigh used to replicate Cavendish's experiment
and isolate
isolate this gas.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, all it is basically is you have a container, glass container, and you have two wires going into it, and they're covered in a glass sheath.
Covered in a glass sheath.
And as they go up, they run up inside an inverted test tube. And they're able to. There's a contact between the two wires, so they can spark.
No, they're slightly apart.
Slightly apart, sorry, so
Slightly
they can
apart.
spark
There's a gap
between the two.
So a spark can be bridged, or a spark can bridge the gap, and obviously the spark will obviously affect the air that's above the liquid, the solution in that test tube.
Yeah. One thing they do is that they send a very high voltage through those wires.
Do they? Oh, I don't know.
Because they use a Rumkoff coil.
A Rumkoff coil
of medium size. And
Rumkoff.
I, just from the top of my head, after looking at Rumkoff coils,
Rumkoff.
I'm sure that takes up to about 20,000 volts.
20,000 volts.
So you're talking very high voltage.
Well, not bad, especially in 1892.
Well, especially from a Grove cell that only powers a very small voltage.
Oh, right, yeah, because they use Grove cells, and Grove cells, as we are already aware, are just batteries made up of sulfuric acid with anode and cathode in.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
You know, and the anode's connected to the
series.
cathode in another cell in a series. You know,
Right.
Amazing how they got all this stuff. You know, but
what's important with this is that in the container, they used, in their words, if you get the text up, they had to use a specific substance.
There we go.
No, not this one. If you
Not
get
this
the
one.
text that was on under the.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that one there.
Yeah, they used a specific. Yeah, here we go. The gases are contained in a test tube A, standing over a large quantity of weak alkali.
Absolutely. Now
alkali, potassium.
Now we are going on an assumption that the alkali used in the jar is potassium based. So it could be potassium hydroxide,
or it could be potassium. Well, let's see whether Ramsey or Rayleigh actually identified gave away what alkali they used.
How would we know that?
Because it would be in that document.
Is it in this one?
It's in this document.
Yeah, this document is separating on finding argon.
Argon, yes.
On discovery of argon.
Yeah.
So what page do we need to go up to?
272.
272. 272. 272. Here we go. Here's 272. 272. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, early experiments on sparking nitrogen with oxygen in presence of alkali.
There we go.
So in our earliest attempts to isolate... Wait there, can I close this off, this pane? No, I can't.
Yeah,
Oh, let's just go... There. In our earliest attempts to isolate the suspected gas by the method of Cavendish, we used a Ruhmkorff coil of medium size actuated by a battery of 5 Grove cells. The gases were contained in a test tube standing over a large quantity of weak alkali, and the current was conveyed in wires insulated by U-shaped glass tubes passing through the liquid round the mouth of the test tube. With the given battery and coil, a somewhat short spark or arc of about 5 mm was found to be more favourable than a longer one. When the mixed gases were in the right proportion and the rate of absorption was about 30 cc's per hour, or 30 times as fast as Cavendish could work with the electrical machine of his day. To take an example, one experiment of this kind started with 50 cc's of air. To this, oxygen was gradually added until, oxygen being in excess, there was no perceptible contraction during an hour's sparking. The remaining gas was then transferred to the pneumatic trough to a small measuring vessel sealed by mercury, in which the volume was found to be 1 cc. On treatment with alkaline pyrogolate, the gas shrank to 0.32 cc's.
Alkaline pyrogolate.
Alkaline pyrogolate. So let's have a little look what alkaline pyrogolate is.
Wouldn't that be
this one here?
This one here.
Note on the use of alkaline pyrogolate solution in gas analysis. Absolutely, of course. Isn't this wonderful? Let's have. We're not going to read the whole book. We'll just have a little look at the abstract.
Note on the use of alkaline pyrogolate solution in gas analysis.
Where do we need to go?
Just make it bigger.
If I can.
All you need to look at is what type of alkali are they using. Although alkaline pyrogolate has
I can see it already.
Yeah, although alkaline pyrogolate has been for long in general use for absorbing oxygen in gas analysis, it has also been known for almost as long that a little carbon monoxide may sometimes be given off during the absorption, thus making the percentage of oxygen found somewhat too low.
It was definitely pointed out by one of us, however, that with a solution made by adding 10 grams of pyrogolic acid to 100 cc's of almost saturated caustic potash solution.
Isn't that potassium?
That's potassium based, isn't it, potash? Absolutely. Blah, blah, about 1.5 and contain blah, blah, yeah, sp.gr. About 1.54 and containing about 80 grams of dry potassium hydroxide per 100 cc's of solution. The formation of carbon monoxide is entirely avoided, so that the resulting analysis may be taken as correct to the second decimal place if the burette is corrected for errors in graduation and due care is taken. According to that information, they're telling us that they used potassium hydroxide.
And
or potassium hydroxide.
Oh, well, yeah, potassium
hydroxide as
caustic
their
potash, yeah.
caustic potash, which is their solution, which is found in their
experiment.
Where's their jar? Where's their jar? In this jar.
Yeah.
They're using potassium-based material. Now, the potassium-based material, as far as we're concerned, what's going to happen in the spark in the top of that test tube is that the spark is going to create an awful lot of heat.
Absolutely,
obviously.
yeah.
And obviously the water will want to evaporate, which will take along with it some of the potash, some of the potassium hydroxide. Now, the potassium hydroxide is simply going to stain the air that's within that top of that.
In the test tube A.
In test tube A. I don't know if people can actually see that. There we go. That's better. Yeah. So in the space there, space A at the bottom of the test tube, bottom of the inverted test tube, that's where the spark's going to take place. You're going to get a lot of heat. The heat's going to evaporate the water that is close by, which has potassium dissolved in it. The potassium's obviously going to stain the air.
It's our understanding that this is where argon gets its colour from.
So the whole point of this video is to really make people realise that, like we've said many times before in many videos, and that is, man makes, manufactures, produces his products.
Absolutely.
Because we don't think there's argon in the air at all.
No.
We think that's just a load of rubbish.
Because we think man just manufactures a gas.
A
that
gas.
He's called argon.
Absolutely. And one of the things, just to follow up, just finally, I'm just looking for can we go there? Air Liquide.
No, it wasn't Air Liquide.
Who was it? Who's our Air Products?
Air Products. Yeah.
Air Products. Here we go. Air Products. Here we go. We're on here. We've been on here numerous times before, but the most important part, search Air Products.
Argon.
The most important part to. Oh, you've got to be joking.
Just products.
Gases. Here we go. Let's see if we can get the page up, because it's a bit of a nightmare.
Argon. Top one.
Argon at the top. There we go. We want to get the link with the diagram on it, don't we?
The cryogenic processes.
Cryogenic processes, which are where are they?
Yeah, but that's on the oxygen, isn't it? Making the oxygen.
Making the oxygen. There we go. Right there. Cryogenic. Oh, we've got to find it. We've got to find it, otherwise everyone's going to be moaning. No, it's not. We've lost it.
No, we haven't lost it. It's just that we normally go in for
gases, and then we go. I'm sure we go. But anyway, the information's here anyway.
Well, but let's put the image up.
Let's put the image up.
We've got the image up for everybody.
Absolutely.
But as you can tell, all it says is that the argon goes off to be refined or for further processing.
Or they tap off in the distillation column. They tap off an amount specifically for the production of argon.
But they don't tell you exactly what steps they take to make the argon.
Now, we have emailed a company to find out a little bit more, because it is our opinion that they actually do process the air that when liquid oxygen or liquid nitrogen even, isn't it?
I don't know.
Because they don't liquefy the air, they liquefy the oxygen and nitrogen. They liquefy that and then they let it evaporate, and then they tap off a small amount for argon production.
Yeah, but from which stream, I couldn't tell you.
From which stream doesn't, yeah, I couldn't say either. But it's that process that, it's our understanding that they further process that stream, whatever gas stream they use, they...
and that would involve using caustic potash.
That would involve using a potassium substance of some
kind,
description.
yeah.
Now we've emailed, this is only our idea at the moment, you know,
Yeah.
so it's only possibilities, what we think, given the information we're looking at.
If you go on Noble Gases,
Noble Gases, which is here. There we go.
see Noble Gases, here we go. Argon is one of the noble gases, historically also the inert gases, and yet the inert gases, but some of them put out a flame.
Yeah, a lot of them put extinguish a flame.
Right.
So then, how can they be inert?
Yeah.
You think about it. Well, they
But
extinguish the flame, but they can't be inert.
Sometimes referred to as aerogens, make up a group of chemical elements with,
With
similar
similar
properties.
properties.
Yeah,
Understand it.
understand it. And the reason why they've got similar properties is because they're all mainly made in the same way.
There's only a small difference between them all.
Yeah. They're all odorless, colourless, monatomic gases with very low chemical reactivity. The
Absolutely.
6 noble gases that occur naturally are helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and the radioactive radon.
Oganesson.
Yeah, is
Oganesson.
variously predicted to be a noble gas as well. Blah, 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 blah.
Absolutely, yeah. But so what we can say,
But they've all got certain distinct colours.
they've all got certain distinct
And
colours.
neon is neon lighting. You want to look up neon lighting.
Neon lighting
on Wikipedia. That's
Right,
good. Because it makes you wonder what the gas is, or what's lighting being lit up within a neon lighting
tube.
tube.
Absolutely, yeah. Neon lighting. Here we go. Neon lighting consists of brightly glowing electrified glass tubes or bulbs that contain rarefied neon or other gases. Neon lights are a type of cold cathode gas discharge light. A neon tube is a sealed glass tube with a metal electrode at each end, filled with one of a number of gases at low pressure. High potential of several thousand volts applied to the electrodes ionises the gas in the tube, causing it to emit coloured light.
Now, would you agree that if you're wanting to ionise the gas, you'd need something that contains ions?
You'd need something that would contain ions, because you couldn't have the spark jumping from one end to the other.
Might not reach, mightn't it?
Might not reach, absolutely. So you'd want something that would conduct electricity.
Yeah. And what is the best thing to conduct electricity?
Well, I would have thought. Maybe it's quite possible it's a salt.
Salts, absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
salts conduct electricity. Sodium chloride.
Absolutely,
That's a very big.
Yeah.
Ion. That's a great ion.
Yeah. The colour
filled
of
with
the
ions,
colour
that
of the
is,
light depends
if you
on
accept ionic theory.
Yeah, the colour of the light depends on the gas in the tube. Neon lights were named for neon, a noble gas which gives off a popular orange light. But other gases and chemicals are used to produce other colours.
But
Now,
other
this is
gases and chemicals are used to produce other colours, such
So
as
the giveaway's
hydrogen. Absolutely. Helium. Carbon dioxide is white.
Right, now,
Carbon dioxide.
Now, everybody who's watched our videos on CO2 will know that dry ice, what's the colour of dry ice?
Well, it's whitish, isn't it?
White, isn't it?
Absolutely.
When you pressurise the CO2 gas, so it turns to a liquid
from
a gas
to liquid,
and then you revert it back. You can see white within
white, absolutely, yeah.
Within its change of states.
So, but there's the presence of salt.
There's a presence of a salt.
Our salt acid water pressure system.
Because dry ice, to my understanding, is just concentrated salt, just frozen at low temperatures.
Absolutely, yeah. But it's.
But isn't it interesting how carbon dioxide gives off a white colour when it's used for an electric current to be passed through it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very interesting idea, in that basically what gives all of these lights their colours is essentially salts. Derived from different.
And helium would be sodium.
Helium Would be sodium. Would be the salt of sodium. Absolutely.
Hydrogen, well, that's probably lithium based.
That would probably could be lithium. I can't
based,
think.
or it could be
strontium.
Or yeah, probably lithium, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think it would be calcium based.
But from looking at that apparatus that Cavendish used, which was repeated by Rayleigh,
and
Rayleigh, it's easy to know that they actually use an alkali in the base of that jar,
and that alkali is going to affect the resulting gas.
Well, it's going to aid in the
production of that. The
product.
To be fair, I can't see why he's using it. I can't understand why they're using it at all.
Well, if you're a Globie out there and you're watching this video, you've got this far, please tell me, how on earth does that prove that argon is a constituent of the air?
Absolutely, yeah. We'd like to know.
Please tell me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to know.
Because these guys, all of this information here, history in this history section, doesn't say anything, doesn't give any indication of how this demonstrates that argon is a constituent of the air.
Yeah.
In fact, to be fair, let's go big time and say there's nothing on this page that demonstrates or proves that argon is a constituent of air.
Yeah.
There's nothing here.
Just what's written.
It's
just a statement.
It's just absolutely. You've got all these references here, all of them, all 47 of them, and yet you won't find any proof that argon is a constituent of air. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, because in our understanding, it's just a product.
It's just a product like all the others.
They just manipulate, undertaking certain actions like burning this, doing that,
heating this up, passing air over hot metal
to get your product.
Absolutely, of course. There you go. There you have it.
There you go.
Doesn't that good? Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. So there you go. And you thought argon was a constituent of air. Well, in our opinion, given what we've looked at, we think that opinion is totally wrong.
Yeah.
And argon is a manufactured gas,
just like all the others,
made or produced by human beings through manipulation of their environment,
using other chemicals,
and
sources like 10,000 volts, 20,000 volts.
Absolutely, of course, yes. So there you have it. So
because that would be interesting to see what the colour of the spark would be in that test tube.
Whether the colour would be
the colour
lilac.
could have been lilac.
The colour could
because
have been
it's
lilac.
affected by the potassium that's in the solution.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. And to get this pink colour, it could just be the fact that they've got a very high concentration of argon.
Possibly, yeah.
Because I'm unsure. Oh, they said that the gas in the tubes is low pressure, isn't it? It's low pressure, but you need the high voltage so it can jump. So the electricity can form
freely
a plasma, really, rather than a spark.
Yeah.
You want it to form a plasma, not a spark.
Like Pete said, what's one thing that we know conducts electricity? And it's not the water, it's salt.
It's definitely not water, absolutely, of course.
So if you're using salt within your reactions, and we know that salt migrates, don't we?
Salts can even generate electricity as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
There you go, yeah. Now what are we going to cover? This video is going to be slightly different to our usual format in the regard that we are asking you a simple question, and that is, could clouds be made of salt? Okay. We don't usually ask questions, but we thought in this video we'll put out a proposal, we'll present people with a question, because it's only an idea.
Yeah, we're going to present people with some information.
So you yourself can formulate your own ideas, or agree, disagree, whether you think clouds could be made of salt.
So you can leave your comments below, you can like, subscribe,
absolutely,
thumbs up or thumbs down if
true
you're Globie,
YouTube style, let us know what you think after the video. After you watch the video, let us know what you think.
So what
if you decide to watch it, you might just switch off. But let us know what you think.
So we're going to have a look at a bit of information about salt. We're going to have a look at Joseph Black, because he thought there was more to salt than met the eye. We're going to have a look at the water cycle.
The water cycle,
or we could call it the salt cycle. We're going to have a look at clouds, information on clouds from Wikipedia. We're going to have a look at cloud seeding as well, that they actually use a salt to seed clouds.
Yeah, very, very good for your lawns.
We're going to fly through a hurricane.
Yeah, so hold on tight.
And we've got a lot of people have suggested that you can generate electricity in the sky, in the atmosphere.
Absolutely,
because of the salt. And that's about it.
And that's it. But before we get going, we've got to do, not the song, but we got you there. But one thing we would like to do is just to show you this simple thing. Okay. Now, a lot of people seem to think that in pop bottles like this, the CO2 that's inside the bottle that pressurizes the bottle is injected into the liquid
as it's put into the liquid during its production,
during its manufacture. Okay. Now, we think, it's our view, that the CO2 is generated purely from the ingredients. Only in bottles such as this, mass-produced pop bottles and cans.
Yeah.
Okay. Acid alkaline, the ingredients are here. If anyone wants to read the ingredients, they're all listed on here. Potassium sorbate, citric acid, there's your acid alkali, you've got carbonates in there. Carbonated water is all the same.
Even though carbonated water has things like potassium chloride.
Potassium carbonate.
Potassium carbonate.
And sodium bicarbonate as well.
Yeah, sodium bicarbonate.
Absolutely, because they want to try, and so they say, they want to mimic the natural quality of mineral water. It's absolutely ridiculous.
But anyway, come on.
Should be just water, sparkling water. But anyway, now, so to test this, okay, we've got, there's probably about this much left in there, okay. Now, this bottle is pressurized. I can feel that it's very tight. So what I'm going to do, okay, now this bottle, you can squeeze it in like this, okay. Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's open the top.
Let's open the
allow
top.
that carbon
Let's
dioxide.
Can you see all of the? Can you see the cold vapor coming off? Can you see all the cold vapor?
No, I can't.
You can't see it. But there you go. Oh, it's gone now. Anyway. So there you go. It's all gone.
So it's all gone. So the carbon dioxide exists as a liquid at 5 atmospheres.
5 atmospheres. There's a small little bit of vapor coming out of there. But that could just be.
So hold on, let's just.
So it's with the top on. It's pressurised a little bit. Now watch this. If the carbon dioxide is injected into the drink, then really we shouldn't be able to repressurise this at all.
Yeah, the pressure would remain the same.
Whereas if the ingredients produce the carbon dioxide, and like we think. The reaction, they're able to react to then produce CO2. We could repressurise this because by shaking the bottle, yeah, we are invigorating the reaction between the acid alkali. So here we go. Are you watching? And instantly, we can feel that is much harder. Now that tells us that the CO2, okay, is being generated by the reaction between your acid alkali that are contained as ingredients within the pop bottle. Okay, do it yourself at home.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do it yourself. Listen, here we go. There we go. And what we should do, look, you see the vapor.
Well, what we should do,
what we should do,
no, is leave it unopened.
No, what we should do is
leave it open.
No. This is what we should do. Wait a minute, are you watching? We should do that without shaking it up. And just open it back up again. And you don't hear anything.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, what you should do is leave it unopened throughout the whole time we do the video. And then at the end of the video, see if you can repressurise it.
That's what we'll do as well. We'll leave it open throughout the rest of this video.
Right, come on, let's go
at the end of it. But anyway,
let's get on.
We're digressing.
So we're going to provide some information why it's a possibility.
That
clouds could be made of salt. So let's have a look at Joseph Black.
So let's have a little look at Joseph Black. And we may have to get some pages up if we're not.
Doesn't matter. Just quickly get the pages up.
Joseph Black. Now,
because Joseph Black is famous for, even though he didn't have any, he was never married. He was famous for discovering carbon dioxide.
There we go. Joseph Black.
But a small piece of information about him is that he was very interested in the elements, because I think he was a supporter of phlogiston.
He was a supporter of
theory.
phlogiston.
But
Absolutely.
one thing he scroll down. Here we go. Like most 18th century experimentalists, Black's conceptualization of chemistry was based on 5 principles of matter. So we have water, earth, fire, metal, and salt. So he recognized that salt was a very discrete substance in its own right. Distinct, discrete, vital substance that was set apart from all the others.
Absolutely. Now, let's go on the Wikipedia page. Okay, on salt.
Yeah, maybe discrete wasn't the right word.
Yeah, discrete. Salt is a mineral composed primarily of sodium chloride, which is debatable, but a chemical compound belonging to the larger class of salts. Salt, in its natural form as a crystalline mineral, is known as rock salt or halite. Salt is present in vast quantities in seawater, vast quantities, where it is the main mineral constituent. The ocean has about 35 grams, blah, blah, blah. Salt is essential for life in general.
There we go. And I actually wondered whether, because we've demonstrated that we breathe out a salt that turns lime water milky, and I actually wondered that one reason why we feel thirsty is because of the salt within our mouth, within our bodies. It's the salt content.
Well, we lose water. Out the salt releases water.
That's why we feel parched, dry, because of the salt.
Yeah. So it's an interesting idea. So salt is essential for life in general, and saltiness is one of the basic human tastes. Salt is one of the oldest and most ubiquitous food seasonings, and salting is an important method of food preservation. They preserve a lot of meat with salt. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So salt, and if you go throughout the whole page, they basically emphasise the importance of salt throughout the history of civilizations. The Greeks, the ancient Romans, the Byzantines, the Hittites, the Egyptians, Indians.
And salt isn't just sodium chloride. Salt can be other things.
Can be other things. Salts can be carbonates.
Well, potassium. Potassium is a salt.
Absolutely, potassium.
Lithium is a salt.
Absolutely, lithium is a salt. You can have sulfates.
Magnesium is a salt.
Absolutely, of course. Even sulfur can produce a salt.
Absolutely.
You can have a salt of sulfur, which would be a sulfate, etc., with other substances. So we don't need to go.
It's quite
here,
important. It's quite important to recognise that salt is vital for our lives, in our lives.
Absolutely, of course. Oh look,
and there's a lot of salt There's a lot of salt around us in the sea.
Yeah, I was just going to have a quick look at this. I mean, if you look at this here, these are ponds near Maras, Peru, fed from a mineral spring and used for salt production since the time of the Incas.
There we go.
Now, if you look at all of that stuff, it's very white.
Well, look at the salt flats in
flats in Bolivia. They're very white. Very white indeed.
Just like the clouds.
So there was were we not on the bottom of this, having a little look at
No,
something?
I don't think we need to.
Sure? We don't. So we don't need to.
We don't need to
look at that.
Look at
So the next one.
So let's have a look at the water cycle.
So salt. All we know so far is that it's important, and it's plentiful, abundant. Now here's the water cycle, and the ocean contains a lot of salt. So the water cycle. You have the sun heats up the ocean, the water evaporates, carries along with it salt. Okay, and it gets to an altitude where the salt, basically, in our understanding, could possibly turn into clouds.
Absolutely. See here in this diagram, they're actually saying that it's the water, focusing more on the water. The water evaporates, condensates, forms clouds. It moves along and it forms. It's got precipitation.
Because in their understanding, they would say that the water condensates to form ice crystals. Or water droplets, essentially. Because let's go on cloud on Wikipedia. Let's have a look at some information. In meteorology, a cloud is an aerosol consisting of a visible mass of minute liquid droplets, frozen crystals, or other particles suspended in the atmosphere of a planetary body or similar space. Blah blah blah. That bit's rubbish. Water or various other chemicals may compose the droplets and crystals. So essentially, what they're saying is clouds are essentially comprised of liquid droplets or frozen crystals, mainly of water. Okay.
But what we would say is what's keeping the water there.
What holds the water there?
Because one of the things that I've thought about is that when you have a dark cloud like loom over and it's going to rain, then it starts raining. So if these clouds are made of water and all the water's falling to the ground, then that cloud really should be thinning out.
It should be thinning out as the rain continues, you know.
But
we don't see that. You know, we can see a large rain cloud on the horizon, and it's moving across, and you can see the cloud coming down in the rain, as it were. You know, but the cloud doesn't thin out. You know, as it moves across, it just remains so thick above. So you know, something else is happening. So
something else could possibly
be involved.
Be
involved in this, and it's likely that
it's possible that it's the salt.
It's possible
in the air.
That's releasing water.
Yeah, because one thing we did,
and the salt remains up there.
One thing we did some time ago is that we had a tub of sacks of salt, didn't we?
We had a tub of sacks of salt, a large one, and we put it in a damp place. And after a few months, the salt had basically absorbed a lot of moisture. A lot of the moisture in the damp place had just been attracted to the salt. The cardboard carton was absolutely saturated with water. It was nasty, wasn't it? And all we did was put it in a drier place, and over a period of a few months, it dried out. Back to normal, as if nothing had ever happened.
By
to
magic.
it.
Where's the water gone?
It's wonderful. It really does make you think about the abilities of salt when it's in solution, or salt and water.
Because one of the properties of salt is that it's hygroscopic.
Hygroscopic. Would we be able to?
It would probably be on
look
there.
at this. Let's have a
Find
look.
on this page.
Find on this page.
Hygroscopic.
Hygro.
There it is.
There we
There
go.
you go. The calcium and magnesium salts.
Unrefined sea salt contains small amounts of magnesium and calcium halides and sulfates, which we were saying, you know, not just sodium chloride. Blah, blah, blah. The calcium and magnesium salts confer a faintly bitter overtone, and they make unrefined sea salt hygroscopic. That is, it gradually absorbs moisture from the air if stored uncovered. Now,
and hygroscopic means to absorb moisture.
Yeah, if we go on to our wiki page, or I'll go on the net.
So it's possible that the salt migrates from the oceans up into the sky.
There we go. Of a substance tending to absorb moisture from the air.
Yeah. So that it's possible that the salt migrates from the sea up into the sky. And all around us is water vapour. And it's possible that the salt that's up in the
precipitates
atmosphere
out of solution content.
Yeah. Because you've got to be able to see, when you see the clouds, you can see the salt.
You can see the salt, absolutely. That's why it's white.
But it absorbs the water vapour that's in the air.
Yeah.
And then it can absorb so much, and then it reaches a point where it can't absorb as much anymore, and then it falls.
Or
the rain falls.
Yeah, the salt, because it's absorbing moisture, gets heavier, so it falls down it lowers in elevation, and it gets to a point where it releases the moisture.
Yeah.
But the salt remains up there. I mean, I was just thinking when I was looking at a picture there, and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if you can apply the conservation of mass and the conservation of energy to clouds. And that is, clouds cannot be created nor destroyed. They can only change. In other words, the amount of clouds that are up there now in the atmosphere will always remain the same.
Possibly.
I mean, you know.
But one thing with this is that you've got the water cycle, but in some ways you could also call it the salt cycle.
The salt cycle.
Because the salt migrates from the ocean up into the sky, and that's where it absorbs the water vapour to then
release
deposit
absolutely,
further down the line.
I mean, when you think about it, it does make sense.
And we've got an example of migration.
We've got an example more examples of salt migration. When we've been doing our...
We could do the magnesium.
Let's do the magnesium sulfate, shall we?
Yeah.
This one here. Here we go. A lot of people have been told that we exhale CO2, and one of the demonstrations people use or employ to show people that idea is to get people to blow through lime water. CO2 blown through lime water will cause the calcium hydroxide to become calcium carbonate, and a white precipitate of calcium carbonate will form. Calcium carbonate is a salt. A carbonate is a salt. Now, it's our understanding that is, that's not the case.
It's a salt that we breathe out.
It is a salt that we exhale that turns lime water milky.
Just like in this demonstration.
Just like in this demonstration here, we're starting to see the lime water going milky. Okay. Now, we've done already...
electrolyzed sodium hydroxide. To produce hydrogen gas, which contains a small amount of salt, and that was able to turn lime water milky.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah, we managed to mix lime water with the vapor that came off from the cathode.
We've also used we've also demonstrated that diammonium hydrogen phosphate can be placed into a test tube of water, and some can be placed into a test tube of lime water. And the lime water will go milky, whereas the one in the water won't.
They won't. So obviously,
it's a salt it's clearly a salt that turns lime water milky.
And this one here is we're using magnesium
sulfate,
Epsom salts. To do exactly the same, to see if we can get the salt to turn lime water milky.
Well, to migrate.
And to not only turn lime water milky, but to migrate from one test tube into the other test tube that contains calcium hydroxide.
Yeah, because our understanding of lime water is that it's really a detector for salt.
It's a salt detector. Absolutely. If you have lime water and it turns milky, you know you've got the presence of a salt. So we're putting in the Epsom salts. We've salvaged the Epsom salts from electrolysis, so it's been leached, unfortunately. So we're putting it in, poking it in. There we go. We've added some water into the test. Wait there. We've added water already. There we go. Added water into the test tube, shaking it up.
That's not milky, is it?
It's not really milky, but and you can see the test tube in the rack on the right has got a small amount of lime water in. So there we go, fixing that up. There's our test tube of lime water on the back with the tube down,
and you hold the tube just slightly above the surface of the calcium.
So we've applied the heat.
And the magnesium sulfate is dissolving.
There you go. The magnesium sulfate is dissolving.
And it is amazing. It dissolves and it's going clear. You can't see it.
Absolutely. So you've just got to remember magnesium sulfate, Epsom salts in water. Okay, we're heating it up. And what's happening, there's a tube, top of this test tube, that runs across and goes down into another test tube that's at the back there, and that has a small amount of calcium hydroxide lime water in it. And what we were hoping to see is that lime water to go milky, because then we know the salt from the Epsom salts, the magnesium sulfate, has migrated through the tube and down into the test tube into the calcium hydroxide.
Absolutely.
So it's nearly dissolved, the magnesium sulfate. There we go. let's move it on. There you go. I think it's gone. Looks gone.
Yeah, bit more,
and
Still.
you can see that looks pretty much.
Bit more. Nearly
Let's
there.
go.
Nearly there.
There.
There we go.
So we've just finished,
There we
and
go.
you can see clearly that
Pause it.
there is there's a slight cloudiness
on the surface.
On the surface, just below the surface of the calcium hydroxide.
But you do actually shake it.
I do actually shake it. Just
Shake
to,
the bottle.
I think I've already done it there, haven't I?
No, there it is. There.
There it is. There's the
bottle.
There's the bottle. Giving it a shake. Or
Give it a
there's the
shake.
test tube,
Shake
not
and
the bottle.
stirred.
There you go. And so we've managed to.
Yeah, that was
the original one where I blew through.
Yeah.
We've
There you
got
go.
a sediment there. But you can clearly see we've managed to turn lime water milky, and we've demonstrated a salt migrating from the test tube through the tube into another test tube. Okay.
There we go.
Now,
yeah, we also.
So, given the water cycle, we can understand how the salt can migrate and be carried up by the
And
evaporating
have a salt
water.
cycle.
And have a salt cycle. Anyway, but you was going to say?
No, I was going to say we also had
well, another one.
Did a similar one with sodium hydroxide and aluminium.
Oh, this one here. Can we do? Should we do this one?
This one here.
Sodium hydroxide did exactly the same. Sodium hydroxide and aluminium.
Now,
Got
what-
to remember the main thing to remember about this reaction, and that is it gives off. You get it gives off hydrogen gas.
That's the mainstream's understanding of this reaction is sodium hydroxide mixed with aluminium will produce sodium aluminate in the jar and hydrogen
gas.
That's it.
Absolutely, they are your products. Go and check the equation if you don't trust us.
But we do need to return to this because there are some points that you'd like to mention.
Absolutely, yeah, we've got some wonderful points to mention about this
in our next video.
Yeah, we'll do that in our next video, of course.
There you go.
But there you go. So I'm blowing through this lime water to test that it is lime water and it is active.
Yeah, there we go.
Because we have a unique way of making our lime water.
Absolutely.
I'm sure other people do it our way as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah.
Anyway, so we're adding water to the jar. Okay, water to the jar, and I'm adding in some sodium hydroxide.
There we go.
Into the water, and there we go.
Yeah, now sodium hydroxide and aluminium is exothermic. The reaction gets very hot.
So there's the sodium hydroxide. It's cloudy, it's milky. Sodium hydroxide is a salt. Just think I'd like to mention that. There we go. And so what we're going to do is we're going to drop in the aluminium foil.
There we go.
Strips of aluminium foil, and straight away we get a reaction. Okay, and look at that. A lot of heat is given off, and we're waiting for the vapor to increase within the jar here. So we wait for a while before plating the tube into the test tube of calcium hydroxide. So there we go. We're waiting to see if we can see any vapor coming out.
There we go. There's a bit there.
There's a little bit of vapor there coming out. Okay. Now the vapor is likely to be water vapor,
yeah,
along with hydrogen, as well as salt. This is our understanding.
Absolutely.
This is what's being carried in.
So if you want to move it along.
Vapor. So let's move this along. Okay, so we keep adding. There's a tube. So we keep adding. Won't do that one. There we go. Wait there. I think we get it to. So
There we
we've
go.
got the tube in the correct position. There we go. We're adding the.
Yeah, because before
aluminium foil.
We tried. We did put the tube
Too low into the.
Did go in, but
you can see vapor coming right out
lifted
of
it
the test tube there.
So it's fine.
Which is pretty okay. There's the more aluminium being dissolved really by the sodium hydroxide. Yeah, there we go. And we've got it there. When we continue on, plod on. There we go. Plod on.
Because because it's similar when we electrolyse sodium hydroxide and scrub the bottle through with a little bit of lime water, and that is
very vigorous.
There
reaction.
isn't a lot of salt that migrates over.
Absolutely,
in this.
but you can clearly see. We keep going. We keep going, but you can clearly see that the calcium hydroxide is going milky. That is undeniable.
Look at
the vapors coming out of that test tube, like wildfire. There we go. So there. Look, I think we're ready to. Yeah, we've taken out the test tube, and we give it a shake up.
There we go. Look at that.
And
milky.
And
well, obviously, if we'd have continued this, obviously that would have gone a lot milkier.
When it's there.
Yeah, there you
go. Oh, there.
I'll just zoom in. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We can clearly see the calcium hydroxide lime water has turned milky
in the presence of hydrogen.
In the presence of hydrogen. You know,
that can't be heard of.
So it's got to be a salt. It can't be CO2 that's turning lime water milky. Especially given what we've just seen.
Absolutely. This is why it's important that carbon dioxide, this is why it's important to note that in our opinion, carbon dioxide is incorrectly termed.
Absolutely, of course.
Because hydrogen is doing it.
Absolutely.
On mainstream's understanding.
So if we take this information and we go back to our water cycle,
well, it's quite reasonable to suggest that a salt can migrate.
From the ocean,
and we do things
up into the upper reaches of the atmosphere.
Yeah,
and come out of solution, as it were, because there's lots of water vapor around.
Yeah,
to become clouds.
Yeah, and after our previous video about breathing out a salt, I mean, some people have left comments. More or less saying, well, you know, if there's salt in the oceans and when the water evaporates, then the salt must evaporate.
There's got to be salt in the air.
There's got to be salt in the air.
Absolutely, because we know that a salt can exist in solution, clear, but it can also precipitate out and form a white milk.
Yeah, because you might find it in because some
cloudiness.
Some of these globies would say, now, okay, so I just need to just open my fish and chips. And then it would absorb the salt. I can just use the air, because this is their understanding. But the thing is that in our understanding, the salt is quite high up up there.
Yeah.
And when you live near the sea, you sense the salt more because the salt's coming in from the sea.
It's got a greater concentration
rather than gone straight up.
There's a greater concentration.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. To a large degree that when it rains, we can understand that when it rains, salt could be carried by the rain, and that's where we get our carbonates from.
Salts
that stains calcium, limestone, for example,
or even that could account for efflorescence.
This could account for efflorescence. Why efflorescence occurs on rocks.
On the surfaces.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there are any thoughts, you know.
Absolutely.
But let's show you some more information to support our view, or our idea. It's our idea, really. We've got cloud. Let's go on cloud seeding. Here we go. Now, cloud seeding, is a type of weather modification that aims to change the amount or type of precipitation that falls from clouds by dispersing substances into the air that serve as cloud condensation or ice nuclei.
Ice nuclei,
which alter the microphysical processes within the cloud.
Sounds scientific.
There you go. Now let's go all the way down and find out what they actually use for cloud seeding.
Methodology.
Yeah, you can do this, can't you?
Well, the most common chemicals used for cloud seeding include silver iodide,
which is a salt,
potassium iodide,
which is a salt,
dry ice,
which carries a salt.
Well, because they obtain it from carbon dioxide.
Or
they process the carbon dioxide.
Absolutely.
They use liquid propane, but we don't have to worry about that at the moment.
Absolutely.
This can produce ice crystals. After promising research, the use of hygroscopic, there's that word again, hygroscopic materials such as table salt is becoming more popular.
Well, I wonder why, Peter. I wonder why table salt, salt is becoming more popular in cloud seeding.
Now, the thing is with man is that if he's trying to replicate nature, he'd try and carry out the same kind of, try and replicate the process that nature does.
Absolutely, of course.
You know,
yes.
so if he wants to make it rain, you would have thought he'd put up more water in there, or he
Absolutely,
might
of course.
want to put up more hydrogen and oxygen.
Absolutely, of course. But putting up more salt would ensure that you've got more nuclei, condensation nuclei, to absorb, attract that water
vapor.
that water vapor that's in the air.
Absolutely.
Because we did have a little look at, if we go from here, I know this is jumping a little bit, but if we go onto this page, which is National Geographic, and if we got the page clouds, all about clouds, let's get rid of that rubbish. Clouds form when humid air cools enough for water vapour to condense into droplets or ice crystals. There's no mention there about salt. The altitude at which this happens depends on the humidity and the rate at which temperature drops with elevation. Normally, water vapour can only condense onto condensation nuclei, tiny particles that serve as kernels around which drops can form. That's what condensation nuclei are. So an example of condensation nuclei could be a speck of dust. And the water clings onto that, basically, or the ice crystal clings onto that speck of dust.
Like how Richard Hammond from the Top Gear fame would say that it's a speck of dust that's been carried all the way from Australia.
A dirt devil in Australia.
Absolutely.
But what could it not be also possible that salts can be a condensation nuclei?
It's hygroscopic, isn't it?
Well, it is hygroscopic, yes, of course.
So it
does attract moisture. Absolutely, of course. Absolutely, that's all I need to do, because that's all we need to do about just that little bit there. Was enough, because when I read that I thought, well, salt could be in condensation nuclei,
absolutely,
could it not?
Especially because it's hygroscopic.
Absolutely, of course. So we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore either.
Let's have a look. So a lot of people will think that, okay, if there is no, there's water droplets, there's ice crystals up there in the sky. Okay, then. So let's go and fly through a hurricane.
Oh right, of course. Yeah. Oh no, I haven't got the.
Let's go and fly through a hurricane.
Let me go and have a little look at the page. Here we go.
Flying through a hurricane.
Here we go. Yeah, sorry about
that. It should be on the history.
Flying through
hurricane.
Yeah, here we go.
Brace yourselves. There we go. That's
this one. Now this is a good one. You'll like this one. Flying through a hurricane eye wall. Now
there we go.
Hurricanes are filled with clouds. There's so much cloud in a hurricane that it's unbelievable.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And a lot of aircraft, military aircraft, fly through, and meteorological aircraft fly through these clouds to reach the eye of hurricane.
The tiger.
The centre of the storm. So
there
we don't
need to watch all this.
There. Yeah, they got that there.
There we go.
You know, that's all the bit. Wait there, I'm just looking for the bit. They get themselves strapped in.
There we go.
Getting into, holding on tight because of the
going.
We're out into the hurricane.
Very cloudy there.
Very cloudy. Look, superb. And
lot
there's
of ice crystals.
An awful lot of rain associated with water, moisture. Okay, and the main thing we've got to think about there's a lot of turbulence and a lot of cloud and a lot of coldness, I suppose.
Look at them in the cockpit.
And look at these guys are in the cockpit and they're not using their windscreen wipers.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be nice and warm in that cockpit.
Absolutely. Now,
outside.
One of the things I can't work out, and that is when it's foggy, water forms all over your windscreen. If you've got a visor on your motorcycle helmet or on your goggles or whatever, you get condensation everywhere. Liquid water. So you'd be using your windscreen wipers. But these guys, going through here are not using them at all. Now that's telling us, that the clouds, that's when it's hitting the windscreen of the aircraft, are dry.
Which means, in our opinion, that there's no water there.
There's no water there. Absolutely. I can understand why people say that there are ice crystals, because of the temperature.
But then if they're ice crystals, you'd hear them.
You'd hear them on the windscreen. You know, you'd hear them,
but you never see them washing them off.
You'd never see them wash up. They'd collect all
yeah,
over. You know, you'd know about all
they'd
that
have
stuff.
like you have on your car to clean your windscreen.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Squirt some water to clean your windscreen. Aircraft don't have them.
Absolutely. And just as a little intermission, I'm now going to cap
over
the bottle.
half an hour. So if there was carbon dioxide gas in that,
that would have left.
That would have left.
That would have left by now. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll leave it for a while, and then we'll shake it up to see if it repressurizes
right at the very end.
Right at the very end for everyone's displeasure.
Absolutely,
of course, because we know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But you can clearly see that clouds are very dry.
Yeah.
Clouds are very dry. And in our understanding, why it is because the salt has absorbed all the moisture at that elevation.
Well, there may not be as much moisture at that elevation.
Absolutely, of course, yeah.
Because one thing even we're aware of is that because this plane must
Lovely
be
little view, yeah.
I don't know how high this plane is, but when you're up, say, Everest,
yeah,
when people climb Everest, the reason why they run out of breath is because there's less moisture. The higher they go,
there's less moisture.
So it stands to reason why the clouds are whiter on the tops than on the bottom.
Absolutely.
You see whiter clouds at higher altitudes because there's less moisture.
Because the salt has absorbed a lot of the... because they don't contain much salt.
They don't contain
much moisture.
Yeah.
Absolutely, of course. What's this? This is another.
But
so I mean, it's interesting stuff.
And another thing to support our view is some people have suggested, and I can understand why, that there's electricity. You can generate electricity.
Absolutely, yeah. Generate electricity with salt. So
then you can generate electricity from the atmosphere.
Using generating
electricity.
We need to go on to generating.
So you think, well, how can you generate electricity from the atmosphere?
From the atmosphere, which
because
one would you
apparently
like
you can just send up a wire up there, and it will generate electricity.
No, we'll just play this. This is atmospheric electricity powering a Corona motor electrostatic motor. Corona motor or electrostatic motor.
There we go.
So, there are people out there who are doing things where they are harnessing the electrical energy that surrounds us, that's in the atmosphere.
Yeah. But in ours, with this guy in this demonstration, not with this, is that he would have been better off doing it on a cloudy day.
Absolutely. No,
there's more salt.
Absolutely, because if you think about it logically, if you live somewhere where it's cloudy, you're obviously going to generate more. Well, it would be interesting to see if there would be more electrical energy generated in the atmosphere where it's cloudy, as opposed to when it's not cloudy. See, this is what it's all about. It's all about
anyone's
getting
out there who's into all this.
Absolutely, you want to be doing all this stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
But everyone's familiar with harvesting the
electrical
energy from the atmosphere, even though it may not be a lot. However, saying that, everyone is also familiar with lightning. Now, lightning is a weather phenomenon, okay? And when you have sheet lightning, it's more than reasonable to understand that a cloud, because they are salt-based, they can, in our opinion, they can conduct the electricity. They can even generate the electricity as well.
Absolutely,
because that's something we haven't actually looked at. And but we're going to do it now. Salt generating electricity.
There we go.
There we go. Let's have a little look at
that one there.
That one there.
There we go.
So the guy here, this is free energy from salt water power generator, free electricity. But you still got to get your salt water, and the effort you got to take into doing it. Your time and everything. So he's using copper wire. One cathode, one anode, copper wire, maybe, and the steel bolt, screw, whatever for the other side. I think whatever. And he's going to.
So this is great. The only trouble is that he is in a sense.
So there you go. Got 4 nails, and the 4 wires.
copper wire.
Even though he's creating electricity, he's actually creating electricity at the expense of those electrodes.
Absolutely, at the expense of those electrodes,
because they will decompose. So you could actually argue that all he's doing in this demonstration is that he's decomposing the energy that's been used to create that nail
copper
and the
wire.
copper wire.
Absolutely,
He's
yeah.
decomposing that or releasing that energy with the help of the water. And the salt is the catalyst.
And the salt is catalyst, yeah, absolutely. And
because the water's breaking it all down.
Absolutely, and all of that energy is being turned into electrical energy, which powers a small LED
light. Yeah,
light,
basically. Yeah.
So he got anode, cathode in each of these.
Yeah, because it would be very interesting.
4 containers.
It would be very interesting if he left this.
There you go. There's his little diode.
Yeah. If he left this running, the water would go dirty.
The water would probably go dirty.
So you just have to ask yourself where the dirt came from.
Where the impurities came from. So there you go. The LED is actually lighting up. So, he's getting an electrical current.
Yeah, he's drawing a charge, yeah.
With the help of the salt
So
water.
It's no wonder that you can actually get... Well,
absolutely, yeah.
It's likely you can get some electricity
from
up above.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So there it is. He's got his... takes the copper wire out. So salt water conducts electricity. Salt is your electrolyte. Salt
can generate electricity.
Can generate electricity as well. Salt, I'm sure, used to form the basis of many batteries in the early days.
It still does.
It still does, I'm sure. Lithium, which is a salt, of course.
Absolutely.
Of course. So the information's there. But it certainly does get people thinking about everything.
That's it.
That's it. We've done it. So
let's do
we've got to do this now. There we go.
Let's get the thumbnail up because then we're
then
done.
everyone knows that we've done. I'm just looking at. Oh, sorry. No, there is something we've got to give you before we go. And this is this little article here. China spent millions on a shady project to control the weather ahead of the Beijing Olympics. This article was 2016. This summer, China set aside $30 million for a controversial project that involved shooting salt and mineral-filled bullets into the sky. Absolutely. The information's here. Why are they using salt?
Ask yourself.
Ask yourself. Because salt is hygroscopic.
And it'll
absorb and attract moisture in the air.
Attract and absorb the water vapour that's in the air.
Because there's lots of it. Absolutely. There's lots of it.
And the more water vapour it will attract and absorb,
the heavier it
becomes, and then it will drop down to a point where the water vapour will turn into liquid water and then will release from the salt to fall as rain.
Absolutely, yeah. That's our take on this. Anyway, but so that's our last piece of information. So there you go.
Just get the thumbnail up.
Absolutely.
So some people have asked us in the past about clouds.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
Other people.
What do you think of clouds?
And absolutely,
in our understanding, they're salt. Made of salt.
It's quite possible that they are made of salt.
What kind of salt they are?
What kind of salt they are? I don't know. But so there you go. Hope you enjoyed it.
What about the pop bottles?
Leave your comments down below. Let us know what you think. Do you think clouds could be made of salts? It's a possibility. Well, it's only an idea we're throwing out. So that's it. Before we go, we've got to do this, haven't we? Let's screw the cap on nice and tight. There we go. Now, again, if carbon dioxide is generated between the reaction of the acid and alkali that are contained within the ingredients of the drink, this bottle should be pressurized. If the CO2 was injected in here, then you've only got a limited amount of CO2 and it would have left. You won't be able to repressurize. Okay, you can try this at home as well. So you can see me squeezing that in. Here we go. Ready? Yeah, that's you can feel that.
Oh, right.
You can feel that. You can feel that. That's yeah. Listen, wait there. Ready? There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, the CO2 for mass-produced pop bottles and cans. The CO2 is in the ingredients. or sorry, the CO2 is generated by the reaction of the ingredients.
Absolutely.
Acid-alkali reaction. And on that note, I'm going to pour myself a nice glass of pop.
Yeah.
That's
what
still
you mean
fizzy.
to do. That's what you mean to do. We should actually
Absolutely, there you go.
shake up a bottle and collect the gas and see if that would turn lime water milk.
It
Well,
would. It would, yeah,
It would.
of course it would. Absolutely, because it's no different than doing your vinegar, and sodium bicarbonate. So there you have it. Thanks ever so much, and always remember till next time, if something doesn't make sense, like
thinking that some specks of dust that kind of ping pong right up into the high atmospheres from a dirt devil in Australia that can
Absolutely, yeah, of
then
course.
be carried along in the atmosphere, and then a water can be attracted to it.
Absolutely, yeah, sure.
That form clouds. That form clouds.
Absolutely, yeah. I think, if something doesn't make sense, it's certainly nonsense.
Absolutely.
And I have to admit how true that is. Because if you can't understand something, there's nothing wrong with you. There's something wrong with whatever somebody's telling you.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. Which
That
is very
actually
true.
very true. Because if somebody can't explain something to you in a very simple way, then they're more or less giving you nonsense.
Absolutely, of course. So thank you ever so much, and we'll see you next time.
Next
time, yeah, because we've got some
great
stuff lined up.
Oh dear.
So there you have it. Yeah. See you next time.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
The Earth isn't round, it's flat. How do you know? I've observed it in all my travels over Europe. It's flat. Everywhere it's flat.